Chapter 1 of the Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw by Frances Trollope. To those states of the American Union in which slavery has been abolished or never permitted, these volumes are respectfully dedicated by the author. London, 27th of April, 1836. Chapter 1. At one of those bold sweeps of the Mississippi River, which occasionally vary the monotony of its scenery by giving to a portion of its dark, deep waters the appearance of a lake, may yet be seen the traces of what was once, some dozen years ago perhaps, a human habitation. The spot is fearfully wild and possesses no single feature of the sweet, heart-cheering beauty which a lover of nature would select for the embellishment of his familiar home. Yet it is not altogether without interest, that species of interest at least which arises from a vague and shadowy outline and the absence of every object, either of grace or of deformity, which might lower by its insignificance the effect of the moody grandeur that seems to brood over the almost boundless plain through which the Father of Waters rolls his mighty waves. There is, in truth, an unbroken vastness in the scenes displayed at many points of the Mississippi River that seizes very powerfully on the imagination, and though composed for the most part of objects that chill and revolt the mind, the combination of them would, I think, detain the eye for some short space from many a fairer landscape, were it possible that such could rise beside it. Unwonted to European eyes, and mystically heavy, is the eternal gloom that seems settled upon that region. Whatever wind may blow, however bright and burning that southern sun may blaze in the unclouded sky, the stream is forever turbid and forever dark, turning all that is reflected on its broad breast to its own murky hue, and so blending all things into one sad, sombre tint, till the very air seems tinged with grey, and nature looks as if she had put on a suit of mourning to do honour to some sad solemnity. Nor can one look long upon the scene without fancying that nature has indeed some cause to mourn, for at one moment an uprooted forest is seen borne along by the rapid flood, its leafy honours half concealed beneath the untransparent wave, while its faithless roots mock the air by rearing their unsightly branches in their stead. At another, the sullen stillness is interrupted by a blast that will rend from the earth her verdant mantle, there her only boast, and leave the groaning forest crushed, prostrate, unbarked and unbowed, the very emblem of ruin, desolation and despair. It is perhaps this very perfection of melancholy dreariness which creates the interest experienced on viewing the singular scenery of the Mississippi. But though one may feel well disposed to linger for a moment to gaze on its strange and dismal vastness, it offers little to tempt a longer stay. The drowsy alligator luxuriating on its slimy banks, or the unsocial bear, happy in the undisputed possession of its tangled thickets, alone seem formed to find prolonged enjoyment there. Yet this was the spot selected and chosen at no very distant period of the earth's history as the abode of a man who nevertheless had all the world before him where to choose, and, what is perhaps more extraordinary still, he never either regretted his choice or felt the slightest inclination to change his habitation for the space of at least 10 years after he made it. This chosen spot was thenceforward distinguished by the name of Mohana Creek, an appellation borrowed from a deep ravine not 100 yards distant from it, which during the winter and spring carried a huge stream of pine-stained water to the river. It was indeed this valuable creek which attracted the careful and skilful eye of Jonathan Whitlaw, and finally led him to select its vicinity for the erection of a permanent dwelling for himself and his family. What the original cause might have been which induced Mr. Jonathan Whitlaw to "squat in the bush," as the taking possession of any heretofore unappropriated land is called in transatlantic phrase, was never, I believe, very clearly understood, and as the point is not likely to be one of much interest to the general reader, I will not delay the progress of my narrative by repeating the various conjectures on the subject which have reached me. It is sufficient for my purpose to state that about 3:00 p.m. on a certain Tuesday in the month of April 18 , a very small flat boat, formed of unpainted deals, with nothing but a few articles of old household furniture for its cargo, and 2 women, 1 man and a dog for its crew, came down the stream, and by the aid of its paddles was brought within grappling reach of the bank immediately above Mohana Creek. Little and light as was her lading, the boat was deep in the water, and the 2 women had perched themselves with their feet drawn up on an old chest, that formed the most substantial part of the cargo, in order to keep themselves out of the water, which a very considerable leak was permitting to enter in such abundance as to render the frail craft not only very uncomfortable, but very unsafe. "By the living Jingo!" cried the man, springing on shore, "it is time to be smart, or we shall be going down where nobody never comes up. Be spry, gals," he continued, stretching out his hand to assist the disembarkation of the females. "You hold her fast on with the hook, Portia, till I can grapple her tight to a tree, and you, Clio, look sharp and fix them notions safe and dry on shore as fast as I can pitch them at you." The individual who thus, in the true Columbian style, now planted his foot on the land, and thereby took possession of it, was a powerful muscular man somewhat past 30. His features were regular, and might have been called handsome had the expression of his countenance been less unpleasing, but labour and intemperance had each left traces there. The women who were his companions appeared both of them to be under 20, and of the very lowest order of society. Their garments were scanty and sordid, and they had much the look and air of that poorly paid class known in every manufacturing town in the United States as the gals of the factory. Whatever else they might be, however, they seemed to possess one excellent feminine quality in perfection: they were most obedient to command, and though one of them was very evidently in a state which rendered her little fit for hard work, they both of them readily and actively performed the task allotted to them, till the boat was disembarrassed of all the load she had carried, save the water, and that was visibly increasing upon her rapidly. "It don't signify thinking of anything else," observed Mr. Jonathan Whitlaw, "till I have saved them elegant sawed planks. Wood is plenty enough and to spare, no doubt, but sawing is sawing all the world over, so you must just wait a spell, gals, till I'm ready to fix you, and if you will but bide clever a bit, and say not a word till I bid you, why then I'll set to fix you and all your notions about you outright, as slick as may be." A goodly axe being part of the treasure landed, it required but a few minutes to demolish the frail vessel, and deposit her timbers on the bank. This done, Jonathan Whitlaw turned to his wife and his sister, nothing dismayed, as it should seem, at the apparent impossibility of leaving the dreary spot on which they stood, and having filled the hollow of his left cheek with tobacco, and settled himself in his ill-fitting attire with sundry of those jerks and tugs incomprehensible to all who have not looked at the natives of the New World face to face, he thus again addressed them. "Well, now, this is what I call a right down elegant location. Do you comprehend the privilege of that handsome creek, gals? Maybe you don't, and maybe I do. Mind now what I say. If that creek don't prove as good as a dozen axes, say my name's not Jonathan." "My!" exclaimed the matronly Portia, drawing her thin shawl more tightly round her, for the April sun, though it had almost scorched them on the river, could not prevent the deep dank shade of the spot from sending a cold shiver through her limbs. "Well now, Jonathan, but that will be considerable convenient anyhow." "I expect so," replied the man, folding his arms and turning himself slowly round to every point of the compass to ascertain the capabilities of the spot for the improvements he meditated. "I expect so," he repeated with an absent air, as if his faculties were wholly absorbed by the examination he was making. To an unpractised eye, a single glance might have seemed sufficient to discover everything that the desolate spot had to show. Before them spread the mighty mass of muddy waters, bounded as it seemed on all sides by the matted foliage of the level forest, above whose unvaried line sprang the high arch of heaven. Beneath their feet was a boggish, peat-like soil that looked as if occasionally it might itself become a part of the swollen river's bed. Around them rose innumerable tall, slender trees, between whose stems the eye could not penetrate 200 yards in any direction, so thickly was the ground covered with an undergrowth of bare brake and reeds. To an unpractised eye, one glance would have been enough, and too much, to show all that could there be seen, unless the next might have discovered a friendly bark upon that muddy stream, which might have borne the gazer from it forever. But with Jonathan Whitlaw the case was very different. Not a stem, not a stick, not a reed, not a hollow half filled with stagnant water, nor a crevice that might facilitate its escape, but was examined with as much earnest attention, and reasoned upon with as much provident wisdom as might suffice to decide the locality of a palace. The women, meanwhile, again seated themselves on the chest which had done them such good service in the boat, and for a time sat silently watching the master of their destiny, as he meditated in the secret council chamber of his own breast the plans on which it hung. A low whispering then commenced between them, the result of which was a half-timid, half-coaxing attempt on the part of Clio, the bolder spirited of the two, to draw his attention from the future to the present. "I say, Bub," she began, "I say, do you know that Portia and I are right down dead almost for summat to eat? I can get at the bag with the corn cakes in no time. Shall I, Jonathan?" Jonathan turned his quid of tobacco deliberately from one cheek to the other, and then replied, "I'll tell you what it is, Sis. We are here, no matter why. Perhaps 'tis because I happen to like this here part of the country best. But at any rate, here we be, and I can tell you that here we must bide. But as to spending our days in nothing but eating, it's what I'm not provided for. Now look you, both of you, and I'll tell you the case at once. The nearest town to this here bit is Natchez, and I calculate that is not over nigh for a walk through the bush, seeing it can't be much less than 20 miles right ahead. I won't say that we can't buy a bushel of cornmeal no nigher, but I won't say that we can. And this I will say, that near or far, we shan't never get it at all without having the Spanish wheels ready, I expect, and concerning that commodity I'll tell you no lies. I've got no more of it than a mouse might carry easy at full trot. But, however, there stands the meal tub chock full, and dry as a ripe tassel. I took care of that. And here's 5 gallons of whiskey, and there's my axe, and here's my arms," baring them as he spoke to the shoulder. "So be good gals, and I'll fix a palace for you. But don't be for everlasting talking of eating just in the beginning. I shall be wrathy enough if you do, I tell you that. So mind and say no more about it, but each of you take a drop with me, and you'll be after helping me build in no time." With a celerity which showed the effect of habit, Jonathan Whitlaw produced a horn from his pocket, and skilfully applying it to the little cask, drew forth what he considered as a fitting portion for each, and presented it in succession to the 2 females. This generous and gallant office performed, he swallowed a treble dose himself, and instantly set to work. His prophecy was speedily fulfilled. The poisonous inspiration did its work, and under its feverish influence the young women dragged and pulled, and pushed and carried, according to his orders, with a degree of strength and perseverance greatly beyond what their age and appearance promised. The increase of vigour which he had himself acquired from the draught showed itself not only in the activity with which he laboured, but by a more than ordinary degree of loquacity, a part of which may serve to explain his future plans. "This here tree must come down smack, and them there 3 small ones into the bargain, and this one, and that one, and they 2 the others shall have their heads and branches cut off slick, and there's the 4 corners of the house as clean as a whistle, and we must roll up the logs round them. I say, girls, don't I know the river? I expect this will prove the most profitable privilege of a wooding station of any twixt New Orleans and Cincinnati. What with that there elegant creek and this here handsome elevation." The spot selected for his house was at this time at least 6 or 7 inches above the level of the river. "And what with them there capital hickories, and this dreadful beautiful sweep in of the river, that will bring the steamers up to me whether they will or no. I say, gals, that if things do but go on at New Orleans as bravely as they do now, I'll make dollars enough, by wooding their boats for them, to open a store for all the notions in creation at Natchez before 10 years are out. Why, since we've landed I've seen half a dozen first-rate timbers shoot the creek, but I'll soon see if I can't find a way to stop 'em short as soon as I've got a pair of hands to spare." While his tongue was thus active, however, the hands he talked of were by no means idle. The rapidity and apparent ease with which trees were felled and the allotted space cleared might have been mistaken for an effort of more than mortal skill by any but a backwoods man. What was to Jonathan Whitlaw the work of 1 stroke of the axe would to any unused to the mystery have required a dozen, and where the unskilled would have raised the instrument on high and brought its edge and weight to bear with a violent exertion of strength, he achieved the object with an easy dexterity which seemed not to require 1/2 the power that the brawny arm which wielded the axe could well have bestowed had it been needed. Notwithstanding all that skill and perseverance could do, however, the sturdy woodsman and his tottering assistants were overtaken by darkness ere they had completed such a shelter as might permit them to sleep securely on the spot they had chosen. A shed on the banks of the Mississippi, 20 miles above Natchez, may now perhaps be considered as tolerably secure, except from the occasional visits of an exploring bear, or the rambling propensities of a hungry alligator. But in the year 1800 it was much less so, and as the leaden gloom of the short twilight settled upon the woods, the bold squatter was fain to suspend his labour, with no better comfort for his weary companions than a confession that, after all, they should not be able to get a spell of sleep except turn and turn about, because they might be waked by the varmint with half a leg eaten off before they had done dreaming. "I expect I must die then, Jonathan," said the poor young wife, in a voice so feeble as somewhat to alarm her companions. "I expect I must die before morning." "You a backwoodman's lady, Portia," said her husband, approaching her, "and talk of dying the first night that you gets to the bush. Come, come, gal, no feints, or my dander will be up pretty considerable. Here, Clio, shake down the straw bed upon that there lot of boughs, and give her that sack of notions for her head, and she'll be fast and snoring in no time, and then you and I will be after kindling an elegant blaze to scare them devils the varmint, bears, painters, wolves, alligators and all." Poor Clio promptly set about performing this new task, and with much tenderness assisted the overworn young wife to lay herself as much at her ease as a rude couch might permit. But while thus engaged, another whisper was exchanged between the sisters, which produced exactly the same petition as the former one, some 5 or 6 hours before. "But I say, Bab, I expect Portia will never sleep a wink unless you give her a morsel to eat first." "1 word for Portia and 2 for yourself, Clee? Howsomever, you've been considerable good gals both of you, so you shan't ask for nothing this time." If the hungry Clio was alert before, she now became doubly so, as she sought and found the bag containing the treasured corn cakes. "Well now, wouldn't a herring grilled over a handful of sticks be first rate?" said the poor girl coaxingly, and holding up the tempting morsel she had found before the eyes of her brother. "Why, I can't say but what I expect it would be eatable," replied the autocrat, producing flint and steel. "So pick up your sticks, Clee, and set about it." With zealous activity, the now happy Clio prepared to obey the welcome mandate, and showed almost as much skill and dexterity in selecting and kindling the boughs which lay scattered round her as her brother had done in strewing them. In a few minutes a thick column of smoke rose through the still air, the faggots crackled, and the herring, as it hung suspended over the flame from the ingenious machine erected for it, sent forth an odour so powerful and enticing that when it reached the nostrils of the half-famished Portia, she rose with renovated strength, and approached the manifold comforts of the blazing fire. The three weary and hungry wanderers then sat down around it, and devoured their repast with as great a degree of enjoyment as it is possible for the act of eating to bestow. And even the dog, though in general expected to provide his own meals, was not forgotten. To complete the luxury of the banquet, Jonathan dipped their one precious iron crock into the muddiest but sweetest of streams, and having boiled it, permitted the ladies, in compliance with the delicacy of their ordinary habits, to mix it, in the proportion of half and half, with the one and only liquid which he deemed worthy to enter the lips of a free-born man. In his own case, therefore, he suffered not the vital stream from his beloved whiskey keg to be contaminated by the admixture of any alloying Mississippi whatever, and the portion he permitted himself to swallow was, as he said, in just proportion to the work he had done. The repast ended, the wary Portia once more stretched herself upon her welcome bed of straw, while her companions were employed, first, in removing the thickly scattered branches from the immediate neighbourhood of the fire, to guard against that most fatal of forest disasters, a conflagration amongst thick underwood, where there is no outlet for escape, and then in collecting together at safe distance such a quantity of them as might supply their watch-fire during the night. This done, the residue of the corn cakes carefully tied up and slung upon a bow, and the invaluable crock as scrupulously attended to as if it had been a silver casserole, the gracious Jonathan told his yawning sister that she too might lay herself down beside his sleeping wife, adding that when daylight came he would wake them both, and turn in to take a spell himself. In less than 5 minutes Clio was as deeply asleep as her friend Portia, and Jonathan, seated on the hearth with his dog beside him and supporting his back against a tree, prepared to endure his weary watch, which the low, long howl of wolves in the distance already showed to be no unnecessary precaution. And so strong is the instinct of self-preservation that the united influence of labour and whiskey failed to overpower the feeling which kept the aching eyes of the wanderer open through the long hours of that painful night. However miserable beyond endurance the fatigues and privations above described may appear to the European reader, they form no exaggerated picture of that tremendous enterprise, the first settling in the bush on the Mississippi, at the period at which my tale commences. The undertaking is even now one both of danger and difficulty, though both are greatly lessened by the comparatively near neighbourhood that the new settler is likely to find, let him place himself at what point of the river he may below its junction with the Ohio. Whenever a new squatter arrives, it is now the custom for about a dozen of the nearest residents to assemble at the spot he has chosen, for the purpose of assisting him to rear his log hut, the only payment expected for this timely service being a pretty considerable allowance of whiskey, to be socially swallowed before the party separates, so that it generally happens that the first sleep taken by the stranger in his new abode is long and sound, though perhaps not particularly refreshing. Such is the custom of the present time, but 2 or 23 years ago the stout-hearted pioneer of population on the dismal and unhealthy banks of their singular river must have perished for want of a shelter, if incapable of providing one for himself. The laborious but very profitable employment of supplying the innumerable steamboats with firewood, which now bribes so many to brave ague and privation of all kinds, was then in the hands of very few, and none who ventured to embrace it could hope to do so without encountering at least as much of danger and difficulty as Jonathan Whitlaw. End of Chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of the Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ralph Crown. The Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw by Frances Trollope. Chapter 2. It is not my intention to enter upon a lengthened detail of the get-along process of Jonathan Whitlaw in his new abode. The events I wish to dwell upon are of more recent date. It will therefore be sufficient for my purpose to state that a spirit of industry, which even intemperance could not conquer, enabled him to raise, unaided by any hands but those of his female companions, such a shelter as appeared completely to satisfy the wishes of those for whose use it was constructed. What praise could the most skilful architect desire more? Nor were their daily necessities less fully answered. Clio had often the supreme enjoyment of banqueting on a grilled herring. Portia had never yet seen the bottom of her meal tub, and Jonathan's shanty soon came to be so well known to the flatboat traders going down and the steamboat traders going up the river that there was no need of his taking a journey to Natchez to ensure the replenishing of his whiskey cask. He had, in truth, chosen his location well. With a species of skill and exertion peculiar to himself and his class, he contrived to abstract from his elegant Mohana Creek so many uprooted trees that till the dry summer months stopped the supply, he had rarely occasion to fell one for the construction of the well-packed piles of wood, which it was the especial province of the strong-armed Clio to arrange upon the river's bank. To use his own language, nature was in partnership like with him, and being a partner that never slept, he not unfrequently found leisure himself to take a spell in the bush with his rifle, an instrument which he used as skillfully as the axe. The result of this agreeable variety of occupation was that Clio was almost as often employed to roast a turkey as to grill a herring, and the table, constructed of the timbers of his flatboat, not unfrequently smoked with a service of game which a European board might have been proud to boast. Meanwhile, that hour, important alike in the palace or the hut, at least to the individual most concerned in it, overtook poor Portia, and on returning one evening from a gunning frolic in the forest, Mr. Jonathan Whitlaw was greeted with the intelligence that he was the father of a thriving boy. Clio, whose genius for usefulness seemed universal, performed the duties of a nurse both to mother and child as successfully as if she had studied the profession at the Hospice de la Maternité at Paris, and when she presented the newborn babe to her brother, she felt as much pride in the office as if conscious that she held in her arms a latent president. Jonathan, too, though not particularly susceptible of the tenderer feelings of our nature, looked on the boy with considerable satisfaction. "That's jam, gal," said he, addressing his wife. "Boys be the right sort for the bush, mind that. Not but what Clee is up to a thing or two, too. But boys is most profitable, that's a fact. I calculate now that this younger will be fit to turn $1 one way or another by the time 10 years is gone done, and if we can keep him from starting for 5 more. But here our hero gave so prodigious a squall that Clio started off with him to his mother, and the remainder of the prediction was left unspoken. However favorable it might have been, however, the years which followed gave the provident father no cause to think that his first impressions respecting his heir were in any degree too favorable. Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw, for so was the young backwoodsman named, testified innumerable qualities that might have justified the hopes of the most sanguine father in America. Spite of occasional shaking, he was stout in limb, and considering the rather restricted nature of his position as compared to society at large, his knowledge and intelligence increased with surprising rapidity. Never certainly did any child, even among the most precocious wonders of the European world, display a more eager desire of profiting by every opportunity of acquiring information and experience than the young Jonathan Jefferson. No steamboat ever approached his father's station from the time he completed his 3rd year without finding him standing at the very extremity of the log platform that projected from the bank for the convenience of the enginemen who took their fuel there. And happy was Jonathan Jefferson when it chanced, which was not unfrequently, that his keen black eyes and curly head tempted some good-humored idler to give him a hand, that he might spring on board and gaze upon the wonders to be seen within her. These favors were requited by so knowing and fearless a nod on the part of the young explorer that the first playful act was often followed by very active patronage as long as the operation of wooding lasted, and the bold boy generally returned to his sickly mother or his much better loved Aunt Clee, with nearly all his scanty garments held up in a most firm and careful grasp, lest the biscuits, raisins, apples, and cents bestowed on him by the passengers should escape. At the age of 5, if any old acquaintance held out the accustomed hand to aid his boarding, it was thrust aside by a saucy action of the little sturdy elbow, and Jonathan Jefferson was on the deck, in the cabin, beside the engine, or in the inmost recesses of the steward's pantry, before anyone knew where he came from. It will be readily supposed that a man like Jonathan Whitlaw did not suffer the abilities of such a boy as this to remain idle. He was early given to understand that all he ate he must earn, and as he soon manifested a family affinity to his good aunt in his love of a savory morsel, the prudent father failed not to turn this discriminating palate to advantage, selling every shot of his own rifle for a due proportion of labor performed in building up the cords of wood, or in exploring the creek by his active boy. Not only one, but many dollars had the child earned or turned in some way or other, before the 10 years named in his father's prediction had elapsed. Nor had the stalwart woodman gone half as far in his daring hopes for the future, formed for himself when first he stood houseless and hungry on the swampy bank which he had selected, as the result justified. No wood was so well cut and so well sawed as Whitlaw's. No woodsman was so ready in counting, so quick in settling, and so every way convenient for men in a hurry to deal with, as this our fortune-favored squatter. Ague and fever seemed to keep clear of him lest they should be baffled in the strife, and turning from his close-knit iron frame, poured all their vengeance on his poor shrinking wife. But Clio, whose constitution bore a close resemblance to his own, still continued his zealous and most efficient fellow-laborer. After shaking a spell during the autumn of the first year or two, she too defied the foul fiend that haunts the western world in the shape of ague, and thenceforward appeared to suffer no more from the climate than the wolves and the bears, which the busy noises of their active establishment had driven back into the woods. At the end of the 3rd year, a cow, whose coat seemed to indicate some affinity to her neighbor bears, was added to the plenishing of the lot, and the omnipotent Clio contrived to sell the best milk on the river to all the yellow-tinted or woolly-headed stewards, whose interest it is to make the breakfasts, dinners, and suppers on board the steamboats atone by their excellence for the tedious hours between. Good store of hogs, which grubbed most delicate fattening in the forest, contributed not a little to the family fund of wealth and good living, and lastly, an additional room was added to the shanty, over the door of which, directly fronting the river, was inscribed with red paint in letters of a foot high, Whitlaw's Whiskey Store. The cents, fips, picayunes, bits, levies, quarters, halves, and dollars, which in the course of 4 years were left within this shed, very greatly exceeded the most sanguine calculations of Whitlaw, and as prime bacon, capital chewing tobacco, first-rate domestic, and fine meal were successively added to the announcements, the store soon became the resort of every squatter within 10 miles, as well as the favorite stopping place of all the craft on the river. The son and heir of this prosperous settler had just completed his 10th year when an accident occurred to him, the consequences of which entirely changed the position and circumstances of his family. Early in the month of August, one of the noblest and largest steamboats ever launched on the Mississippi was seen to bend gracefully round the projecting swell of the bank below Mohana Creek and approach the landing place in front of the store. Young Whitlaw was occupied, at the moment she came in sight, in poking a long pole into a hole in the bank, in which he fancied he should find some crocodile's eggs. Struck by her splendid appearance, he left his employment, and placing himself at his accustomed post on the edge of the platform, impatiently awaited her arrival. Before the steam had been let off, or the paddles ceased to play, the impatient boy determined to spring on board, and trusting to his pole, which he fixed, as he thought, firmly on the platform, he attempted to swing himself into the vessel, a distance of at least 12 feet. So active and well practiced were his young limbs, that it is probable he would have succeeded, had not the slippery log on which he had placed his pole permitted it to give way at the very moment its firmness was most essential to his safety. In the instant it sank from his hand, the adventurous child fell headlong into the water. Above 200 persons saw the accident, and the boy's greatest danger now arose from the variety and eagerness of the measures put in practice to save him. But it appeared that the little fellow never lost his presence of mind for a moment, for without paying the slightest attention to the contradictory cries of "Hold fast to this rope" from one quarter and "Catch by this tub" from another, the bold boy, who swam like an otter, deliberately turned from the dangerous projection of the gallery, and marking the moment when the open gangway approached, sprang upwards, seized its railing, and in an instant stood unharmed on board the boat. That awful peculiarity of the Mississippi River, which causes it to bear away whatever sinks beneath its surface beyond the reach and power of the most skillful search that would recover it, is so well known to every inhabitant of the region that the sight of a human being falling into its fatal wave creates a much stronger sensation than any similar accident would do elsewhere. Young Whitlaw, therefore, was instantly surrounded by a crowd of anxious and friendly faces. "Pretty considerable escape you've had, my boy," exclaimed one. "Your fate is not drowning, at any rate, you young devil," cried another. "Famous swimmer you are, and that's a fact, boy," observed a third. "And a bold heart as ever I see," observed a fourth. "Are you not wet to the skin, my poor fellow?" inquired a kind-hearted gentleman, shuddering sympathetically. "And what does it signify if I be?" replied the boy, with an accent which implied more scorn than gratitude. "But, I say," he continued, fixing his eyes on a very handsome rifle which the compassionate gentleman held in his hand, "what will you sell that there rifle for?" The offended philanthropist turned away, muttering, "Impudent young varmint," or some such phrase, while a chorus of laughter from those around testified the general feeling of admiration excited by the dauntless spirits of the saucy boy. There was one spectator, however, who, though by no means less observant than the rest, had hitherto only looked on in silence. He remarked that the boy followed the rifle with his eyes as the indignant bearer of it walked away, and wisely judging that it was Jonathan Jefferson's innate love of barter which had dictated the question, and no idle ebullition of impertinence, as the mistaken laughers imagined, he determined to find out who it was who at so early an age evinced such undaunted courage, a wit so ready at command, and a disposition for bargain making which, even at a moment so agitating, did not forsake him. The observant and judicious stranger continued to keep his eye fixed on the boy, but did not address him till the crowd which had witnessed his escape was dispersed. And then, laying a hand gently on his shoulder, he said, "What is your name, my fine fellow?" "Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw," replied the voice civilly, for he looked up into the inquirer's face as he addressed him, and a something which, if it be not instinct, it would be difficult to name, whispered to him that he was rich. "Jonathan Jefferson," replied the stranger. "A good name, that, boy. An exceeding good name. I expect your father's no fool. Who is your father, my lad? Where do you come from?" "My father is a first-rate capital backwoodsman, and we keeps a store. And that's Aunt Clee milking our own cow for the steward. And I sell all the skins I can snare, and I've got an axe of my own." "Can you read, my boy?" "No," responded Jonathan Jefferson, in an accent somewhat humbled. "Will you work for me, and do all that I bid you, if I take you home with me and have you taught to read?" The cautious child did not immediately reply, and at this moment the bell was rung, which gave the signal for departure. "Off with you, my lad," cried the steward as he stepped on board with his jug of milk, "or we shall run away with you." The boy's eyes were still fixed on the face of the person who had addressed him, as he stepped towards the edge of the boat preparatory to springing on shore. But the important question was still left unanswered. "I shall stop here again, perhaps, coming down," said the stranger, nodding to him, "and I will come on shore and see you again, and then you shall answer me." When the labors of that eventful day were ended, and the family were assembled round the evening meal, young Whitlaw, after a silence of several minutes, said abruptly, "Father, why can't I read?" The question seemed a puzzling one, for the person to whom it was addressed repeated the words twice over before he attempted to answer it. "Why can't you read, boy? Why can't you read? Well, now, if that don't beat all nature. When did ever a body hear such a question from a brat of a chicken, and he but 10 years old this very month?" As this speech seemed to be addressed, like most of Mr. Whitlaw's speeches, to his sister Clio, it was his sister Clio who answered it. "Well now, bub, I'll tell you a piece of my mind. You'll find no good reason, if you look about from Georgia to Maine, why this here smart chap of ourn shouldn't be president. And so I say too, why don't the boy be learnt to read? The vixen's mad as sure as the moon's in heaven," exclaimed the master of the dwelling with much vehemence. Yet something in his eye and his voice taught those whose interest it was to understand his humor that he was neither displeased nor indifferent. "What put that into your head, boy?" said he, turning short round towards his son, and rousing him from a reverie into which he seemed to have fallen, by raising the toe of his hobnailed shoe so as gently to touch the boy's chin. "What put reading into your head?" "That don't much matter, I expect," replied the young Republican, "but I've got it into my head somehow, I can tell you that. And I guess that if I can't be learned here, I'll run away to where I can." Clio again looked in her brother's face with some anxiety, not feeling quite sure whether her darling might not this time get a kick in good earnest. But she saw there was nothing to fear. "You're a chip of the old block, I calculate, my fine one," said the proud father, eyeing the boy from top to toe. "But I shall play another sort of game with you, from what my father was often playing with me. I'll make a gentleman offhand of thee, boy, so no need to run." "Father, I must begin reading tomorrow." "Well now, Jonathan," said the father, laughing, "my notion is that you had best wait a spell for it. Next month I shall go down to Natchez for goods, and if you'll behave yourself, and not badger me about it, I'll take you with me, and maybe leave you at some real right-down college for a few quarters." "My!" exclaimed the neglected Portia, whose opinion was seldom asked on any subject. "You won't leave him that far away, Jonathan, will you?" "Your boy'll never be in Congress, Portia, if he can't read," said Clio kindly. so don't you put a spoke in his wheel anyhow. But, Bub, she continued, why for should we all bide here if he be to take his learning at Natchez? You and I know, don't we, that you may open a store any day in a grander place than this? And I mind when first we put foot at Mohana Creek that you said, that very creek shall make dollars enough in 10 years to open store at Natchez. And isn't it 10 years? And aren't the dollars made? And wouldn't it be an elegant sight to see us all set off in a steamer? And couldn't you sell the goodwill for silver? These pithy questions followed each other with such rapidity, for the eloquence of Clio seemed to warm as she proceeded, that it was not very surprising that she received no answer to them. It was not, however, a knavish speech that slept in a foolish ear, for it suggested many thoughts which, working with those already awakened by young Jonathan's wilfulness, produced the results that will hereafter be seen. For the present, however, all further discussion of the subject was suspended, for the voice which had hitherto been absolute beneath that roof pronounced, "Now let us all go to bed," and not another syllable was uttered by any of them that night. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ralph Crown. The Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw by Frances Trollope. Chapter 3. Young as Jonathan Jefferson was at this time, be understood his father's ways and humors, and how to manage them too, better than many highly educated youths of twice his age, who, having passed all their vacations under the paternal roof, have only arrived at the conclusion that their father was their father, without troubling themselves to attribute to him any other characteristics whatever. Far different was the case with young Whitlaw. If he wanted a few cents with which to chaffer for some coveted article on board the next steamboat, he watched his moment for asking for them as carefully and as skillfully as a hawk for the instant of seizing her prey. Jonathan Jefferson already loved a quid, yet he would suffer days and days to elapse without ever asking the paternal hand to share the luxury with him. But Jonathan Jefferson was seldom or never without a store of prime chewing tobacco in the pocket of his jacket, given him cheerfully and willingly by his careful father. It was this principle of watching his time which sent the ambitious youth so silently and obediently to bed, in the manner recorded in the last chapter. His young mind was, however, stiffly decided upon leaving Mohana Creek one way or another before the winter set in, as Napoleon's was upon marrying an Austrian archduchess. As he laid his head on his bag of turkey feathers, he determined not to go to sleep till he had thought a great deal about the stranger, and about Natchez, and about being a great man. But here the universal law of nature conquered the force of incipient character, and no sooner had he decided what to think of than Jonathan Jefferson dropped asleep. With the earliest light, however, he was beyond the reach of any human eye, seated at the foot of a maple tree, where the prickly pear was not. The spot had no other advantage, except indeed that it was so shut in by brambles that even Aunt Clee had never discovered the retreat, though it was one to which he constantly resorted when it was his wish and will to be idle and alone. Another boy might have chosen one of the many nooks within his reach which the wild vine embellished with its graceful and fragrant festoons. But little Jonathan Jefferson had no such stuff in his thoughts. He wanted a place where he could sit easy, count his levies and picayunes without being looked at, and be very sure that nobody could find him out till he chose to let them. Here then he sat down to meditate on the new hopes that had broken in upon him. Had not the boy spent so many brilliant half-hours on board the steamboats, his native shed, and the dark world around it, would not thus early have appeared so contemptible in his aspiring eyes. But as it was, he never left the silk curtains, gilt moldings, gay sofas, and handsome mirrors of the cabins behind him, without wishing that he might live among them forever, and never more behold the dirty, dismal, get-along style of living to which he seemed destined. The words of the well-dressed, rich-looking stranger resounded in his ears. "Will you work for me if I take you home with me and have you taught to read?" "Work for him," soliloquized the boy. "He can't give me harder work than father, and when I'm learning to read, I can't be working anyhow. Go home with him? Why, his home must be as fine as a steamboat, to look at his beautiful hat and white shirt and shiny boots. I'd run away and go home with him tomorrow if 'twasn't for leaving Aunt Clee and having no one maybe to give me all the nice bits at a sly time and to praise me up everlasting for all I do." The idea of his aunt led his thoughts into another direction. "There's no need for me to run away to anybody if father would give me all his money, as he ought to do. They fancy I know nothing about it, as if, because I was abed and mother snoring t'other side, I must be asleep too. But I can lie still and peep a spell. And I've seen father and aunt haul out as many dollars upon the table as would buy me a house as fine as a cabin, and leave a lot to count over when I went to bed besides. If I could but get at them dollars." Such, had his thoughts been spoken, would have been the language of the urchin as he sat scarifying the soft moss beside him with a twig that had dropped on it from the maple tree. And then his mind wandered back again from his father, Aunt Clee, and their hoarded treasure, to the stranger, of whose offers and promises he had spoken to no one. "And they need know nothing about it," was the well-weighed judgment to which he came at last. "We'll see what father means about Natchez. But if I tell him about the gentleman first, maybe he'll do nothing at all." Once arrived at this conclusion, and steadfastly determined to abide by it, young Jonathan started to his feet, slipped as cautiously as an Indian through the bushes that enclosed his retreat, and walked home to eat his breakfast, and tell his father that he had set a first-rate snare, which he was sure would trap a possum afore night. "Ain't he a smart boy, Portia?" said Clio, who wanted to attack her brother again, without directly addressing him. 10 years old last Wednesday was a week, and hunting and snaring and swimming and fending as if he was 20. Now won't it be a burning shame if he bean't taught to read?" "Wait a spell, gal," said her brother somewhat sternly, "and you shall see what metal I'm made of, if you don't altogether know already. But don't bother me, or my dander will be up, I tell you, and I'll be as wrathy as an affronted alligator. And then you'll wish you'd stayed longer a draining the drippings from such cherry, maybe." Clio did know something of his metal, and secretly determined never to allude again to the literary deficiencies of her nephew, till the subject was started by the imperious backwoodsman himself. This truly wise resolution, so well deserving the attention of my female readers, was founded especially upon 2 points in his character with which she was well acquainted, namely, that Jonathan Whitlaw never abandoned a notion he had once taken into his head till he had tried and found it wanting, either in feasibility or profit, and that he never promised to be in a passion without keeping his word. It is probable that Jonathan the younger had come to something like the same conclusions, for that day passed away, and the morrow, and the day after it, without one word being uttered by either of them about Natchez or the art of reading. The sickly, silly, lazy, languid Portia never troubled herself to ask for more information on any subject than was proffered to her, and being on the whole pretty effectually guarded from the imperious temper of her republican husband by the ready good nature and adroitness of his sister, she continued to get along as peaceably as ague, fever, and dyspepsia would let her. Poor Portia, therefore, was not likely to break through the very diplomatic silence preserved by the other members of the household, and thus the subject which wholly occupied the minds of 3 out of 4 of the party, appeared to be utterly forgotten by all. Meanwhile, other boats passed by both up and down the river, and Jonathan Jefferson's visits were continued, though in somewhat a less animated manner, for now his father generally accompanied him, and the boy felt or fancied that he was watched by him as he proceeded in his customary pursuit of forage and adventure. On one occasion, indeed, he was utterly discomfited, for Jonathan Sr. having entered into conversation with a passenger going down the river, he in his turn fancied he had a domestic spy near him, and turning sharply round, commanded Jonathan Jr. to clear off, and assist his aunt in measuring the wood for the engine man. To a command uttered in such a tone, the boy well knew that prompt obedience must be shown, and accordingly he did obey. But in his secret soul he determined to give up whatever hopes of wealth and dignity the vision of a store at Natchez had generated in his fancy, and watching patiently for the return of the stranger, to elude his father's vigilance, put himself under the rich man's protection, and turn his back upon tyranny and Mohana Creek forever. The precocious lad had quite enough energy of character and decision of purpose to have executed this mental threat, and it was fortunate for the subsequent prosperity of the family that Mr. Jonathan Whitlaw had decided upon his plans before his son and heir found the opportunity of carrying into execution his own. The day following his dismissal from the steamboat, young Jonathan was startled by the unusual sound of a horse's feet advancing by the narrow path which the reputation of the store had of late years cleared through the forest. Only twice before had such a phenomenon appeared at Mohana Creek, and most eager was the haste and curiosity with which the whole came forth to greet it. Clio and the boy both instantly perceived that the guest, whose approach was made in so unwonted a manner, was expected by Whitlaw, but their curiosity was excited only to be baffled. No sooner had the man alighted and fastened his beast to a tree than that voice, whose breath was the law of the creek, pronounced its mandates thus: "Clee, be smart. Hand me the whiskey demijohn in 2 cups, and then clear yourself off to your suds. Portia, be after looking up the hogs and drive 'em home. And you, Sir Peeper," he added, turning to the boy, who had ensconced himself very snugly behind the meal tub, "you take yourself to the bush, or the devil, or where you will. Only take care I don't find your ears within reach of my fist." The next moment saw the backwoodsman and his guest tete-a-tete, and each with a cup of whiskey before him. The conference lasted nearly an hour, and appeared to have been amicable and satisfactory, for when they walked forth together from the shanty, the banished family, who were sitting together at very discreet distance upon one of the cords of wood, observed that the aspect and manner of both were cheerful and well satisfied, and as Whitlaw civilly held the stirrup of his guest as he mounted, they heard him say in his gentlest accents, "Well, Major, next Wednesday then." Next Wednesday then. What a world of conjecture was created by these 3 words. "Come along in," said Whitlaw to his family, as he turned from the farewell nod of his visitor and re-entered the shanty. Jonathan Jr. looked into the face of Clio. She answered the appeal by giving him a wink and laying her finger on her lips to enforce his silence, this being, as she well knew, the only chance of their learning what was going forward from the freeborn citizen. The boy understood her and nodded in return. "Well now," said the blue-lipped Portia, who was trembling in every limb, not from cold indeed, but from the demon ague. "Well now, I thought he meant to bide forever. Clio, do give me a drop of something warm." They all entered the hut together, and Clio was not sorry to have something with which to make herself busy, that she might not even look as if she were curious, so that it was with even more than her usual alacrity that she prepared hot toddy to comfort her shaking sister-in-law. But the hour was come, and Whitlaw was now as impatient to be heard as he had previously been at the idea of being questioned. What in the devil's name are you niggling about there, Clio? He exclaimed, as he testily watched her operations near the fire. I guess I want to be listened to a spell, and not have you fiddling up the chimney in that fashion. I'll only give this hot drop to poor Portia, bub, who's shaking like a rag in a hurricane, and then I'll sit down and listen to you, Jam. What the devil do you cook water to give her for? If she shakes, give her a real drop at once, and that will give her a chance if anything will. I take it neat, exclaimed the poor woman with unaffected distaste. Oh, Jonathan, what would become of my poor head if I took it neat every time I began shaking? I don't think your head would be a bit the worser, woman. Howsomever, you have got it now after your own fancy. So be still. And you, Clio, sit down for a minute, without jumping up again, if you can, and I'll give you a notion of me. You need not be after hiding yourself, J.J., for I'm minded that you shall hear me too this time, and no sly work neither. Had not the boy known that this epithet of J.J. was a signal of especial good humor, he might have felt somewhat uneasy at this palpable allusion to one of his peculiarities, of which he was himself thoroughly aware. But he saw that at present, at least, he had nothing to fear, and accordingly sat down as near to his aunt as might be, with the very agreeable expectation of having a curiosity gratified, which really for the last hour had almost kept him on the rack. Well now, I expect you have all of you forgot every word I said about college, and Natchez, and learning, and all that, began the consequential orator. It is really surprising what short-sighted creatures God Almighty has seen fit to make women. As for this young chap, I'd bet a keg to a quid that he'd have been thinking of nothing else from that day to this if he'd dared. But I calculate he knows pretty considerable well that 'tis safest not to let his notions progress when I bids 'em to stand still. So I find no fault on that score. But now listen to me a spell, as I bid you, and you'll be able to comprehend a little what sort of man you have got for your head. He paused for a moment and looked in the anxious faces before him, and a smile of indescribable self-admiration wrinkled his tough skin. I expect you don't any of ye exactly guess what for that chap was here but now. I calculate that there's not one of the whole kit that comprehends that I've sold my improvements, store, pigsty, and all, for, no matter how much, Jonathan Jr., I shan't name that, for all you look so sharp, it is enough for you to know, one and all, that the dollars is to be told out next Wednesday, and that the day after I shall take a spell aboard the first steamer as passes down, to look at an elegant store that I knows of 7 miles this side of Natchez. Not on the river neither, but on a pretty lot, well improved, without a tree to be seen on it, and no more in the bush than New Orleans. And then this smart youngster here may take his schooling at Natchez and keep a spell at home every Sunday into the bargain. Now then, what do you say to me? Am I the man to manage the world, or am I not? Then I'll not run away after nobody, exclaimed the boy, too much delighted with the news to be perfectly discreet. Only tell me, father, the name of the new place. The lot's called Mount Etna, but it ain't much of a mountain either, seeing that it's just on the water level, or near it. Howsomever, it's dreadful fine land. What shall you say, Clio, to having a nigger of our own to slave it for us? My, exclaimed both the women at once, for the glory of possessing a negro inspired even the languid Portia. Well now, Jonathan, that will be jam, added Clio, rubbing her hands with delight. Will it be a he or a she, Jonathan? A he, Clio, a he to begin with. Who knows what we may come to? If things goes well, I may buy a gal or two, and in time, if we progress, we may breed some young ones. Nothing pays better, especially so near upon the canes. Well now, but that beats all nature, for we to have a gang of niggers of our own. Oh, Jonathan, Jonathan, how I wish that Washington Buckskin could see us then. Maybe he'd sing to another tune, Clee. Howsomever, you're an old maid now, sis, and 'tis all the better for both of us." There was no tendency to repining in the temperature of Clio, so that she did not give above half a sigh to the memory of the too prudent lover of her youth, and the next moment was looking forward as cheerfully as if she had never known disappointment. She listened to her brother's detail of cows and hogs and poultry innumerable, all to be under her especial care, without thinking it possible that she could ever work too hard, and abandon her imagination wholly to the delightful occupation of painting the joy of her eyes and the darling of her heart, her own beautiful Jonathan Jefferson, progressing with rapid strides towards the exalted rank she had ever predicted he would hold. End of chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of the Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw by Frances Trollope. Chapter 4. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon on the following Wednesday, the sound of an approaching gentle trot was again heard among the bushes behind the shanty, and immediately afterwards the same horseman appeared in sight, and the same ceremony of evacuating the premises was performed by the 3 inferior members of the family, its chief receiving his guests, as before, to a private audience. The only difference being that in addition to the demijohn and drinking cups, a stout canvas bag was laid on the table between them. The period of the interview, however, was now passed in a manner infinitely less tedious by those who were banished from it than the last. The spirits of all were elevated by the belief that in that very hour, while they stood and sat idly looking at each other, a goodly store of dollars were passing into the possession of their race. "Well now, Porchy," said the happy and triumphant Clio, "isn't our Jonathan first rate? To think of our living so elegant and bellyful for 10 years, and then, 'stead of finding that we had come to the end of everything, as so many do, to see him haul in, it don't matter how much, but such a capital lot of hard money, and that not copper neither." "And how much is it, Aunt Cli?" said the boy, throwing his arm coaxingly round the neck of his aunt. "I know you can tell if you'd speak. Come now, auntie, I won't be after no mischief for a week if you'll just tell me how many dollars father's having give to him this minute." But Clio, if she knew the secret, proved herself a trustworthy confidant, for not even the cajoleries of young Jonathan could induce her to betray it. "I wonder if I shall shake as much in the new lot," said poor Portia, looking almost hopefully as she added, "Do you know, Cli, I do believe it be this unaccountable big river, and the bushes and the bogs that make me so sick everlasting, 'cause I never was so afore I comed here." The kind-hearted Clio encouraged her hopes, and recounted sundry histories which he had heard from their forest customers of the betifying effects of the handsome locations round Natchez. "'Tis the most splendid bluff on the river," she continued, "that's a fact, and though our lot be on the very tip-top of it, maybe, yet we'll have the benefit of it, sis, that's past doubting." "And do the folks live fine there, Aunt Cli?" inquired the boy eagerly. "Have they got cabins to sit in?" "To be sure they have, my darling, as fine as in New Orleans, and these shall be the finest of them all, my glory. Mark my words if thee shan't." So numerous were the questions and so agreeable the answers which arose during this conversation on the woodstacks, that when the door of the shanty opened and the 2 men appeared at it, Portia's observation was, "My, if they haven't done finished already!" Short as the time appeared, however, the business of the meeting had been fully completed to the entire satisfaction of both parties, a fact of which Whitlaw's family had not the slightest doubt, though on this occasion, as on many others, his greatness showed itself by not uttering a single word after the departure of his guest on the subject on which he knew that his humble dependents were longing to hear him speak. But these dignified fits of silence never occurred excepting when the Western potentate, of whom there are nearly as many as there are families in the New World, felt himself particularly well pleased with the facts he could, but would not, communicate. When it was otherwise, when some bargain had gone against him, or some enterprise had proved more difficult or less profitable than he expected, then each and every one belonging to him was sure to hear of it. Yet Whitlaw was by no means a particularly ill-tempered man. He was only a free-born tyrant. This negative assurance, therefore, that all was right, perfectly satisfied the reasonable Clio, sent the acute heir to his maple tree to enjoy a delightful half-hour in counting over his own hoard, and guessing that somehow or other he would soon find a way to double it, and cheered the languid heart of Portia as she sought a log wherewith to boil her coffee, by suggesting that her own niggers should do that job for her before long. At an early hour on the following morning the gallant Lady Washington steamer appeared in sight, coming down the river like a queen, a simile, by the way, much oftener made use of in the Republic of America than in all the kingdoms and queendoms of Europe. And Jonathan Whitlaw, with the alacrity of a man intent on a scheme at once ambitious and prudent, sprang on board as soon as he had pocketed the price of the wood which Clio and the boy had measured out for her. In less than 3 hours after, another steamboat stopped at Whitlaw's station, and just as young Jonathan was preparing to enjoy once more an unchecked visit on board, the stranger who had distinguished him on the day he fell in the river made him a sign to return, and immediately after joined him on the bank. The boy knew there was no time to lose, as the boat was not of large dimensions, and the quantity of wood she would require must be proportionably small. Yet he would not take his visitor into the shanty, lest such allusion might be made to their former interview as would lead to inquiries and chidings which would be better to avoid. His mother was, as usual, hovering over the fire, and his aunt too busily engaged in measuring the wood to do more than give him a wondering glance in passing, as he led the well-dressed stranger beyond the little clearing and up the narrow path which traversed the forest. "Where are you taking me, boy?" said the gentleman, stopping short after he had taken 2 steps into the bush. "I don't want to explore the forest, my lad, and the boat will be off in no time. Have you asked your father about going with me? I am ready to take you, if you're ready to come, and promise to be steady and faithful, and learn smart, and do all I bid you." "I would do all that and more," answered the boy, "if father was going to bide here, for I don't choose to live like a bear and an alligator any longer, and that's what they said I do, aboard the boats. But father is going to take us to a right down elegant store above Natchez, and I'm to be learnt to read, and we're to have a black nigger of our own, and see I don't want to run away now." "Run away? I never asked you to run away, child. What put that frolic into your head? However, if you're going to school, that is all right, and if you are the fine boy I take you for, we may be better acquainted yet. What's the name of your father's lot, boy? D'ye know?" "Mount Etna," answered young Jonathan. "Mount Etna, is it? I know that bit well. 'Tis a thriving job. Your father's up to a thing or two, I take it. There's the bell. Remember, boy, my name's Colonel Dart, and if you take your learning well, I'll make a gentleman of you." "Father will make a gentleman of me," said the young Republican stoutly, "and Aunt Cli will send me up to Congress." "Will she?" said the stranger, laughing. "That's well, but I may be a useful friend nevertheless. If you are at school in Natchez, I shall see you. Do not forget Colonel Dart." So saying, the stranger walked off, and immediately re-embarked, leaving our hero rather puzzled as to why he seemed so dreadful fond of him. Of Colonel Dart we shall hear more hereafter, but for the present the reader must share young Whitlaw's doubts concerning him. Before the circumstance of his visiting Mohana be dismissed, however, a trait of Jonathan Jefferson's ingenuity must be recorded, as it may assist in the development of his interesting character. To any other boy of his age, the close inquiries of Clio would probably have proved exceedingly embarrassing, but he baffled them completely, and that almost by a single word. "That's altogether new, Jonathan," said his puzzled aunt, "for you to go and take the fine folks out of their boats, and bring 'em to walk about in the bush, just to keep you company. What for did that man come to you? Tell me, Jonathan, will you?" "He came on shore, aunt, to look for some dreadful fine moss that he says grows hereabouts, to give his mocking-bird that was sick." "And did he find it, Jonathan?" "No, Aunt Cli, because the bell rang, and he was obliged to run back before he had done look for it." What the secret motive might be which led this very intelligent young citizen to conceal the visit of Colonel Dart from his indulgent aunt, who, as he very well knew, unfailingly approved of everything he did, I have never been able to ascertain. Perhaps it was the result of having watched those dignified concealments of his father, one instance of which has been recently mentioned, or it might originate solely in that instinctive fear of getting into trouble with which the inhabitants of the United States so often appear to be haunted. If this be so, it may unquestionably be classed as one of the kind provisions of nature, which is often found to furnish those creatures with the power of defence who are peculiarly exposed to danger. And in a country where one half of the intercourse between man and man consists in asking questions, the faculty which teaches to evade them may well be classed as a blessing. On this occasion, young Jonathan's little invention was perfectly successful. Aunt Cli asked no more questions, and the visit of Colonel Dart was entirely forgotten, except by the object of it. Meanwhile, the labours of the indefatigable Clio seemed involuntarily and almost unconsciously to relax. She felt that she was no longer at home. "It aren't our own now," was a frequent phrase, and a more frequent thought, and excepting that she continued to tend the store and milk the cow, and cook a spell and wash a little, Clio would have been positively idle. All the leisure, however, which this change in her habits left her, was fully occupied by listening to and answering all the questions of Portia and the boy respecting what they should find at Mount Etna. Though Clio, in truth, knew no more about the place than themselves, the habit of resorting to her at all times and seasons, whether for aid, advice, or instruction, was so strong that had a person born and bred on the spot they were to inhabit been present with them, it is probable that every inquiry concerning it would still have been addressed to Clio. For some days after the departure of Whitlaw, the time passed pleasantly enough. They had plenty to eat and to talk about, and not too much to do, but by degrees they began to find themselves embarrassed. Some of their articles of sale in the store were exhausted, and the steamboats passed on without stopping, for the last cord of wood was sold. Just at this critical juncture, when they began to feel themselves almost desolate with their liberty and their idleness, the great man returned, and in a moment everything was again in a state of activity. 2 men landed with him. One of these, a young fellow under 20, the future proprietor of Mohana Creek and all Mr. Whitlaw's improvements, was the son of the major who had made the bargain, and who thought he had nobly provided for him and a penniless girl of 16 whom he had just married, by placing them, as he observed, at a capital station and store where they would be sure to take dollars if the fever did not chance to take them. But, at any rate, sons what married that fashion must be provided for one way or another. The other companion of Whitlaw appeared to await his orders, which were promptly given, and while the young bridegroom, with an air melancholy enough, stood gazing around upon the improved but still most wretched-looking abode, they went together into the store, to which Clio was summoned to follow them, and began their business without delay. "Hand us down all them notions on that side, Cli, and I'll set to work upon this quarter. Take care of the dry goods, don't let them domestics get rumpled up that fashion, and mind the baccy and the candles and the whiskey. Lay every notion together with its like, and mix nothing. And now, Squire Higgins, get your writing tackle ready and begin." Jonathan Whitlaw then began calling over all the remaining stock of his store, a complete inventory and valuation of which was made out and signed by Squire Higgins. This operation, together with copying the whole, took about 4 hours, after which the 3 men each swallowed about half a pint of whisky, and then the 2 strangers departed together by the forest path. Whitlaw's first words after they were gone were, "Now give me a lot of supper, Clee, and then I'll tell you what to do next." Curiosity as well as goodwill brought a plentiful meal upon the original deal table without delay. Portia, however, sat as still and as silent as if made of wax, to which material, allowing for a light tinge of blue instead of red in her complexion, she bore a strong resemblance, while Jonathan Junior stood eyeing his father from as great a distance as the room permitted, for he had not yet been addressed as JJ, and thought it safest not to approach. But Clio, bold in usefulness and good humour, after spreading forth the substantial meal in her very best manner, sat smilingly down opposite her imperious brother, and said cheerfully, "Well, bub, and what am I to do next?" "Drink this," answered the master of the shanty, pushing his own whisky cup towards her. "Drink now, Clee, if you never drink again, to the good luck and prosperity of Mount Etna." Clio obeyed, and having swallowed about a spoonful of the noxious decoction, which unadulterated is strange to the lips of women as familiar to those of the men of America, she looked to her brother as if for permission, and then passed the cup to the pale Portia, and with a good-humoured nod repeated the words she was to say. "And the boy?" said Whitlaw, looking round for him. "Where's the great scholar that is to be? Come along, JJ, and drink the toast." Thus encouraged, Jonathan Jefferson stood forth, and accepting the pledge, did such zealous honour to it that even his father was fain to cry out, "Hold, enough!" No sooner had this ceremony been duly performed than the abdicating Lord of the Creek again addressed his Prime Minister Clio. "10 years ago and a bit, Clee, and we stood first upon this here very spot of ground, only there was no rafters above our heads. Do you mind that first sight, sis? How I told you both that we could only get a spell of sleep turn and turn about? That was the first night, and this will be the last we shall ever sleep or wake at Mohana Creek. And this last will be like that first, for except poor Porchy there, who can't do much more waking than sleeping, and the boy who has got the whisky in his head already, we must go to bed no more than if we expected the bears and the wolves as we did them. For 'tis by the first steamer that will pass tomorrow that I calculate upon shipping you off to Natchez. There you must bide a spell at the Eagle, till I give word to start for Mount Etna. But as I've sold all here, I expect we must buy all there, and if the new things pay me as well as the old, it will do. The Major was in a bit of a bustle, I guess, to locate the young ones off at once, but that's no business of mine. Howsomever, we couldn't bargain it for the hogs. I aren't going to make bacon out of other folks' fat, when I can have my own for the driving. So, ladies, you'll start without me and the boy. JJ and I will drive Suck Cherry and the hogs overland to Mount Etna as soon as we've seed you two off, and all the notions that you don't mean to leave behind must be done packed before sunrise, mind that." Clio was too much accustomed to labour early and late, and to forget herself and her own comfort on all occasions, to express or to feel the least discomposure at this sudden warning. Having first seen Portia and young Jonathan in bed, she set to work heartily, and all the notions of all the Whitlaws were done packed by sunrise. All the notions at least save one, and the history of that one I must recount, as it demonstrates rather a sentimental trait in Clio's character. That article of the family possessions not included in the night's packing was the original suit in which the destitute squatter had arrived at the creek, and in which he had performed the first hard and persevering labour which had laid the foundation of the present rising state of the Whitlaw race. This suit, having been at length condemned by the wearer as incapable of further service, was by him thrown into an obscure corner of the hovel, and it was only with the morning light that Clio discovered the well-known relics. "These shan't be left behind, nohow," she exclaimed, catching them up from the dark corner in which they reposed, and hastening to the platform of logs on which the whole family were assembled, She seized upon a sack not fully crammed, and deposited them within it, just as the expected steamer came in sight. Whitlaw stood beside her as she did so, and as soon as she had completed the operation, he placed his axe, still good and true, in her hands, saying in an accent which spoke some sympathy with her feelings, "Don't mislay nor overlook this, neither, Cli. This is the true friend that has made my fortune, and though neither he nor I shall have to work so hard again maybe, yet we don't choose to be parted." The next moment the steam was idly hissing in the air, and in another the two passengers and their uncouth baggage were on board. The sigh with which young Jonathan witnessed the departure of his aunt without him almost amounted to a sob. It was a fine thing, certainly, to know that he was going to leave the creek behind him for ever, but to have left it in a steamboat would have been so much finer still. One circumstance, however, almost reconciled him to the privation. This was the seeing his mother and aunt take their places among the passengers on the deck. Then, after all, they won't see the cabin, he exclaimed, and maybe they might have expected me to bide by 'em up there. Greatly lightened in spirit by this reflection, he turned to follow his father, and in half an hour afterward his native hut was left in the hands of its new proprietor, and my hero, followed by his father, and preceded by Sir Cherry and a score of fat hogs, leashed together like hounds, and kept in tolerably good marching order by Watch, the old partner of their emigration, took for the last time that forest path which it was the glory of his father to have made. Some apology may be due to the reader for having so long detained him in a scene which has so little to excite either interest or sympathy, but the character as well as the history of my hero would have been incomplete without it. We have now to transport his family to their new dwelling, and having established them there, we shall pass more rapidly over the next few years, that we may at once bring him to a period when the business of life begins. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of the Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw by Frances Trollope. Chapter 5. The new habitation purchased by Jonathan Whitlaw at the distance of 7 miles from Natchez, though it was, as he very accurately described it, well cleared of everything resembling a tree, was nevertheless, whatever he might think of it, considerably more in the bush than New Orleans. To speak correctly, Mount Etna was itself not bush, which in the language of the country means uncleared ground, though it was surrounded in every direction but one with forest as primeval as that he had left behind him at Mohana Creek. But the clearing in that one direction did in truth make all the difference imaginable, for, in the first place, it opened upon various paths leading to a variety of not very distant dwellings, and the principal of these paths was a good sound corduroy road all the way to Natchez. In the next place, this near clearing was in part occupied by a settlement of some years' standing, separated from that of Whitlaw only by a few acres of forest, through which ran the boundary line of the two properties, and which contained within itself so many essential elements of good neighbourhood that it was able more effectually to neutralize the evils usually consequent upon living in the bush than all the mere clearing in the world. This settlement, already known for many miles round, had been named Reichland by the German proprietor, who, about 5 years before, had taken possession of it as a poor man, but who was now in a very fair way to becoming a rich one. Frederick Steinmark was the youngest of a large family of the secondary class of nobility in Bavaria. His father, himself a colonel of dragoons, had successively placed 5 hopeful sons to cut their way to doubtful fortune in his own profession. But Frederick, having very early charged himself with a wife, accepted the offer of his eldest brother, who had married an heiress of large landed property in Westphalia, to settle himself as the cultivator of one of the large farms acquired by his marriage, and sufficiently near the lady's baronial mansion to ensure the strongly attached brothers easy and constant intercourse. Frederick Steinmark was of a character so essentially exalted in itself that whatever station he had filled must have received, rather than conferred, dignity by his belonging to it. As a cultivator of the ground, he was at once the most active, persevering, patient, and enterprising. His clear and commanding intellect showed itself inevitably in all he did, but its application was always regulated by a species of practical good sense, which those who did not fully comprehend his character were often surprised to find in a man whose speculations were of so lofty a nature. For several years after the marriage of the two brothers, which took place within the same year, their vicinity was a source of the truest happiness to both. But a circumstance then occurred which, though it rather increased rather than lessened the mutual esteem and affection which existed between them, completely poisoned the pleasure of their daily intercourse. The Baroness and her humbler sister both presented a son to their husbands within the first year of their marriage. This formed at first a sort of tie between them, so numberless were the little circumstances interesting to the one which were infallibly interesting to the other also. But it was in fact the only one, for nature never formed two beings less calculated to assimilate than the haughty, artificial, cold-hearted Baroness Caroline von Oberkumpfer and the gentle, simple, good and kind Mary Smith, whose unaffected natural graces had captivated the heart of the young Frederick Steinmark in one of those rambles to England which neither a slender purse nor the necessity of devoting himself to some profession had prevented the ardent-minded young man from making to most of the countries of Europe. The Baron Steinmark loved and valued his charming sister-in-law as she deserved, but not all his influence could prevent his lady from treating her as almost a servile dependent, and nothing but the devoted love which Mary bore her husband could have enabled her to endure year after year the series of petty impertinences which the weak but wilful-minded Baroness delighted to inflict. Unfortunately for Mary, the high respect, perfect love, and entire esteem felt for her by her husband produced an effect respecting the intercourse between the sisters exactly the reverse of what they ought to have done. For his noble sister he had so utter and profound a contempt that for years it never entered into his imagination that his intelligent, right-thinking wife could be other than an object of respect and deference to her. Frederick Steinmark was absent-minded to excess. Innumerable circumstances daily passed before his eyes without his being in the least degree conscious of them, and from the hour they married, Mary had never in a single instance called his attention, which, absent as he was, could ever be roused by her, to what was likely to give him pain. When at length, therefore, accident chanced to open his eyes at once and for ever to the fact that the woman he revered and loved was the object of the most insolent contempt to his brother's rich and noble but most silly wife, his resolution was at once taken. He decided irrevocably upon leaving his farm and the neighbourhood. The Baron knew his brother too well to believe for a moment that it would be possible to shake his resolution. There had long been a sort of tacit understanding between him and Mary on the subject of the Baroness. Upon every occasion on which her insolence broke out in his presence, his respect and affection appeared to be redoubled, and though not a word was said on the subject, the keeping the unsuspicious Frederick from perceiving it became a mutual object. It would but delay the narrative unnecessarily were I to recount the particulars of the scene which at length opened Frederick's eyes to the position which his wife held in the estimation of the haughty Baroness. Her son and heir, who was moreover her only child, was an agent in it, and had Mary wanted any reason, beyond her husband's will, to reconcile her to leaving her comfortable home, it would have been furnished by the fear that the Baron's anger towards the boy, if often called forth in the same way, might generate a feeling between the father and son deeply injurious to the happiness of both. One long evening's confidential conversation with his brother sufficed to decide whither Frederick and his family should betake themselves in search of a new home. The years of union which had given one son to the Baron had brought 4 boys and a girl to Frederick, and the future destination of these precious boys had already become a theme of anxious speculation to him. No sooner had he decided upon leaving the protection and immediate neighborhood of his brother than the idea of the New World suggested itself, as offering the best hope not only for the immediate support but for the ultimate provision of his family. When he first named it, however, the Baron vehemently opposed the project, which he declared had less of kindness and of wisdom in it than he had looked for. But the scheme had taken strong possession of Frederick's mind, and never through their lives had the elder ever found it possible to resist the forcible eloquence of the younger brother on any point upon which it had been fervently employed. So, ere they parted, the German noble, though sorely against his inclination, felt himself obliged to avow that if he were able to persuade this enterprising brother to abandon his American project, he had no power to propose a better. The financial arrangements were soon settled between them, for no difficulties arose but such as were generated by a struggle of liberality. It was settled that the Baron should himself become the purchaser of all his brother's large stock, as well as of the furniture and improvements of the house and premises. Beyond this, nothing could persuade Frederick to go in accepting the urgent offers of his wealthy brother, who, either as a gift or a loan, was most anxious to press upon him such a sum as he thought might secure him from every inconvenience in the prosecution of his enterprise. But strong as were the feelings which led to this expedition, they had not driven Frederick Steinmark to undertake a mode of life in which he was ignorant. At least all the information that books could give on the subject was familiar to him, and he well knew that the sum he could command was fairly sufficient to afford every facility to a settler whose intention it was to bring up his family in habits of active industry. In the month of March 18 , Frederick Steinmark, his wife, and 5 children arrived at New Orleans, and in less than a month afterwards they were inhabiting a large and partially cleared estate which they had purchased near Natchez. From that period to the month of August, 8 years afterwards, at which time my hero and his family became their neighbours, not a year, not a month, perhaps not a day, had passed which had not tended to improve the house and estate of Reichland, and though no slave had ever worked for a single hour upon it, the land was held to be the best cultivated and the most productive in the neighbourhood. But notwithstanding this success, the task of settling a European family in a forest of Louisiana had not been performed without privations and annoyances of many kinds, but these chiefly fell upon Mary, and were met and conquered with a degree of quiet resolution which robbed them of half their evil power. The situation of the Steinmark family was in truth exactly that best calculated to encounter the hazards of emigration with advantage. In addition to health of mind and body, they brought to the task zeal, courage, industry, patience, and perseverance, together with both knowledge and money enough to spare them the necessity of enduring the first dreadful destitution of all things, which those who enter the forest with the axe alone must abide, or the mortification, almost greater still, of bestowing labour and care in vain because ignorantly. When it was known at Reichland that a family of newcomers had arrived at Mount Etna, the first thought which took possession of the whole Steinmark household was, "What can we do to help them?" "They cannot have any milk yet, mother, or at any rate any butter," observed Lotta Steinmark, who, at the age of 11, was dairywoman-in-chief of Reichland. "May I send over 2 of my pretty pats that I churned last night? Fritz will take them for me." "And a loaf, Lottchen, may be welcome too, I think," replied her mother. "Nobody can bake in a moment. Go, Fritz, and you, Karl, go too," she continued, addressing her 2 eldest sons. "Take the loaf and some of Lotta's butter, and ask if there is anything we can do to assist them." End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of The Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne Spiegel. The Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw by Frances Trollope. Chapter 6. The friendly embassy from Reichland found the Whitlaw family in a state of great confusion. But this was occasioned quite as much by their amazement at finding themselves the inhabitants of a house with 4 rooms beside the store, and 3 of them with real glass windows, as from any embarrassment caused by the absence or disorder of the ordinary comforts of existence. Those who have been well broken into the system expressively designated "getting along," have at least this advantage over the rest of the human race, namely, that nothing which can befall them can ever put them much out of their way. In addition to this, Portia and Clio were, at the very instant the young Steinmarks entered, laboring to stretch their minds to the comprehension that 7 chairs, 4 tables, 3 crocks, 2 spiders, 6 plates, 4 cups, etc., 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 which Jonathan Sr. and Jonathan Jr. were unloading from the cart at the door, were really and truly all for their own use and benefit. So that, instead of a moment of distress, it was a moment of triumph, and when Fritz, in an accent of kindness and almost of compassion, said, addressing Whitlaw, "Can we help you, sir?" Clio burst into an irresistible chuckle of delight at this first opportunity of display, and exclaimed with one of her happiest and broadest grins, "Look here, boys!" The 2 lads, however, altogether mistook her meaning, but looking in the direction she pointed, at the comfortless cushion which surrounded her, and believing that they were called upon to pity it, replied at the same moment, "It must be very bad for you, indeed, but if you will tell us what to do, we can soon help to make it better." "Bad!" exclaimed Clio. "Now that beats the Union. But you look dreadful good-natured, and will give me a hand with the meal-tub anyhow, for I must be baking a morsel to eat, I expect, and t'other, maybe, will be looking up a few sticks for me, while my man Jonathan here seasons one of them fine new spiders with a little fresh water and a good rubbing." At this mention of bread baking, the young Carl displayed the treasures of his basket, saying, "My mother thought you would be too busy to bake directly, and so she sent me over with this." "Does your mother keep store, my lad?" said Whitlaw, coming forward. "I was told there was no store within 5 miles of Mount Etna." "I do not believe there is, sir," returned Fritz, who, suddenly recollecting the person he was speaking to was himself about to commence storekeeper for the whole region, comprehended in an instant the sort of alarm which his voice indicated, and the laughing blue eyes of the young German exchanged a furtive glance with his brother, as he added, "But though we do not keep a store, sir, we make bread, and we shall be very happy if you will accept a loaf of it, to save you the trouble of baking till you are a little settled." "Accept the loaf," said Whitlaw, taking it in his hands and examining its texture. "Why, it's wheat, and weighs a matter of 10 pounds. We shan't have no such bread for a while, maybe, to pay it back, my lad." "Oh, we shall not want it," said the young Carl, gaily, "for we are not going into a new house, you know." "Well, that's considerable civil of them that sent you, my lads, anyhow, and we must do a turn for it, I expect, when it's wanted." While this conversation was going on, the young Jonathan had been occupied by diving into the basket, and at length produced 2 half-pounds of Lottie's dainty butter, 1 in each hand, held with a tight grasp by his not very delicate fingers. The German boys again looked at each other, and prepared to depart. "And is that their elegant butter a free gift too?" exclaimed the delighted Clio, receiving it on a wooden platter from her nephew's hands. "Yes, surely," replied Fritz courteously, "if you will do my little sister the favor to accept it." "If that don't beat all nater!" exclaimed Clio again. "Well now, I do expect that we be come among lovely clever people. What do you say to this, Porchy? Isn't it one thing to come to Mohana Creek, and another to come to Mount Etna? If we don't have an elegant coffering tonight, I expect it will be our own fault." The good-humored boys had at least the pleasure of perceiving that their embassy was productive of great satisfaction to the party for whose benefit it was intended, and with this report they returned home, though in the delivery of it a little propensity to smile at the oddities of the newcomers displayed itself and produced a reproof from their mother. "I will be revenged of you for suspecting me of being inclined to laugh at poor hard-working country folks, mother mine," said the saucy Fritz, "for I will be present when you first see them yourself, and I know how you will try to look grave and kind, and yet be ready to laugh too." Fritz, however, was quite wrong. His mother felt not the least disposition to laugh when introduced to her new neighbors. It took her but a short time to understand them all very thoroughly, except the boy, and she confessed that the little Jonathan produced an unpleasant effect upon her, because his young head ever seemed to have within it more than he appeared willing to display. A peculiarity at his age which gave her, as she avowed, a sort of instinctive fear of the boy, though she knew not exactly why. Of the other members of the family her judgment was quickly and correctly formed. She considered Whitlaw as respectable for his active and persevering industry, Portia as pitiable for the hopeless languor of ill health which constantly oppressed her, and Clio as estimable and even admirable in no common degree, from the devotion of her attachment to her family, and the rare and complete absence of every species of selfishness. The coarse breeding of the whole party was no annoyance to her whatsoever. The refinement of Mary Steinmark lay not on the surface, and in this, as well as a multitude of other instances which had occurred since her residence in Louisiana, she fell without distaste into frequent and familiar intercourse with neighbors whose minds she knew could not comprehend the language of hers, and to whom therefore her mind never spoke, except in those few sentences of universal dialect which relate to domestic usefulness and household cares. The rest was for her husband and her children. Nor did she ever lament that the circle in which she was known and valued at her worth was not a larger one. It was some days before Frederick Steinmark chose to see either of his new neighbors, and it was longer still before he perceived anything about them sufficiently interesting to greatly awaken his attention. When Whitlaw first took possession of the place, his whole attention was directed to the arrangement and management of his large store, and perhaps the only affair of great and important interest to man on which Frederick Steinmark found it impossible to fix his attention was the business of a retail store. He had therefore in fact almost forgotten his new neighbor when Whitlaw himself made a visit to Reichland and desired to speak to the master. He was immediately ushered into a room exceedingly unlike any he had ever before entered, so much so indeed that, contrary to his usual habits, his business was for a moment forgotten as he looked around him. The room was large and lofty. The walls were neither papered nor plastered, but arranged neatly enough, with smooth deal boards, laid one over the other in the manner that shipwrights call clinker-built. The floor was covered with a peculiarly fine Indian matting, and the 4 large windows which opened upon a long glade of forest, well cleared, but still retaining a few scattered groups of fine trees, were furnished with blinds of the same beautiful manufacture, but of a still finer fabric. One side of the room was covered from the floor, nearly to the ceiling, with books. On another hung an admirable portrait of the Baron Steinmark, and on a table beneath it lay sundry unintelligible objects, mathematical instruments, models of agricultural implements, and several articles belonging to a chemical apparatus which Steinmark had been using. On one side stood an electrical machine, on the other a pair of large globes, while a variety of tables of all sorts and sizes in different parts of the room, some covered with needlework, others with implements for drawing, some prepared for writing, and some for reading, would have told a stranger more initiated into such mysteries than Whitlaw that the room was the usual habitation of a large family accustomed to occupation. The whole aspect of the apartment was, however, such as might very naturally surprise a backwoodsman who fancied he was come to visit a man of his own class. Had the intruder been less intelligent, he would have been less puzzled, but Whitlaw plainly perceived that there was present before his eyes much more than had ever been dreamed of in his philosophy, and, as before stated, a short space was occupied ere he entered upon the business which brought him there, in looking round upon these objects, which were alike new and incomprehensible. At length, however, he recovered the bold and pithy abruptness of his usual manner. "I expect maybe that you aren't much of a cultivator after all, but what I comed for, neighbor, was to ask which side of the hollow that lies in the bush between your lands and mine I should run my zigzag. But maybe you aren't competent to tell?" "Mr. Whitlaw, I presume," said Frederick Steinmark, rising to meet him. "The same, sir," was the reply. "I believe, sir, I shall be able to show you where your fence should be placed," resumed the German, whose union with an Englishwoman had made the language of America as familiar to him as his own. And going to one of the numerous tables, he took thence a small roll, which being opened, displayed a map of the estate of Reichland, the hollow, which was in fact an important watercourse, being very distinctly marked as within its boundary. Where my property ends, Mr. Whitlaw, I imagine that yours must begin, and therefore, as you perceive, your fence must run at the distance of 100 yards on the western side of the watercourse. Jonathan Whitlaw knew this perfectly well before he had made the present inquiry, but having, with his usual sagacity, perceived that this hollow, as he chose to term it, might by a little ingenuity be converted into a very valuable water privilege, he thought it was at least well worth the try, if he could not persuade his neighbor either that it belonged to him, or at any rate that, being a matter of no consequence, it could make no difference whether he included it within his fence or not. He now saw that upon the question of the boundary his neighbor was a match for him, but it did not follow that he must know the value of the bit upon which he had set his heart, and accordingly he proceeded to state his wishes, but with an air of the most perfect indifference. "Ah, well, that rough bit don't matter much, I expect, nor a yard or two of bush either, to such a large tract as yours, or mine either, for that matter. So if it don't make no difference to you, neighbor, I calculate that I'll run the zigzag on this side of the gap, just for the sake of 2 or 3 sugar maples that are scanty with me, but you've got bushels of 'em." "It is plain, Mr. Whitlaw," replied the German, with a good-humored smile, "that you are a stranger here as yet, or you would not consider my watercourse as so trifling a concern. In cultivating so large an estate as this with a small capital, it is necessary to do things by degrees. But I fully intend in about 2 years, when my boy will be old enough to undertake the business of a mill, to turn the drains of my plantations into that watercourse, and erect a mill over it, which, if I am not deceived in the quantity of water I expect to obtain, will be able to work 9 months out of 12. This unreserved exposure of plans and projects, in which it was by no means the custom of the country to indulge even to familiar friends, struck Whitlaw as a proof that however ably his neighbor might have conceived the scheme, which was, in truth, exactly the same as he had himself imagined, he was nevertheless but a soft man, who could not be very difficult to manage. When Steinmark ceased speaking, his visitor shook his head, and smiled with a look of much intelligence. "You're counting a little too fast there, master, I expect," he said. "No man as knows the country well would ever think of laying out good dollars on such a wild scheme as building a mill over that dry bit of a hollow. Howsomever, that's no business of mine, and I hope the ground will change its nature in time to accommodate your son. But if so be as this scheme isn't to be tried for 2 years to come, I calculate that you won't have no objection to my having the sugar maples till such time as you sets about your mill?" "The sugar maples are certainly not of much consequence, being in great abundance all around us," replied Steinmark. "But do you propose to enclose those you mentioned within your zigzag?" "Well, then, I think I may as well, and at any rate a zigzag is easily moved at any time," returned Jonathan Whitlaw. There was such a fund of deep-seated, genuine frankness and honor in the character of Frederick Steinmark, that it was not very easy to awaken suspicion within him. But Whitlaw's cool assumption of his consent to enclose a valuable part of his property within his own fence was too plain an indication of his spirit to be mistaken, and it was therefore with equal promptness and decision that the master of the house replied, "No, Mr. Whitlaw, your fence must not enclose my property, but only your own, sir." Whitlaw, as we have seen, was shrewd, and in most things which regarded his interest, a right-judging man. But on this occasion he had found himself at fault, and then blundered most egregiously. Accustomed, as all men must be whose lives are spent in turning everything to profit, to judge quickly and act promptly, the wits of the proprietor of Mount Etna had not been idle during the interval in which he was occupied in taking note of the singular phenomena which surrounded him on entering Frederick Steinmark's apartment. He knew little, it is true, of the use and destination of most of the objects he saw there, but he immediately concluded that the man whose hours were spent in occupations, of which he himself knew nothing, was likely enough to be ignorant, in his turn, of those points of human wisdom of which he knew a great deal. What should he know of a water privilege, was the reflection that occurred to him, as he contemplated the various gimcracks, which to him had greatly the appearance of playthings, with which the room was filled. No more than a pickaninny nigger, I'll be bound for it, and thereupon followed the short conversation that has been related. Frederick Steinmark rose as he spoke the concluding words, and there was that in his aspect which showed Whitlaw however little he had been accustomed to study such a one, that the conference was ended, and nothing to be hoped from the ignorance or folly of the owner of Reichland. The feeling of vexation and resentment with which this conviction was accompanied might appear greater than the occasion could account for, were the state of Whitlaw's mind as he left the house to be fully described. That a man should inwardly swear to take vengeance against a neighbor solely because he chose to retain a portion of that which was his own, might be deemed unnatural, yet so it was, and neither time nor reflection ever removed from Whitlaw's mind the conviction that he was an oppressed and injured man, that Frederick Steinmark had used him ill, and that he had the right, as well as the will, to revenge himself for it at every convenient opportunity. The schism between the heads of the two families did not, however, in any degree destroy the friendly feeling which the constant performance of kind offices on the one side, and the easy acceptance of them on the other, occasioned. After a passing smile at the foolish fellow's saucy attempt to invade his property, Steinmark remembered it no more, and the only effect which the circumstance left on his feelings was, that he scarcely ever spoke of his new neighbor again. Clio was indeed the principal link between the two houses. Her excellent qualities were fully appreciated by every individual of the Steinmark family, and in return she would at any time have walked through scorching fire or freezing water to do them service. During the first few days of their intercourse, the 4 Steinmark boys made various good-natured advances to propitiate the friendship of Jonathan Jefferson, but the principle of repulsion was too strongly, though unconsciously, at work within the parties to permit anything like friendship to exist between them. The Steinmarks were all of them clever, intelligent lads. So, most certainly, was Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw, but it would be more precise for a Newton to feel and to find sympathy with a being of mind positively imbecile, than for honor, honesty, and sincerity to bind itself to wily cunning and to crafty meanness. The dislike of the Steinmarks for young Whitlaw only demonstrated itself, however, by a cessation of those little sociabilities with which at his first arrival he was always greeted by them whenever accident brought them together. Neighborly civility and ever-ready cheerful goodwill, whenever it was in their power to be useful, were still at the service of the whole Whitlaw family, but unless something of this sort was called for, the intercourse between them was not frequent. On the part of young Jonathan, the feeling of dislike was both stronger and more definite. He at once feared, envied, and despised the whole family, and he could, had it been necessary or profitable, have given excellent good reasons for each and all of these feelings. As it was, however, he deemed it wisest, discreetest, best, to say nothing about it, but to receive in peace and quietness the many little advantages which the good nature and liberality of their neighbors afforded him. There was nevertheless one point on which no calculations of interest appeared to interfere with the open and sincere avowal of his sentiments respecting Fritz, Karl, Hermann, and Heinrich Steinmark, and this was as to the mode of their education. Jonathan Jefferson had ascertained in his first conversation with Henrik, who was nearly his own age, that neither he nor any of his brothers had ever been at school, and the profound contempt this avowal generated must have had something agreeable and soothing in its nature, for never did young Jonathan sit down after he heard it with the intention of being particularly comfortable without alluding to it. Nor was the pleasant emotion produced by the mere mention of this parental neglect on the part of Frederick Steinmark the only advantage of which it was productive at Mount Etna. No sooner was the fact made known to Whitlaw than he determined at once upon sending young Jonathan to school, though the doing so would rob him of services which the active business of the store rendered daily more important. Neither was this the only measure which the spirit of rivalship accelerated in the Whitlaw family. Frederick Steinmark's large estate had not a single negro upon it. The labor it required was performed by himself and his boys, assisted by 2 German servants who had accompanied them from the fatherland. This again was a subject of unmitigated contempt and ridicule. In Louisiana, as Whitlaw remarked, nobody that was anybody would ever think of getting along without a slave. It was plain that, with all their big clearings and grand house, the Steinmarks were nothing but a set of beggarly, hard-working foreigners that did not know what it was to live like gentlemen and Americans. So Jonathan Whitlaw sent his son to a school at Natchez, where he was to be taught reading, writing, ciphering, and the sciences, for $15 a quarter. and moreover he purchased 2 stout negroes at the first market held for the sale of such commodities in his neighborhood. The materials for happiness must vary according to the nature of those for whom they are intended. There are some men to whom the acquisition of a slave would cause a feeling of shame, and there are some boys whose hearts would swell with sorrow at leaving for the first time a gentle mother's side to become one of the jarring elements which constitute a school. But in the case of the Whitlaws, both father and son experienced feelings of the most unequivocal delight from these circumstances. Instead of feeling shame, Jonathan Sr. swelled with pride each time his bold, triumphant eye met the fearful glance of the poor wretches he had purchased. And Jonathan Jr. had need of all his discretion to conceal the outward expression of the joy he felt at being within reach of daily watching the knaveries, cruelties, debaucheries, and drunkenness never absent where a slave population disgraces the soil, and which, if reports say true, may be found in as great fullness of abomination at Natchez as at any point in earth afflicted with this curse. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of The Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kay Hand. The Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw by Frances Trollope. Chapter 7. The following 8 years of the life of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw must be passed over very rapidly by his historian. Sometimes during this interval he was at school, but oftener constrained by his still prosperous father to take a spell of labor with him at Mount Etna. The youth, however, learned to read, to write, and to cast upon an account, and moreover he had been discovered at the seminary by his old steamboat acquaintance, Colonel Dart, who proved to be, as he had himself stated, a personage every way able to assist the youth in his meritorious wish of advancing his fortune. Colonel Dart possessed the largest estate and was much the largest slaveholder in the neighborhood of Natchez. As he was accounted a man of vast wealth, it must be presumed that his affairs were well managed, his overseers faithful and careful of his interest, and the numerous gangs of negroes who worked his plantations as well ordered as they were profitable. But though all this might be, and perhaps was the case, it is nevertheless a certain fact that Colonel Dart, though a bachelor and member of Congress to boot, did not always repose upon roses. Either from natural disposition or from having some secret cause of doubt and dread upon his mind, this gentleman passed his life in a state of gnawing anxiety which the worst flogged negro on his estate would have had no cause to envy. Many were the schemes he had imagined by which he might obtain private and accurate knowledge of all that was going on among the negroes themselves, and also among the white overseers appointed to superintend them. And the first idea suggested to him by the display of character he had witnessed in young Whitlaw was, that if he could get him sufficiently educated and attach him closely to his service by gratifying his avarice and ambition, the total dependence on his favor in which it would be easy to keep the son of a squatter might prove a better guarantee for his fidelity than any he had yet been able to put in action with the confidential clerks he had hitherto employed. This scheme was in some degree defeated by the improved condition of the Whitlaw family, but the idea of one day being able to convert to his own especial use and benefit the courage, activity, and spirit he had remarked in the boy was never lost sight of by the judicious planter, and he took care, during the time that young Jonathan passed at Natchez, to impress his observing mind with such a conviction of his wealth and generosity as to generate a most ardent desire on the part of the youth to live within the sunshine of his favor. But for several years Jonathan Sr. saw more certain profit to himself in keeping his son at home than in parting with him, and it was not till he was obliged to confess that the stripling was grown into a man that the desired arrangement took place. At the age of 18 and a half, Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw was a tall, handsome youth, with a quick, restless eye which rarely met that of the person he conversed with, thin lips, but a set of very fine teeth within them, a slow and deliberate manner of speaking, and an air of so much self-possession and confidence that he was supposed by all who saw him to be at least 2 years older than he really was. Great as was the desire of the youth himself to become one of Colonel Dart's family, it is probable that even then his father might have made some difficulty of parting with so useful and efficient a personage, had not such an alteration taken place in his own family as rendered the absence of his son rather convenient than otherwise. Poor Portia, instead of finding her health improved by her change of residence, fell into a dropsy within a few years after their arrival at Mount Etna, which in 3 months put an end to her languishing existence. Her death was certainly no great loss to anyone, and Mr. Jonathan Whitlaw soon conceived hopes that it would prove to him a source of gain. One of the most constant customers at his store was a Miss Belinda Tompkins, a young lady of about 35 years of age, who had recently, by the death of an uncle, become the owner of 3 stout male and 2 female negroes. This noble inheritance immediately attracted the attention of the neighborhood, and more than one owner of a settlement who lacked sufficient hands to work it were meditating an attack upon the heiress's heart. But the prompt measures of the widower baffled them all, and Miss Belinda avowed her readiness to become Mrs. Whitlaw II, on condition that the big son that the poor woman what was gone had left behind her should not be kept at home everlasting to trouble her. Poor Clio heard not of this condition, or it might have broken her heart, but it was complied with on the part of the father, and thus was Jonathan Jefferson left at liberty to accept the noble offers made him by his patron, and to become the inmate of a mansion infinitely finer than the finest steamboat on the river. Colonel Dart had hitherto spoken but vaguely to his young friend of the duties which it would be his special task to fulfill, and it was not till they met at breakfast on the day following young Whitlaw's admission as an inmate at Paradise Plantation that he began to enter upon the explanation of his wishes in a manner sufficiently clear and precise to give the confidential clerk a definite idea of what they would be. The time was well chosen for ensuring the willing obedience of the happy youth to any commands that could be laid on him. The display of Colonel Dart's breakfast table might have bribed a spirit less pliant to follow wherever interest led than that of Jonathan Jefferson. The early and delicious spring of that southern climate had already brought a world of bright and beautiful flowers into blossom in the spacious garden upon which the breakfast room opened. A group of luxuriant orange trees sent their fragrance through the large windows, and the flocks of green birds that ventured to hang upon the branches of the locust trees, while they pecked the insects from their bark, looked like the brightest emeralds in Aladdin's enchanted garden. The whole scene indeed was one of luxury and wealth. The breakfast table was spread with dainties, of which the most elegant drams made a part, and the great man who was the envied lord of all sat opposite young Jonathan, courteously pressing him to partake the good cheer, and treating him so completely as his equal and friend, that it is not surprising if the happy youth received every word which fell from his lips as if he had been listening to the law and the prophets. It was thus the dialogue ran. "You find yourself more pleasant here, Jonathan, than at the wooding station or at the store either, I guess? I expect you would not over well approve to go back again." "No, Colonel, I calculate that would not suit me in no way. I practice, you shall find that an American citizen knows how to be grateful. And after all, Jonathan, what can I do with my money unless it is to reward a true friend? What family have I got, Jonathan, to trouble myself about? 6 yellow girls and their brats. They may be mine, or they may be another man's. I'm sure I don't care a cent whether they're mine or not, provided I've the privilege of owning them. Therefore you may see, my dear boy, that there's a fine opening at Paradise Plantation for a bold young fellow that would prove himself my friend." Young Whitlaw sucked in the honeyed sweetness of those vague but glorious words, and raising his eyes to those of the colonel, with a more fixed and steady glance than was usual with him, he replied, "Try me, Colonel, and maybe you'll find me worth something." End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kay Hand. The Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw by Frances Trollope. Chapter 8. The 8 years which had produced some important changes in the Whitlaw family had not passed without leaving their marks behind them over the inhabitants of Reichland. Fritz, the eldest son, had persuaded his father, though not without difficulty, to permit his trying his fortune with a merchant in Philadelphia, in whose counting-house he had been placed with a considerable premium by his uncle. For neither time nor the reiterated assurances of Frederick Steinmark that money was in no way required for the prosperity of himself and his family could prevent the Baron's affection and liberality from showing themselves whenever he could find or invent an excuse for making a remittance. Karl, for the last 5 years, had been in possession of a well-constructed and most profitable mill, situated exactly at that point of the hollow way where the maple trees grew which Jonathan Whitlaw had so greatly wished to enclose. Hermann was his father's right hand, and his right arm too, in the management of the farm, but Heinrich, the pale and meditative Heinrich, though only 5 years old when transplanted to the soil on which he grew, still had the air of an exotic. It was not that the climate disagreed with him, for though he looked delicate and was too tall for his age, having had the full stature of a man when he had the muscle of only 17 years to support it, he was not in bad health, but, as his mother used to say, Heinrich's imagination had never got acclimated. The history, the music, the literature of his own country were the funds from which he drew all the ideas which constituted his happiness. Heinrich was the only one of the family who, in reply to the constant inquiries of the Baron Steinmark, whether he could send nothing from the old world which might assist in making their retired abode more agreeable, had boldly answered, "Yes. Books, dearest uncle, German books, and engravings of the hills and valleys of our fatherland, and songs such as our peasants sing when they are dressing their vines. Send me these, dear uncle, and I will pray for you. I will pray that not even in your dreams you may change the dearly loved landscapes of your own storied land for such dark and dreary forests as those amidst which we live." It was thus Heinrich had more than once written to the Westphalian Baron, and in return he not only received the gifts he asked, but with them an earnest invitation to recross the ocean and return to his protection in the land of his birth. The thought of this return caused a joy so vehement in the breast of the enthusiastic boy that he dared not trust himself to express it, but placing the letter in his father's hand, he hastened to hide himself in the woods, and only reappeared when he thought he could listen to the paternal decision on the answer to be given to it with a proper degree of external composure. That answer very nearly killed him, for it was a negative. Frederick Steinmark could not endure to think that a child of Mary's should be exposed to the possible insolence of the Baroness, and, totally unconscious of the blow he was giving, he returned the letter into the hands of Heinrich as soon as he saw him, quietly saying, "No, Heinrich, Europe is no longer the home of my family, nor can I permit that one should be severed from the rest. You would find no second mother, my boy, in the Baroness Steinmark." The subject was alluded to no more, excepting in those occasional moments of unreserved intercourse with his sister, which formed the only charm of his present existence. Lottie sympathized with him, and this sympathy probably prevented the blow from being mortal. And what had the 8 last years done for Lottie? They had turned a fair-haired, bright-eyed little girl into one of the loveliest nymphs that poetry ever fabled, or that nature ever formed. Her features had all the beautiful regularity of her mother's, but her loveliness was more derived from a look that recalled the sweet and meditative countenance of her father than from all the brightness with which youth and beauty had adorned her. There was fascination in her eye, enchantment in her smile, and when that look of gentle thoughtfulness stole upon her face which nature had made so remarkable in that of Steinmark, there was a charm, a holiness, an intellect in her beauty that made her, even to the accustomed eyes of her family, appear almost too fair for earth. This being, so beyond measure lovely, so pure, so innocent, so good, so guileless, this peerless treasure of the noble forester, unknowingly attracted the attention of the young Jonathan, while strolling with her brother Heinrich in one of the green glades left by the taste of her father amidst their cotton grounds. The intercourse between the houses of Mount Etna and Reichland had nearly ceased since the second marriage of Whitlaw. The bride found nothing to attract her in the manner of her German neighbors. They owned no slaves, and wore no finery, while on the other hand every member of the Steinmark family thought the time better employed in attending to the various duties allotted to each, than in listening to Mrs. Whitlaw's expression of pity at the sufferings they must endure in consequence of not owning any niggers. The good Clio, however, still continued to walk over to the farm whenever she could be spared from the store, just to see how they all went on, and the kindly welcome she received from Mary and her beautiful daughter whenever she appeared, made these stolen visits become one of her best consolations in the absence of her still idolized nephew, and the presence of her indolent and very insolent sister-in-law. If Jonathan Jefferson felt contempt for the Steinmark family before he became an inmate of Paradise Plantation, it will be readily believed that this contempt was multiplied 1,000-fold afterwards. He was in truth become a very great man, not only in his own estimation, but in that of all the slaves, and a great many of the young ladies of Natchez. And whenever it happened that he encountered either of the young Germans during his occasional visits to Mount Etna, he invariably looked at them and their rustic dresses with the most minute attention, but without betraying the least consciousness that he had ever seen them before. It was about 6 months after his promotion to the honorable situation of Colonel Dart's confidential clerk that he obtained, without being seen himself, an undisturbed stare at Lottie Steinmark. Young Jonathan was far from insensible to the influence of female beauty, and though not particularly well qualified to appreciate what was most lovely, even in the personal attractions of this charming girl, he nevertheless speedily came to the conclusion that she was by far the most beautiful creature he had ever seen. He suffered the brother and sister to pass on, however, without emerging from his hiding place, and then turned and walked slowly towards Mount Etna, pondering upon the possibility of presenting himself on the footing of a friendly visitor at a house which he had not entered for the last 7 years, and before people to whom he had at every possible opportunity shown all the impertinence in his power. It is no trifling proof of the boldness and hardihood of the youth's character that he decided, while these disqualifying recollections crowded upon him, not to return to Paradise Plantation till he had renewed his acquaintance with the Steinmark lads, and opened the way to an intercourse with their beautiful sister. He was willing, however, to remove some of the difficulties of the enterprise if possible, and accordingly, upon entering the enlarged and beautified mansion of his father, which was now never without the dignity of sundry half-naked negro children round the door, he dispatched a sable messenger into the house with orders to bring Aunt Clee to him. Joyful as ever, she came at his bidding. "You wants me, my darling?" said she, wiping the hands that had been cutting cheese and bacon on her apron. "You wants me, Jonathan dear? What can I do for thee?" "Why, that's more than I can say, Aunt Clee," returned the enamoured youth, "but something must be done, or I shall go crazy. Do you know Lottie Steinmark since she's been grown a woman?" "Do I know her, Jonathan? Why, isn't she the dearest little soul to me next to yourself in the whole Union?" "Indeed, that's jam then. Aunt Clee, I'm in love with her. What do you say to that? I'm mad for love of her, and you must bring us together if you die the minute after." "My!" exclaimed Clio, with a grin of the greatest delight. "If that bean't the best bit of news I've heard this many a day. Well, now, Jonathan darling, I'd rather go to your wedding with Lottie Steinmark for your bride than see you married to the heiress of 50 niggers." The young lover whistled Yankee Doodle. "I had indeed. I'm right down sure she'd be clever to me." "Make yourself decent, Aunt Clee," said the young man without answering her remark, "and walk over with me to the house. Move quick, do you hear? And say nothing to nobody." Though a multitude of affairs must be given up the while, Clio could not refuse to comply with a request so every way agreeable, and in a few minutes she was trotting at a brisk pace after Jonathan as he strode away towards Reichland. Ere they had gone many steps, however, the youth turned suddenly round to her, saying, "Where do the old folks keep? I've no call to see them, you know. If I bide in the orchard a spell, can't you go in and bring the girl out to me to take a walk for a bit, or something of that sort?" Clio looked up wistfully in his face, and seemed loath to utter a word that should check him, but yet somehow she did not in her heart think she could bring Lottie out to walk with Jonathan in the orchard. "Well now, Jonathan dear, I expect they might think that funny like, mightn't they? She's a shy young thing, that pretty Lottie, and maybe now you're growed such an unaccountable noble-looking man of a boy, she mightn't think it first-rate decent to run after you into the orchard, Jonathan." "That's all flum, Aunt Clee. People like them, that can't even keep a nigger to help them, had better not be after giving themselves airs, I can tell 'em. However, I expect you know the whole kit of them best. Which way had we better get at her?" "Well now, darlin', I don't think we can do anything more likely than just to walk in like, as I do by myself, and say, 'How d'ye get along?' or summat of that sort, or else just be after asking them to give or to loan you a thing or two, and then they'll be sure to be joyous to see us." "I ask them to give or loan me anything? Now do just look at them and me, Aunt Clee, and then say what they've got to loan me. That's all fudge, and just shows their poverty pride. I should like to let them see my home at Paradise Plantation, with 500 niggers that all look fit to drop, if I do but turn my eye upon them. They loan me." "Well now, Jonathan, say no more about the loaning, but just walk straight in and see how it will be." They had by this time nearly reached the richly scented portico that ran around the house, and into which the general sitting room opened. All further discussion concerning the manner of their entrance was rendered unnecessary, for Lottie herself was standing before the open window, assisting Heinrich to fasten the branches of a clematis, heavy with blossoms, upon the rustic trellis work that surrounded the portico. The impudence of Jonathan very nearly failed him, and he felt a pretty considerable strong inclination to run away, but the honest confidence of the simple-minded Clio came to his aid, and he manfully stood his ground beside her, as she walked up to the beautiful Lottie, who welcomed her most kindly. Neither the brother nor sister, however, had the slightest idea who the tall stripling might be, who, dressed in the height of New Orleans elegance, stood bowing with a strange mixture of bashfulness and audacity beside her. It was some minutes before it entered Clio's head that it was possible Lottie and Heinrich should not know her nephew Jonathan, but as soon as the fact became manifest to her capacity, she performed the ceremony of introduction by saying, "Well now, I do believe you have downright forgotten Jonathan, both of you, and no wonder, seeing he's growed so dreadful handsome and so tall and grand like. But 'tis Jonathan, Lottie. Won't you shake hands with him?" "Father and mother will be glad to see you, Clio," replied Lottie, colouring slightly, and making a movement toward the open window. "I think they are both here." This palpable evasion of the offered courtesy of handshaking, seconded as it was by a brisk action of the youth's right hand the instant his aunt's agreeable proposal reached his ears, produced an effect both on his nerves and temper by no means favourable to the grace of his entry by the open window. He had to do it, however, and following his aunt, and the beautiful object of his admiration and anger, he suddenly found himself in the presence also of Frederick Steinmark, Mary, Carl, and Herman. The day was Sunday, and the whole family had the air of enjoying the pleasant idleness and unbroken intercourse with each other which it permitted. Frederick indeed was reading, but the two sons were seated on each side of the mother, and both seemed enjoying the pleasure of a very lively conversation, in which she was taking part with as much animation as either of them. "Here's Clio, mother, come to see us," said Lottie as she entered. "And here is our Jonathan," said Clio, stopping short in her advance toward Mary, till the young man had reached her side. "Aren't he growed, mistress?" "Very much grown, Clio," answered Mary kindly, and turning to Jonathan she asked him to sit down with a civility which quite surprised him. He gave her credit, however, for conquering feelings and resentments respecting him, which in truth it had never entered into her heart to conceive. She had heard there was a young Whitlaw, and that young Whitlaw was gone to school, but further than this her memory retained no single idea concerning him. And even this was, probably, more than Frederick Steinmark knew or even remembered about him. He raised his eyes from his book, however, and with his own sweet smile nodded a welcome to the worthy Clio. "My nephew, Master Steinmark, sir," said Clio, pushing Jonathan a little towards him. Frederick again raised his eyes, but it was evident that he was puzzled concerning the identity of the smart youth who stood before them, and with that guilty consciousness of inattention which absent people often betray, he looked towards his wife and sons to assist him out of his embarrassment, or, if that were impossible, to at least relieve him from doing the honours of his house to a guest of whose existence he could not recall the slightest recollection. Confident, however, from old experience of receiving the aid his expressive look demanded, he resumed his occupation, and, impossible as the thing appeared to Jonathan Jefferson, totally forgot that he was in the room. Not so Carl, Hermann, or Heinrich. The occasional impertinences of their visitor to themselves were certainly not wholly forgotten, but his presence recalled ideas infinitely more disagreeable and more disadvantageous to him than any remembrances connected merely with themselves. Though the young Steinmarks associated as little as well possible with the inhabitants of Natchez, the necessary sale of their produce, and the purchase of articles required in return, made it impossible that they should be altogether strangers there. Carl, too, in his vocation of miller, often found himself under the necessity of hearing more plantation gossip than was either interesting or agreeable, and from both his customers, and from the general report of Natchez, such a series of anecdotes had reached the brothers as proved that, either justly or unjustly, the young hero of my tale had already acquired as general a character for dissolute libertinism as it would have required at least twice his age to collect round any one name amidst the more slowly developed vices of Europe. Nor was this all. The charge of cruelty to the unhappy negroes into whose secret thoughts he was commissioned to penetrate, and whose slightest failings it was his hired service to betray, was spoken of with loathing and abhorrence even at Natchez. The hearts of the young Germans seemed to burn within them as Jonathan prepared to seat himself in the circle that pressed round their mother, and when drawing his chair next to that of Lottie, he began smilingly and familiarly to address her, No consideration of civility, nor even the accustomed deference to the presence of his parents, could control the feelings of the impetuous Karl, who, approaching his sister, abruptly said in a half-whisper, "Leave the room, Lottchen." And then, having stood between her and the object of his indignation till the door closed behind her, he replaced himself close beside his mother, turning his clear and almost fierce blue eyes upon the guest, with a look from which even the accomplished effrontery of Jonathan Jefferson turned abashed. This scene, which was becoming extremely unpleasant to every person present, except the absorbed Frederick Steinmark and the unsuspicious Clio, could not last long. The object which had induced young Whitlaw to such an act of condescension as paying a voluntary visit to the German boors, as he not very aptly termed the family of Steinmark, having so strangely withdrawn herself, all wish on his part to prolong the visit vanished, and rising from his chair, with his hat still on his head and his arms folded on his breast, he stood waiting, with no very amiable feelings, till his aunt should give some indication that if he bolted through the window she would follow him. Clio, however, who perceived not that anything was amiss, save indeed the absence of Lottie, whom she every moment expected to see re-enter, was in no hurry to depart. She hailed this opportunity of exhibiting the beauty and splendor of her nephew to her friendly neighbors, and it was not till the swelling and mortified Jonathan had given her sundry admonitory pokes on the elbow, and finally uttered very audibly, "You're going to bide all day, I expect?" that the kind-hearted soul conceived the possibility that it would be best to depart, even before one bit of courting had taken place with Lottie. This visit appeared overlong to more than one of the persons it brought together, but it would have been well for all had the effects of it lasted no longer. End of chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of the Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw by Frances Trollope. Chapter 9. It was not the habit of the Steinmark family to canvass the failings of any guests whom chance might bring to visit them in their remote retirement. The rareness of the occurrence made the face of a stranger welcome, and the genuine kindness of the family temper would generally have prevented any very severe animadversions, even in cases where it was not so. But on the present occasion the extraordinary conduct of Karl demanded explanation, and it could only be given by imparting a portion, at least, of the information he had received respecting Whitlaw. Had Lotte been present, this must have been necessarily abridged, but as it was, Karl felt it a duty sufficiently to enlighten his father and mother on the subject, to ensure their aid in preventing the repetition of a visit which, for so many reasons, the young man felt convinced was especially intended for his sister. Frederick Steinmark's attention being awakened by the earnest manner of his son, he listened without any symptom of absence to all he had to say, and then replied, "As far as our Lottchen is concerned, my dear Karl, I hold your precaution to be needless. Our young neighbour Jonathan would have no more power to sully the purity that you cherish so fondly than a cloud passing before the sun can tarnish its brightness. You were wrong, dear son, to send her out of the room so abruptly. Lotte need not run to be safe from neighbour Jonathan. In short, Karl, in his capacity of beau and libertine, I fear him not. But looking at him in his capacity of slave-driver, I would not much have blamed your warmth if you had fled yourself and dragged us all in a string after you. Human nature can show nothing so abhorrent to my eyes and my heart as the men who traffic in the muscles and sinews of the poor negroes. And this fellow, this young demon by your account, does worse. He sells himself as a spy upon their untaught ignorance, that he may betray their idle words and make them bleed for each of them. If fiends can take a human shape, it must be this. Let's talk no more of it. It makes me loathe my home, and almost curse the land in which I have pitched my tent. Let us talk of it no more." This command was literally obeyed. They did talk no more of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw, his occupations, or his character. nor did Jonathan Jefferson on his side talk much of them. It was not in words that the feelings produced by Karl's treatment of him evaporated, but deep, deep within his heart of hearts did he lay up the insult he had received. He knew, he saw, he heard, he felt, aye, he understood it all. Neither his egregious vanity, his prosperous ambition, the luxury in which he already lived, nor his towering hopes for the future, could so far blind as to make him doubt for an instant that Karl, the German boor, scorned and reviled him, that he had snatched his sister from his sight as too pure and holy for his eyes, and then had dared to look upon him as he would look upon a negro. There had been mutual scorn, dislike, and avoidance between them before, but now there was something approaching to hatred in the breast of both, and in that of Whitlaw a deeply sworn promise of revenge that he was not likely to forget. But to no human being did he breathe a word of the offence he had received, or of the rich atonement which it was his purpose to require when the fitting hour should come. He answered with apparent indifference to his aunt's observations on Lotte's running away, but either to avoid the repetition of them, or from some other reason, it was many months before he again found leisure to leave his duties at Paradise Plantation in order to visit Mount Etna. With Colonel Dart his importance appeared to increase daily. No person indeed could be better fitted for an employment than was Jonathan Jefferson, for that which the planter had entrusted to him. He had nothing to do with superintending the fulfilment of the negroes' tasks. That was the duty of the different overseers, one of whom was attached to every separate gang. The large estate of Colonel Dart grew sugar, cotton, and rice, and the cultivation of each of these articles required a different kind of labour, and even a different species of physical power in those employed upon it. The slaves were as distinctly divided as if they had belonged to different proprietors. Even the huts in which they dwelt were grouped in widely distant parts of the property, so that Paradise Plantation could boast of 3 distinct negro villages. There were but 2 things which belonged to them all in common. These were Colonel Dart, who was their general master, and Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw, who was their general spy. The manner in which the business belonging to this latter office was performed might well propitiate the favour of Colonel Dart. The employment was congenial to the spirit of the employed, and was executed with intelligence, zeal, and unwearying perseverance. The task was, moreover, by no means an easy one. To watch the execution of a given portion of labour in a given time, and to spur the languid spirit or the failing strength of a suffering wretch to its performance, may require an active and unshrinking agent, but his occupation is at least easily comprehended, and requires no faculties and no qualities which may not readily be found among the white population of a slave-holding country. Not so the employment entrusted to Jonathan Jefferson. To execute it with success demanded great readiness, tact, presence of mind, and, above all things, most consummate cunning. It was his custom, from the hour the nature of his employment was first explained to him, to assume the appearance of being occupied by a variety of duties, all very naturally belonging to the situation of a confidential clerk. Thus he would sometimes be seen riding through the grounds with an apparatus for measuring trees. Then it would be evident that he was making a map of the estate, upon which he was intent. But at one time the construction of every hut occupied so minute an attention that each village took several weeks to be examined and set to rights. At another, the mode of cooking the negro food demanded his particular care, and this also kept him long employed upon the interior of the huts. Then again his duty took him into the fields, and the drains and ditches became the object of his most persevering examination. On all these occasions he had from time to time need of the assistance of such negroes, whether men, women, or children, as were within his reach, and in this manner he became personally acquainted with every slave on the estate before he had been employed upon it a year. For a long time these various pretences answered perfectly, as far at least as leading the negroes to believe that his ostensible was his real business among them. But though for a while he succeeded in this, he failed totally and altogether in obtaining in any single quarter the slightest approach to confidence from the wary slaves. Nor could he by any means contrived to learn aught respecting them beyond what his eyes enabled him to perceive. His reports, therefore, were for a long time confined to the statement of a greater or less degree of cleanliness, industry, and the like. But as to how much or how little each sable victim knew of what was passing beyond the limits of Paradise Plantation, whether the attempts making in various quarters to ameliorate their condition had been in any degree made known to them, was what he found it utterly beyond the reach of all the arts he could make use of to discover. It was quite impossible to doubt either the intelligence or zeal of his confidential agent, and therefore Colonel Dart neither expressed nor indeed felt anything approaching to dissatisfaction at the abortive results of his endeavours to obtain information on these very important points. He only wished him to go on as he had begun, kindly encouraging the young man to persevere, notwithstanding his want of success, by observing that if so much cleverness and ingenuity failed of discovering the mischief he feared, he should soon have the comfort of believing that it did not exist at all. Jonathan himself, however, was not quite of this opinion. He had more than once fancied that he had heard a voice reading or praying in his stealthy approaches to some of the more distant huts, but no sooner had the murmur reached him than it ceased, clearly proving that, if indeed the sound itself were not imaginary, some person was on the watch to guard against surprise. On every occasion where this had occurred, he uniformly found on entering the premises that the persons occupying them were sedulously employed in the laborious household duties, and that not the slightest trace could be discovered of their having been engaged in any other. Young Whitlaw knew his patron too well to venture upon rousing his terrors by what might be so purely imaginary. He knew that he should probably be himself the greatest sufferer were he to make a statement which he could in no way substantiate, and he therefore continued to report the total absence of every appearance of religious mutiny, as the breaking in of a ray of light upon these unhappy beings is designated, determined at the same time to mark well the spots whence he had fancied the forbidden sounds to have proceeded, and to omit no possible means of ascertaining whether they were real or not. Shortly after he had made up his mind not to mention his suspicions to Colonel Dart, till he had more assured grounds for them, it chanced that on 2 following evenings the same species of measured murmur struck his ear as he approached the remotest hut on a cotton plantation, which was skirted on 2 sides by forest. As before, the sound ceased as he made another step in advance after hearing it, but in both cases he found on entering the hut a young negress who, though in the act of very busily washing linen, had, as he conceived, an air of hurry and confusion. She was a singularly handsome girl, who had more than once attracted his attention in the fields, and he now attempted to make a sort of toying acquaintance with her by remarking the roundness of her arms, displayed as they were nearly to the shoulder for the convenience of her occupation. It is singular that the only evidence his ready wit could discern to confirm his suspicion that this young negress had been guilty of pronouncing, or at least listening to, a prayer, was found in the peculiarly sweet and innocent expression of her countenance. Had an individual who felt and acknowledged the effect of religion come to exactly the same conclusion, there would certainly have been nothing extraordinary in it, but that Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw, who till 11 years of age had never entered a church or chapel of any kind, and who, excepting from occasional phrases from poor Clio, doubtful and mystical from inevitable ignorance, had scarcely heard the name of God, till he was taught by his patron to watch for it being pronounced by a slave as an overt act of mutiny, that he should, in a countenance expressive of the purest candour and most ingenuous modesty, see something which forcibly suggested the idea that she had been taught the worship of a Christian, is remarkable, and shows pretty plainly, despite the severity used towards them, what the general effect left on the minds of the slaveholders must have been by those who had been found guilty of listening to religious instruction. Young Whitlaw looked in that innocent young face, and instantly decided upon the means he would take to learn what was passing in her heart. The fearfully demoralizing effects produced among the female slaves by the unlimited power of those placed in authority over them, together with the dreadful penalties attached to every species of disobedience, is well known to all who are in any degree acquainted with the fearful statistics of a large Negro population. So deep and so general is the degradation of characters consequent upon vices committed, not from weakness, but from the most inevitable and hateful necessity, that the miserable victim ceases at last to be conscious of shame, though awake to suffering. And it is only where the undaunted courage of some wandering preacher of the gospel has taught them to believe that they are accountable to a being superior to their owner, and that, beyond the wretched world that holds them now, there is a happier region for all who deserve to enter it, except where doctrines such as these have been taught and learned, the grossest sensuality is deemed no sin. Not such, however, was the condition of Phoebe, the innocent being who now stood within the grasp of young Whitlaw. Her mother herself and 2 young sisters had been purchased by Colonel Dart, about 12 months before, from a dealer who got them at the auction of a bankrupt's effects in a state which bordered on Ohio. There is much difficulty in guarding slaves effectually from the approach of instruction when they are situated near a free state. The free negroes themselves are often the means of enlightening to a certain degree their less happy brethren, and there are few free states in which some individuals may not be found who will gladly seize every opportunity within their reach for the spiritual benefit of the miserable race whose condition they feel to be the greatest misfortune, as it is the greatest disgrace, of their country. Phoebe and her family had been as fortunate in their former situation in Kentucky as they were now in every way the reverse, and a heavy addition in the case of the poor girl to the misery produced by this change of masters was an attachment to one of her own race, as sincere and devoted as ever glowed in the heart of a woman. This lover, who was to have become her husband in the course of a few months, was bought by another. Till Phoebe was carried away from Kentucky, she had no more idea of what the real evils of her condition were than those who reason upon the institution of slavery from the bosom of freedom, and judging by some perhaps well authenticated history of the happiness of a virtuous negro under the protection of a virtuous master, conceive that though, like all other human institutions, it may be liable to abuse, yet still that is upon the whole an arrangement which admits of such mutual benefit to the parties. There are, I believe, many who honestly and conscientiously conceive this to be the case, and that it may have been so in individual instances cannot be doubted. But this ought not in the slightest degree to influence the general question. The principle, the fearful, terrible, unholy principle, is still the same, and wherever it is admitted and acted upon, there the social system is poisoned, and vice and misery are the inevitable results. But not only had Phoebe and her family enjoyed the blessing of belonging to a kind and considerate master, they had enjoyed also the still higher advantage of being instructed, and well instructed, as responsible beings and as immortal Christians. A story is but ill constructed when the relator is obliged to retrograde, yet it is sometimes very difficult to avoid it, and I believe it will be impossible to give the reader a necessary insight into the character of some of the personages the most important in my story, without referring to events which had passed before the time it comprises had begun. In order, however, to keep the 2 periods as distinct as may be, my retrospect shall have a chapter to itself. End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of the Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ralph Crown. The Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw by Frances Trollope. Chapter 10. At the distance of about 10 miles from Lexington, in the state of Kentucky, is, or rather was, a fine arable and pasture farm, the neat and careful cultivation of which might have reminded a European of the fertile fields of England. Henry Bligh, the proprietor, though he employed slaves both as indoor and outdoor servants, detested the system, and scrupled not, though at the risk of bringing upon himself the ill will of many, to declare both publicly and privately that the union of the states would never be securely cemented till they were all governed by equal laws, and till every human being who drew breath upon their soil might lift his voice to heaven and say, "I am an American, and therefore I am free." But the beautiful spot Henry Bligh inhabited was his own. It had too been his father's. It was his own birthplace, and that of his children. And therefore, instead of seeking an abode where slavery was not, he contented himself with remaining and doing all the good in his power where it was. A motherless son and daughter constituted his whole family, and for many years they and their negroes continued to inhabit Beech Tree Farm, without the relative situation of either party being a source of discomfort to the other. Among several peculiarities in the character of Henry Bligh was an averseness to letting his children quit his own house and his own care. He was himself a man of literary habits and extensive reading, and under his eye, and aided solely by his instructions, Edward and Lucy Bligh acquired more general information and more studious habits than are often found even in the more polished parts of the Union. It was a consciousness of this, and of the utter unfitness of both son and daughter either to increase the property he should leave them, or to enjoy life with less of easy indifference to daily expense than he had accustomed them to, which made him listen to the proposals of an acquaintance at Lexington for rapidly increasing his fortune by placing a small sum of ready money which he possessed in a newly established banking concern. The bank failed, and Henry Bligh was completely ruined. His ignorance of business had led him to conceive that the $6,000 he had placed in the bank was all he risked, but his name was in the firm, and house, lands, stock, and furniture were all seized and sold by auction, towards clearing the large demands of the creditors. A misfortune such as this might weigh down the spirits of any man, but poor Bligh was singularly ill calculated to support it. He and his two pure-minded, intellectual, but very helpless children were left utterly and literally destitute, and it was only by the sale of some articles of wearing apparel which they were permitted to retain that their existence was for some time supported. The only expedient which suggested itself to Edward, by which he might hope to maintain his father and sister, was the opening of a day school in the populous village near which they had lived. By the aid of a neighbor who lent him a ruinous barn for the purpose, he so far succeeded as to be spared the agony of seeing his broken-hearted father and delicate sister actually want bread. But the exertion and fatigue which achieved this were overwhelming, and the objects of his care saw the young cheek fade and the bright eye grow dim under the irksome and unwanted toil. Poor Lucy saw it, and determined to divide the labor. Without consulting either father or brother, whose principal occupation and delight had been to guard her from every care and every sorrow, she stole from the corner of their shed, in which her father and herself sat apart during the hours of Edward's labor, and passing, for the first time since she left her home, through the long village street, she called at every house, begging permission to instruct their girls at a price so low that avarice was tempted, and in a voice so sweet and yet so sad that few ears could listen to it unmoved. The consequence was that on the following Monday, Lucy's side of the barn held nearly as many pupils as Edward's. There was much to rejoice at in this, and perhaps they did rejoice, but the arrangement necessarily left the unhappy father more alone, and whether it were that his spirits failed the more completely from this circumstance, or that his cup was full and he could bear no more, certain it is that he declined daily and hourly from that time, and in less than 3 months was attended to the grave by his unhappy orphans. It had long been Edward's intention to enter the church, but though his father never opposed it, the putting of his wish in execution had been delayed from the reluctance which Mr. Bligh felt to part with him for the period necessary for the probationary studies which must precede the taking of orders. This most unfortunate delay left him totally without profession or resource of any kind, and with a sister who was dearer to him than his own life, and whose habits were those rather of refinement than of usefulness, he had now to seek bread and shelter for both, with an aching heart and weakened health. It is difficult to imagine consultations for the future between two young people in which there was less of hope and more of despondency than those of Edward and Lucy Bligh. The world was before them, but it was a blank. They each felt conscious of superior powers, but more deeply conscious still of their utter incapacity to turn them to account. Lucy, though thoroughly well read, and with information equally profound and extensive, had nevertheless no accomplishments by the teaching which she might prove to gain the means of existence. Who would pay her for her love of Pascal, her familiarity with Dante, or her enthusiasm for Shakespeare? "Would I could work at any useful trade, dear Edward," she said, after they had canvassed the improbability that anyone should think her qualified for the situation of governess. "I am still young enough to turn my thoughts away from all that has hitherto engrossed them, and to take interest in a new manner of existence. But the difficulty is to find out some handicraft of which I am capable." "Yes, Lucy, you have proved that you can submit to toil," replied her brother. "There are few occupations I should conceive so wearing to the heart and soul as teaching children whose intellects have never been awakened beyond the yearning to have their animal wants supplied. Lucy, it is dreadful." "Let us not think of it. It is over for the week at least," replied his sister. "Tomorrow is Sunday, Edward, and we will try to fancy that we are not as we are. But why is it, Edward, that the task of instruction is now so terrible, when I used to take such extreme pleasure in teaching poor black Phoebe? Is it possible I am so wicked as to find delight in what was merely a matter of will or whim, and that the same thing shall become hateful to me as soon as it is my duty to do it? Do not treat yourself with so great injustice, my poor girl. The teaching of Phoebe was a task that might have given pleasure to the most refined and intellectual person living. Her docility, her gentleness, her intelligence, her piety, and her warm gratitude made the office of her instructor perfectly delightful. You surely cannot compare that to the unspeakable fatigue of the occupation in which we are now engaged?" "No, certainly, Edward. It resembles it in no way, and I am glad that you deem it is no wickedness of mine which leads me to think so. Poor Phoebe! I wish I knew where and how she was. The seeing the poor faithful creatures we had endeavored to make so happy round us, scattered about over the Union just as chance might decide, was not one of the least painful circumstances attending our sad downfall. And Caesar, too, the gay, kind-hearted, generous Caesar! I would do much to know their destiny. Should they have been parted, their misery must be great indeed, for never did two young creatures love more tenderly." She ceased, but it was some minutes before Edward answered her. At length he said, "Lucy, the utter destitution of my position has sometimes suggested thoughts that, wild as I know they must appear to you, would yet have in them a world of consolation, were it not— But I will not leave you, Lucy." "Leave me!" exclaimed the poor girl, turning first pale and then red. "Leave me, brother! Oh, no, you will not do that. It is impossible." "It is impossible, dearest. I do not think of it. But were you placed where I could believe that you were safe and happy, I have quite decided what my destiny should be." "Will you not tell me, Edward?" "Yes, my love, I will, for the subject is much in my thoughts, and it will be a pleasure to me to talk to you of it. But fancy not that I think of putting it in execution. It is but one of those dreams with which the unhappy, I believe, often solace existence." "Let me then dream with you," said his sister. "If it be a solace, let me share it." "You shall, but take care that you do not laugh at me. You know, Lucy, what were my father's opinions respecting slavery. You know, I think, that he had amongst his books nearly every publication of every land which treated of the subject. But perhaps you do not know the deep, the engrossing interest which this subject excited in me." "Your reading was so general," replied his sister, "that I certainly did not remark that these publications occupied you particularly." "They occupied me too intensely to permit my talking of them. I feared to be deemed an enthusiast on a subject to which I would willingly have brought profitable and efficient wisdom at the cost of half my life. The point on which my meditations turned by day and by night was less the personal bondage of the Negro race than the brute ignorance in which their masters permit them to remain, an ignorance which in 1,000, aye, in 100,000 instances, prevents the wretched victims of our frightful laws from knowing good from evil. Had our condition remained for a few weeks longer unchanged, Lucy, I was determined to have petitioned my father for immediate leave to obtain ordination, and then to have passed my life in journeying through the regions where this plague spot of our country is the darkest, in the hope that under the sanction of my sacred calling I might awaken some of these unfortunates to a consciousness of their immortality. This hope is passed away, like every other that embellished that period of our existence. Yet still my spirit seems to bear me perpetually to those scenes of misery with the description of which I have become familiar. And hopeless and helpless as I am myself, I still cannot help believing that, were I at liberty to wander forth among them, I might lead many an ignorant but innocent spirit to hold commune with him who is not less the God of the black man than of the white. This, Lucy, is what I would attempt, were it not my first and dearest duty to watch over you." "And were it not that you lack all means for such an enterprise, Edward, and would do so no less if I lay in the graveyard beside our father, were it not for this, I might be still more wretched than I am, from knowing that I am a restraint upon you. Had we wherewithal to sustain life as we journeyed, I would not be your hindrance, brother, but your aid. I would go with you, and I can even think that I too might be useful. Could I but meet such pupils as my poor Phoebe, I should never be weary of teaching." All this seemed at the time but idle talk, but accident ripened the thoughts that were then dropped, and much that deeply affected the destinies of the brother and sister resulted from it. They both pursued their labors in the village school they had instituted, successfully, though wearily, and even found that they were enabled to gain more than they required for their daily support. Their uncomplaining industry and the conscientious manner in which they performed the duties they had undertaken brought them all the patronage and all the assistance which the poor neighborhood could give, and it is probable that they might long have continued in the same occupation, had not the arrival of the following letter awakened feelings which led them to a different and much less tranquil mode of life. The letter was from Black Phoebe, the affectionately remembered slave and pupil of Lucy Bligh. "Honored Lady and Mistress, grief and sorrow are at my heart. I wish our God had not made it his command that we must not die and go to him, when sufferings come too much to bear. I do not think that you, or our kind master, or our master Edward, know anything at all about what being a slave means in this fearful country near Natchez. It means labor till strength fails, stripes till the blood runs down, wickedness till God must turn away his face, and shame and suffering and woe till life seems worse, much worse than death. Dear and honored mistress, I write to ask if you can tell me where my promised husband is. Oh, my poor Caesar, if he could see me and all that is about me. Perhaps Caesar is dead. I sometimes think he must be, and if I knew it, I think, dear honored mistress, I should die too without offending God." The letter then proceeded at greater length than it is necessary for the reader to follow, to to describe the state of Colonel Dart's slaves, their ignorance, their vice, and their sufferings, and concluded by saying that if the unhappy writer heard nothing as to the fate of her lover, or concerning the protectors, the friends, and instructors of her youth, she thought these would prove to be her dying words, for that she felt her heart sinking within her, and trusted that God would take her to his mercy before she had suffered much more. How poor Phoebe had contrived to convey her melancholy letter to the post remained a mystery, but its effect upon her former mistress proved that she had not overrated the interest felt for her by those from whom she had been so cruelly torn. Lucy wept over it bitterly, and when she put it into her brother's hand, she said with a feeling of enthusiasm almost equal to his own, "Edward, if we had $100 in the world, I should say that, useless and unconnected with the world as we are, we should do well to set forth together on a pilgrimage to the wretched land where our poor Phoebe and her fellow sufferers languish. We should have no power to redeem them from their worse than Egyptian bondage, but might we not be enabled to throw such a light upon the everlasting future as might teach them to feel with less bitterness the miseries of the dreadful but passing hours of the present?" Lucy's soft eyes were lighted up with an energy and earnestness that her brother had never seen in them before. He took Phoebe's letter, and having perused it attentively, returned it in silence, and left the little room, which by degrees he had converted into a decent shelter. In a few minutes he returned, bearing in his hand a small box, which he opened, and poured the contents into his sister's lap. "Here are $40, Lucy," he said, "obtained partly by the sale of linen which was no longer fit for my use, and partly by the little weekly savings we have made since my poor father's death. This sum is already sufficient to convey us to Natchez, and to support us in the manner in which we now live for several months. I do believe, my sister, that we are called to this work. The singular education we have received, and the still more singular isolation of our condition, seems to point us out as belonging to those who, having no worldly ties to withhold them, should go forth among the wretched and the ignorant to pour the balm of God's word into their hearts. While I thought you, Lucy, unequal to the task, I put the hope of performing it far from me, for I deemed that my first duty was to cherish and protect my orphan sister. But now that I read in your eyes the same devotion to this cause which I feel at my own heart, shall I, from any cowardly misgivings of your strength or my own, attempt to check your holy zeal? Forbid it, Heaven. I am ready, Lucy. Let us finish the labors of the week, dispose of the trifles we have collected round us, and armed with the courage which such a cause should give, let us set forth for the plantations of Louisiana. Perhaps we may again find bread by collecting a school among the white settlers in the forest behind Natchez. But this is a secondary consideration. Lucy, have you courage to do this?" It would be difficult to analyze the feelings of Lucy Bligh as she listened to this proposal. What she had uttered in the first warmth of her feelings on reading the melancholy statement of the poor slave, though as perfect in truth as her own spotless heart, was nevertheless spoken with such a conviction that the scheme she mentioned was impracticable, that her mind had in fact never contemplated the dangers and difficulties it must involve. But now that it was at once brought before her as a thing to be done or not done, according to her judgment and her will, she trembled. "If indeed, my brother, you deem this great enterprise possible, and our duty, I will follow you in it, body and soul, so long as nature shall give me strength to do so." It was thus that after a few moments' delay, Lucy replied to the unexpected proposal, and if the fervor of her consent was tempered by a shade of timidity, her brother saw it not. The most earnest wish of his heart was about to be fulfilled. Enthusiasm had taken the place of all ordinary considerations of prudence, and even the dangers and difficulties which his sister must inevitably encounter appeared to his exalted feelings only a ray the more in the crown of glory they were about to win. Their walk to the banks of the Ohio, their embarkation on board a steamboat, the various sufferings of the delicate Lucy during her deck passage of many days, and the changeful feelings of her brother, wavering between the tenderness of a man and the sternness of a martyr, must be passed by without any detailed description, and the reader must rest contented with knowing that at the distance of 1 month from the period of the conversation I have last recorded, the brother and sister had established themselves in a small room, with a loft over it, at an obscure clearing in the forest to the northeast of Natchez, which made part of the premises of a poor backwoodsman, who thankfully restricted his family to the use of half their dwelling, for the consideration of 25 cents per week, as the rent of the remainder. The curiosity of their host and his wife was satisfied or baffled by being informed that they were an orphan brother and sister desirous of gaining a living by instructing the children of the neighboring settlers. As this statement was strictly true, it was threatened with no danger from any discovery, and as their scholars were not at first very numerous, the long rambles which Edward took in the forest and neighborhood attracted neither attention nor inquiry. In a country so thickly peopled with slaves as Natchez and its vicinity, it was but too easy for the enthusiastic and persevering Edward Bligh to discover a multitude of human beings totally deficient in that knowledge which it was the sole passion of his young heart to spread abroad. And never did a hope more holy, an ambition more sublime, engross the soul of man. Remote as is good from evil, was the principle which sent him forth, thus self-elected and self-devoted, to raise the poor crushed victims of an infernal tyranny from the state of groveling ignorance to which they were chained by their well-calculating masters, from that which swells with most unrighteous vanity the hearts of many among ourselves, inclined to separate from the established faith in which they were educated, and to hold themselves apart as chosen saints and apostles of another. As well might a philanthropist laboring in a desert where no abler hand could be found to minister relief to the sick and suffering, as well might such a one be compared to the audacious quack who, thrusting instructed science aside, claims reverence for his own daring ignorance, as Edward Bligh to the self-seeking fanatics who canker our establishment. It is true, indeed, that the praise justly due to his excellent intentions cannot be as fully accorded to his prudence. His judgment was unquestionably shaken by the fervor of his zeal, or he would not have urged his young sister to an enterprise so pregnant with difficulty and danger. But this chapter is a retrospect, and therefore must not forestall the future. About 2 months before the domiciliary visit of young Whitlaw to the hut of Phoebe's mother, Lucy and Edward Bligh had found means to see and converse with their former dependents. But terror at the idea of being discovered to hold intercourse with strangers almost conquered the delight with which the affectionate Phoebe greeted her beloved mistress. And nearly all their subsequent meetings had been held at dead of night, in the depth of the forest, which divided the boundary of Colonel Dart's plantation from the dwelling which sheltered the Blighs. Phoebe's hut was very favorably situated for her stealing to these midnight meetings. A clear spring which rose near the verge of the woods had led to the erection of a washing house beside it. In this house, Phoebe and her mother had been recently placed as laundresses to a part of the establishment, and as no other dwelling was within sight, the grateful and affectionate girl ran little risk of discovery when creeping from her pallet into the forest, and returning to it again before sunrise. Before leaving Kentucky, Edward Bligh ascertained from the auctioneer who sold his father's slaves that Caesar had become the property of a manufacturer at New Orleans, intelligence which caused as great joy to Phoebe as the knowledge that the loved one was living next door might have done to a less despairing mistress. Having satisfied the poor girl on this point, Edward proceeded to explain to her the hopes which had brought him to the scene her letter described as so full of misery and sin. The dialogue which followed this communication may throw some light on the circumstances which took place afterwards. "I hope, Phoebe," said Edward, "that you will be able to put me in the way of awakening your miserable fellow laborers to a sense of their own importance in the sight of heaven, and to the blessed hopes of happiness in a life to come." "Ah, dear Master Edward," replied Phoebe, "the poor black souls think only but of their bodies in this world, and their stripes and their labor and their bad food when the overseer is angry. They will not believe that there is a good God in heaven watching to make it all up to them by and by." "Have you never told them this, Phoebe?" "When first I came, Master Edward, and heard them speak, and saw them do, like beings having no soul for the life that is to be after this is over, and when I thought of Caesar, and that I should never, never see him more till I met him in heaven, I prayed on my knees every night, when all the world was sleeping, except Phoebe, I prayed to God to let me die." "Phoebe," interrupted Edward somewhat sternly. "Master Edward, don't think me grown bad. I know it was a sin. I found it out myself, though I had no church to go to, no good master to tell me what was right, no Bible to read. I found it out in my own heart, and then I prayed to God to forgive me. And then I strove to do good to those lower and more wretched than myself, but they could not understand one word I said." "Then it is the more necessary, Phoebe, that we should endeavor to instruct them. Did they receive kindly what you said to them?" "Alas, no, Mr. Edward. I would not have your ears hear, and still less my dear Miss Lucy's, the terrible words and deeds spoken and done here. The negroes of this country are very miserable, but they are very wicked too." "Perhaps it is not their fault, Phoebe," said Lucy. "Perhaps they might be easily reclaimed, if one could be found who, without being a slave himself, could feel for slaves. Do you not think that they would listen to Edward?" "And where would they listen to him, Miss Lucy? In the grounds? Why, if they did but stop to raise their eyes to him, the lash would be on their backs. And think you Master Edward himself would be safe? No, no, you must not peril your precious life, Master Edward, for such as we are. Do you not know that the planters have sworn together to take vengeance on any one who should only be caught teaching a Negro to read? And how much more dreadful vengeance would they take on any who should dare to say that the soul of a black man is like the soul of a white one? You must not think of it, Master Edward. Your life would pay for it." "And my life shall pay for it, Phoebe, if such be the will of heaven," replied the enthusiast. "Do not throw difficulties in my way, my good girl, by endeavoring to terrify my sister. I am here to preach the doctrine of hope and salvation to the despairing slaves, and neither hardships, nor sufferings, nor danger, nor threatenings, no, nor death itself, shall appall me. So help me heaven as I keep my word." The solemn silence of the night, as Edward Bligh uttered these words, in the deep still voice of profound emotion, added to their effect. The moon shed, through the light boughs of the locust trees under which they walked, a soft pale light on the uplifted face of the young man, which seemed to give an unearthly expression to his countenance. He raised his hat reverently from his brow as he spoke. The cool night breeze blew the dark curls from his forehead, and as he raised his eyes to heaven, he might have furnished the finest model for a representation of youthful piety that ever blessed a painter. Phoebe gazed at him with reverence, and suddenly dropping on her knees, exclaimed, "Then may heaven help your work, Master Edward, and Phoebe would die too, rather than hinder it. But do not let them see you, Master Edward. The master is—" "It matters not, Phoebe, what he is," resumed Edward. "But kneel not to me, poor child. Kneel before the throne of God, and pray for power to help me to perform the task he sets me. You may do it, Phoebe. You may do much to help me." "Tell me what it is, and I will do it," replied the girl, "though they should lash me into rags for it. What is it I can do, Master Edward?" Edward Bligh did not reply immediately. Perhaps some feeling of doubt and dread as to the peril to which the poor slave would be exposed if discovered to be his agent kept him a while in suspense. But the impulse that urged him onward in defiance of every danger which might befall himself and his still dearer sister soon drove before it whatever reluctance this thought might have created. He paused in his walk, and the two young girls who were on each side of him pausing likewise, looked up into his young and beautiful countenance, as if they were to read their destiny there. It is no light and easy task, Phoebe, to which heaven has called us. The circumstances of our lives, though we are still very young, have been so strangely ordered that we cannot but see the hand of God in it. An immediate providence is surely visible in the arrangement of that series of events, which, contrary to all human calculation, has brought us thus together on the spot where, perhaps, beyond all others upon earth, we may hope to serve the cause for which the Son of the Most High gave his own sacred blood. In this belief we shall find hope, strength, long-suffering, and courage unto the end. Have you this belief, Phoebe?
"I do believe that you, Master Edward, may have been chosen by the wise God to teach and to save poor negroes. But oh no, that would be to think myself equal to you and to Miss Lucy. But I do not want such a thought as that to make me faithful. Tell me what to do, and if I do it not, then scorn the poor black girl, even as she is scorned by all other white men. What shall I do, Master Edward?"
"First, Phoebe," replied Edward, "endeavour to ascertain with certainty who among the numerous slaves who are your fellow labourers on the estate to which you belong are the most likely to listen to the word of God. Let me and my sister know their names, and in what quarter they are employed. It will then be necessary, before we begin our work, to arrange the time and place where, with the least danger to themselves, they may be able to meet and listen to us. When this is done, we must take measures to receive them. You thus perceive, my good Phoebe, that your services will be most essential to us." Phoebe's only reply was again dropping on her knees, and kissing the ground that his advancing step would press. But she spoke not a single word. Then, rising to her feet, she resumed her place beside him. But as she did so, a deep sigh smote on the ear of Lucy. "You sigh, Phoebe," said her former mistress kindly. "Be candid with us. Conceal nothing. Tell me, why is it that you sigh thus heavily? Something is on your mind, Phoebe. You fear to do what Edward asks of you."
"Miss Lucy," said the girl, suddenly standing still, "thanks to your blessed teaching, I know much. For a poor black girl, I know very much, and may the God of all knowledge reward you for it. But still my mind is dark compared to yours, and if I sigh, it is because I cannot see, not so clearly as I ought to see, beyond the stripes and chains and tortures that must come upon us here. Tell me, dear mistress, dear master, tell me, when we are dead, when we have died for this business we have got to do, will not both of you be great and powerful and high and happy, very, very happy, in heaven?" "Die for it, Phoebe!" exclaimed Lucy, trembling. "Die for it! Surely the reading the Bible to such of the poor slaves as wish to hear it can endanger the life of no one."
"You are terrified, my poor girl," said Edward gently. "Do not be afraid to tell me so. You fear the overseer's lash. Is it not so? I will not involve you in the business, Phoebe. I will myself make acquaintance from time to time among the slaves when they are least watched, and I will only seek the aid of heaven." The black girl burst into tears.
"Oh, could I speak as you speak, Master Edward," she said, "could I know how to show what is in my heart, you would not think that it was the overseer's lash, nor any other thing that could harm me, that made me fear to help you in this. But I know one thing, one dreadful thing better than you do. I know that to teach a slave will bring down vengeance on Miss Lucy and on you. I know it, and my blood runs cold as I look at you both, with the soft, quiet moonlight that seems full of God's own goodness shining on you, when perhaps the next time it comes round again, it may light the wicked ones to look for you and to find you. Phoebe ceased to speak, for tears choked her utterance, and neither of her companions answered her. Edward was weighing solemnly, and as he hoped wisely, the purport of her words, and Lucy remained in anxious expectation that he would answer them. But it was Phoebe who again spoke. She dashed the tears from her eyes, and said with firmness, now, dear mistress, I have told you all, and nevermore will Phoebe speak a backward word concerning the good work. If you die for it, happy and glorified will I be to die with you. I know 2 slaves, Master Edward, that I think will listen to me at once. Shall I bring them just to those dark trees tomorrow night? She said, pointing to a group of ilex. The young slave now spoke without faltering. She knew the danger they were about to incur infinitely better than her hearers did. Of this she was well aware, and the idea that it was her duty to tell them so, and perhaps thereby to check their hopes, had made this conversation terrible to her. But never did martyr give himself body and soul to the work which he knew must bring him to the stake, more devotedly than did Black Phoebe henceforward bind herself to this. Her last word of warning was uttered. If Edward Bligh had listened with doubt and dread to her predictions for one short moment, it was infinitely more for the sake of his beloved sister, and also of the poor slave herself, than from any consideration touching his personal safety. When therefore Phoebe's last words seemed to urge him on, he caught them as if they were a fresh awakening sent from heaven, and at once, and as he hoped forever, shaking off the creeping sense of danger which had unnerved him for an instant, he eagerly accepted the appointment, and then dismissed her to her mother's hut with an ardent and affectionate blessing, after which he carefully led back his trembling sister through a narrow forest path to her humble and anxious pillow. Their walk was wholly silent, each being absorbed by thoughts which worked too strongly within them to permit of conversation. Edward's soul was wrapped into the highest state of enthusiasm. He now felt himself launched on the career which he had so long and ardently desired to pursue, while Lucy pondered heavily the words of fearful foreboding to which the 2 well-instructed slaves had given utterance. After this statement, the reader will be at no loss to divine whose voice it was which had from time to time reached the ear of young Whitlaw in sounds which seemed to indicate reading and prayer. Nor will it be difficult for him to conceive with what feelings the wretched Phoebe listened to the licentious proposals of the man whose eye she knew was open and watchful to discover what she would willingly have given her life to hide. With ingenuity inspired by affection, she had hitherto contrived effectually to conceal the visits of Edward at 2 or 3 of the remotest huts. His converts already amounted to 50, and the more numerous they became, the more difficult was it to guard against surprise. But so ably had this young girl arranged the manner of their meetings, which were never general except at dead of night and in the thickest covert of the forest, that not all the watchfulness of Whitlaw had hitherto enabled him to make any discovery. The voice he had heard was indeed that of Edward Bligh, but his auditors at these times never exceeded 3 or 4, whom he deemed to be in want of especial instruction. And on such occasions Phoebe not only kept guard, but had previously taken measures so effectually to ensure the timely retreat of those assembled as to have rendered the repeated interruptions of Whitlaw perfectly harmless. Her courage had therefore gradually increased, and the triumph of her success, made up as it was of various feelings,
amounted to a glowing sense of happiness, which lent luster to her eyes and elasticity to every movement. The unhappy girl probably owed the first notice and admiration of the young libertine to this, and when persuaded that if instruction of any kind were going on, Phebe must be engaged in it, he conceived the idea of gaining her affections, and thus discovering her secret. A most hateful union of passion and treachery took possession of his soul. Fierce and frightful were the disappointment and the rage produced by the wretched girl's silent but most eloquent abhorrence, as she shrunk from his hateful caresses. And horrible were the blasphemies which burst from his young lips as he marked the appeal of her raised eyes to heaven. Scorn and reviling succeeded to his words of blandishment, and he at length left the hut, pronouncing in a tone that made her heart sink within her, "Slave and rebel, beware! You shall be taught to know your duty." End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of the Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw by Frances Trollope. Chapter 11. On all former occasions, when Whitlaw had entered a cabin whence Phoebe's timely caution had previously dismissed either Edward or Lucy Bligh, and those met to listen to them, his departure from it had been a signal for thanksgiving and joy. But now the poor girl sank on the floor of her dwelling in an agony of terror and despair. "Poor wench!" said her mother, turning her head from the tub at which she was washing. 2 large tears fell over her dark cheeks, but she spoke not another word, or gave further token of sympathy or sorrow. A slave may feel her heart swell with tenderness or with grief, but beyond the mere animal functions of giving life and nourishment, she cannot show that she is a mother. It had been arranged, and always carried into effect, that the time occupied by the intruder in looking round the hut and questioning the inhabitants should be employed by those who retreated from it in making their escape into the woods, which were close upon every habitation used for the prayer meetings. And the consciousness that it would be no easy task to find them was a never-failing source of triumph and delight to the negroes, who remained to meet the puzzled eye of the inquisitor. But now Phoebe would have suffered the lash patiently, could she, by doing so, have ensured a few minutes' conversation with Lucy Bligh. From her she was sure of a species of sympathy which it was impossible she should find from anyone else, and she might give her counsel, most important counsel. Black Phoebe, from the first instant that Whitlaw gave her to understand his licentious purpose, was as steadfastly and desperately determined to resist it as Rebecca to save herself from the Templar. There appeared but 2 ways to effect this: death and flight. The former her simple but most devoted piety forbade, and for the second, the difficulties which must accompany it made her brain feel dizzy as she thought upon them. Her dear mistress and her master, as she ever called Edward and Lucy Bligh, might suggest something to help her in this her utmost need. But where were they? Buried in thickets whose impervious shelter had hitherto been her best consolation. She rose from her abject position, and, leaving the cabin by the door which opened upon the forest, she walked mournfully onward with a sort of vague hope that she might chance to fall upon the retreat of her friends. But ere she had proceeded 100 yards, her eye was caught by the movement of several of the large and heavy leaves of a tuft of palmettos, which grew beside the path. No breeze was stirring, and from the situation of the plant, no very light breeze could have produced such a movement as she had seen. Her first idea was that a large snake might be concealed beneath it, but a second glance showed a portion of the white dress in which the Louisianian gentleman indulged during the summer months. Whitlaw was so dressed, and Phoebe instantly divined that it was he who lay couching there, probably in the hope of seeing her take the way by which those whose voices he insisted upon it he had heard, had made their escape. This thought at once restored her presence of mind, for it recalled to her recollection the danger of her friends. Without changing her manner or her pace, she proceeded a little farther in the same direction, and then, stopping at the foot of a locust tree, fully exposed to the view of whatever eyes might look forth from the shelter of the palmetto, she sat down, as if, naturally enough, she wished to meditate in solitude on the scene which had just occurred. For many minutes she sat thus, without venturing again to look towards the spot where, as she believed, her enemy lay in ambush, and it was at length her ear, and not her eye, which again gave notice that some living thing was indeed concealed behind the rich foliage. The sound, however, was produced by a movement that no longer sought concealment. An active jump and a few bounding steps brought the object of her terror and her hatred to her side. "Well now, I expect you'll be more clever, my fine girl," he began. "Now that we've got neither mother nor brats to watch us, I guess it's a first drop bit of good luck for you having just hit my fancy." This speech was accompanied by a repetition of the caresses he had proffered in the hut. Phoebe slipped from his embraces, and standing at some distance from him said, "When the white commands the black to labor, the black must obey. But when the white commands the black to love, it is only the wicked who make believe to do his bidding." "That's the slickest speech, Phoebe, that ever heard a nigger speak, since first I carried a whip for him. Why, there isn't a copper to choose between you and the play actors at New Orleans. But now, hear me a spell. If you won't behave yourself, I would have you, and let me see you jump for joy into the bargain. There shall no more skin be left in your back than might serve the tailor for a pattern. D'ye hear that, you black she-nigger?" The poor girl clasped her hands together, fixed her eyes upon the ground, and replied not a word. "You will run rusty then, you darnation idiot." Phoebe neither spoke nor moved. "And how long now, d'ye think I shall keep courting, you smut you? Till everlasting, maybe? But I expect somehow that our courting will come to an end before either of us is much older, and I tell you how it shall be, blackamoor miss. You'll come tonight as the clock strikes 9 to Paradise Plantation, and ask for Mr. Jonathan Whitlaw, the confidential clerk. I'll take care you shall find him, and I'll take care too that you shan't get the lash for being about. Come to be me, d'ye see, at 9 o'clock, and I'll give you a pair of earrings. Stay away, that's all. Just stay away, and you shall have Bill Johnson at your bedside tomorrow morning, with a new cat of first-rate elegant cowhide, and we'll see how soon your dainty niggership will be fit to be about and praying again." Saying these words, Whitlaw raised himself from the ground, on which he had stretched himself, and walked off, leaving Phoebe rather in a state of meditation than of despair. "If that be all," thought she, "if the lash be all I have to fear for disobedience, let it come. I can bear it. But how shall I tell Miss Lucy to keep away? It must be done tonight." In pursuance of this resolution, Phoebe left her mother's side at midnight, and found her way through thickets of briars, with no better light than the stars could give by darting a ray here and there through the trees. But she knew her way well to Fox's clearing, and reached it, a distance of nearly 4 miles, within an hour. The loft in which Lucy Bligh lodged was also well known to her humble friend, and she succeeded in waking both her and her brother without disturbing any other inmate of the shanty. It may be recorded as a proof of delicate and almost sublime affection on the part of the poor slave, that she was almost as anxious to conceal from her friends the knowledge of the corporal suffering she was to endure on the following morning, as to prevent her connection with them from being betrayed by their making a visit to her hut when she could no longer be on the alert to guard against discovery. But to achieve this, some skill and a little most innocent artifice were necessary. In truth, Phoebe's spirits had been raised, rather than depressed by the farewell words of Whitlaw, for it appeared to her that she was now, in some sort, the arbitrator of her own destiny, having the choice left her of obeying his commands by attending the rendezvous he had given, or of submitting to receive the lash on the morrow. The hour of appointment having been long past before she left her mother's side, and no measures of coercion used to enforce her keeping it, her heart felt lightened of an intolerable load. She believed the caprice which noticed her to be as short-lived as it appeared to her sudden, and shaking off, with a degree of firmness that might have befitted a heroine, the sick shudder which came over her, as she remembered the torture she was to endure in the morning, she opened her communication to her wondering friends with composure, and almost with cheerfulness. "You are frightened to see me here, Miss Lucy, and Master Edward too, almost? But all is safe, and all is well. Only Master Edward must not come tomorrow, nor dear Miss Lucy either, nor next day, nor the day after, and perhaps, oh yes, it will be best and safest not to come at all till you see me here again some night to tell you." "How is this, Phoebe?" said Edward gravely. "You tell us that all is safe and that all is well, and yet, that at this time, when our work is prospering more than ever it did before, you tell us that our labour must cease for many days, nay, longer perhaps, longer than you can say. How is this, Phoebe? What does it mean?" "Master Edward," answered Phoebe, with the deepest earnestness, "trust your faithful slave. I would not ask you to remain away, but for the safety of the good and holy cause you love so well. If you come before, I tell you, I shall not be able to watch for you as I have done." "And why not, Phoebe?" said Lucy, who with a woman's tact perceived in a moment that there was something on the poor girl's mind which she did not mean to reveal. "Why not, Phoebe? Remember you are bound to tell us everything, whether good or bad, that concerns the object for which we are here. You must hide nothing from us, or how can we believe you true?" "Oh, Miss Lucy, but I do not think you would believe me false. Let me speak or not. So do not say so. Dear, dear mistress, do not say that." "We cannot think you false," said Edward. "But perhaps you take upon you to judge what is best, when, if you would conceal nothing, I might form my own opinion in a matter more comfortable to the interest of the cause I serve, than you can do. Why do you wish us to cease our visits, Phoebe?" "No, no, not cease. Only wait, Master Edward, and I will tell you why. The master's confidential clerk—" Poor Phoebe's breath seemed to fail her as she named him. "What? The man called Whitlaw? The same whose approach has so frequently interrupted us? Does it appear that he knows of our visits?" inquired Edward. "That same man. It is of him, Master Edward, that we must beware. I saw him hiding behind the palm-toes after we went tonight, and he entered mother's house and threatened to come again and again. But if he finds nobody, nor nothing that he expects, why then he will give over coming, and I will tell you, and all will be safe again." Edward meditated upon her words for some minutes
before he answered her. At length he said, "Perhaps, Phoebe, this caution may be altogether unnecessary, and, at any rate, I cannot think it needful that I should abstain from visiting every part of Colonel Dart's plantation, because his clerk has entered your mother's house. However, as you have hitherto shown no want either of zeal or courage in this matter, I will comply with your wishes to a certain extent. We will not approach the slave villages for 2 days. This is Wednesday morning. Today and tomorrow we will not come. But if before Friday evening, after the working hours are over and the people gone to bed, I do not see you here, Phoebe, you must expect that I shall venture to visit you." With this promise, as it was all she could obtain, the poor girl retreated, and almost exhausted by agitation and fatigue, returned so slowly through the forest that the first gleam of morning lighted her steps as she approached her mother's hut. Nevertheless, she stretched herself on her pallet as she entered it, rather to prepare herself for the torture she anticipated than with any hope of refreshing her exhausted strength by sleep. Ere Edward and Lucy Bligh again separated after Phoebe left them to finish their night's repose, some few words were exchanged between them, indicative of the different feelings to which her visit had given birth. "I fear, Lucy," said the young apostle, "that this poor girl wearies of the task assigned her. It is much more evident to me that she earnestly wishes to prevent our visits to the plantation, than that she has any good reason for doing so." "You judge her wrongly, brother," replied Lucy with some warmth. "I feel so sure that she has cause, and good cause too, for giving us this caution, that I rather suspect her of diffidence in not making her remonstrance more authoritative, than of a falling off in zeal for having made it at all." "Well, Lucy, we shall see. But at least remember that it is our bounden duty to take nothing upon trust that can check our progress. I must inquire, and judge for myself." "But at least promise me that in doing so you will keep in mind the many proofs our poor Phoebe has given of devoted zeal and faithful attachment. Remember this, Edward, and for my sake do nothing rashly. Good night." "Good night, dear sister." "I must not shrink from my duty, but whatever caution is consistent with that shall be used. Good night, dear Lucy."
End of chapter 11. Recording by Julia Niedermeyer.
Chapter 12 of the Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw by Frances Trollope. Chapter 12. Despite the terrible forebodings which harassed her spirits, irresistible fatigue closed the eyes of poor Phoebe before she had stretched her limbs upon her bed for 5 minutes, and although her last waking thought was that in a short hour perhaps the lash of the overseer would be suspended over her, she slept soundly. She slept soundly, but not long. Hardly was the broad sun fairly visible above the horizon when her mother, who was already risen to pursue her labour, was startled by the sound of approaching footsteps, and stepped out into the drying ground before the hut to discover who it was that thus early could have business with her. The sight she beheld caused her to turn back shuddering, and the exact truth immediately flashed upon her mind. 2 men were striding rapidly towards her dwelling. The one in advance was Whitlaw, but though he was not walking exactly side by side with his companion, he nevertheless was conversing with him, and a loud ribald laugh showed them to be on terms of easy freedom. The man who hung a step behind was a fellow named Johnson, perhaps the most detested overseer on the estate, and to render his appearance there more unequivocally terrible, he bore aloft in his hand, flourishing it with all the gaiety of a spruce postboy, that dreadful emblem of shame and anguish called a cowhide cap. The helpless mother, could not for a moment doubt who was to be the victim, or what the act of disobedience to be punished. Hastily going to the straw bed on which her 2 younger children lay sleeping, she dragged them away, one in each hand, and retreating by the back door into the forest, hurried onward among the bushes, in the hope of placing herself and the little ones beyond reach of hearing the groans which she knew would soon be wrung from the innocent being she left. Let not the tender European mother turn with disgust from the apparent selfishness of this retreat. Those only who have seen with their own eyes how slavery acts upon the heart can fairly judge the conduct of slaves. They are, in truth, where the yoke is laid on heavily, hardly to be considered as responsible for any act or for any feeling. The dogged quiescence of silent endurance, which often gives to the Negro an aspect of brutal insensibility, may originate from a temper whose firmness might have made a hero had the will been free. And poor Peggy, when she hurried from the scene of her child's suffering, might have carried with her an anguish the bitterness of which no mother blessed with the power of protecting her offspring can conceive. When Whitlaw and his official entered, Phoebe was still asleep. The fatigue and exhaustion of the preceding day pressed heavily upon her senses, and it was not till the hand of the brutal young man had rudely dragged her from the rug which covered the bed, that she opened her eyes and beheld the hateful countenance that hung over her. Heavy as her sleep had been, this sight chased it in an instant. She attempted to spring from the bed, but Whitlaw's arm seized and threw her back upon it. "So, you are ready for us, my dainty one, are you? All your clothes on, because you expected company, eh?" And again the fiendish pair laughed aloud. "But that's no go, Johnson," continued the ferocious Whitlaw. "We shall be stumped outright if we attempt to lash her while she's wrapped up in this fashion. She won't mind that your cap is a copper, if we let her keep her clothes on." "Then I expect, my young squire, that we must be after just giving the nigger the trouble to take 'em off. Be brisk, my beauty," continued the fellow, hitting her arms and legs with the handle of the instrument he had. "I'll smash you outright if you keep me waiting. I tell you that, to begin, for I've a deal of business to get through before sundown." Phoebe, by a sudden movement, sprang from the bed and stood on her feet before them. "Do not strip me," she said, clasping her hands together with trembling eagerness. "Do not strip me. Let me go to the rice grounds instead." "Maybe we may pay you that compliment into the bargain, my Lily. You have only got to be uproarious and obstinate enough, and I'll do you all the favours in that line that your fancy can hit upon," said Whitlaw. "But just to begin, you'll be so genteel as to oblige us by stripping your top-skin, that we may deal as we like with the milk white that we shall find under it." Even on Colonel Dart's plantation, Phoebe had not yet been accustomed to the lash. Her quick intelligence and patient industry together had enabled her to so fulfil her allotted tasks as almost entirely to escape it, and never before had she been exposed to the degrading ceremony to which she was now so peremptorily commanded to submit. She trembled violently, and felt so sick and giddy that she tottered towards the door in the hope of saving herself from fainting. "Do you mean to try to run for it?" cried Johnson, looking at her without moving, as a dog may be seen to watch a wounded hare, certain, let it struggle as it may, that escape is impossible. "I should like to see her at it," said Whitlaw. "She's a neat little craft for a nigger, and she'd skip handsome over them stumps yonder. I'll engage for her. Go it, my beauty," he continued, clapping his hands. "Off with ye. Ye shall have 3 minutes' law. Upon my soul you shall." Phoebe did not run. She had no power to do so, but she hastened with what speed she could to the spring, and from the hollow of her hands drank enough of its cold stream to chase the coming faintness. She then sprinkled her head and face copiously, and thus refreshed and strengthened, she turned back towards the hut, at the door of which Whitlaw and Johnson stood lounging, and each with a cigar in his mouth. "You are coming back, are you?" cried the former, stepping forward to meet her. "Then I'll be damned if she hasn't been thinking better of it. So away with you, friend Johnson, and I'll settle this matter myself. However, you may as well leave me the cat, in case she should turn about again." Johnson threw down the instrument without speaking, and prepared to depart. "Please, master, let me be flogged," said the poor girl beseechingly. Please let me be flogged and sent to the rice grounds afterwards." "Stay where you are, Johnson," roared the brutal Whitlaw. "She shall have it now if I never flog nigger more. Strip, black toad, strip, or you shall be soaked in oil and then singed. Strip her, Johnson, do you hear? And if you can't, by the living jingo, I'll help you." The struggling but helpless victim was seized by the two men at the same moment, and the abhorrent threat would have been quickly executed had not the discordant laugh from the outside of the hut startled and caused them to desist from their occupation, while they turned to ascertain whence the strange interruption proceeded. The figure which now presented itself at the door might have appalled anyone who beheld it for the first time. A negress, seeming to have been originally of almost dwarfish stature, and now bent nearly double with age, whose head was covered with wool as white as snow, and whose eyes rolled about with the restless movement that appeared to indicate insanity, stood on the threshold of the door, one hand resting on a stout bamboo, and the other raised with its finger pointed, as if in mockery of the group within. And again a croaking laugh burst from her. The person of the intruder was known to them all, and moreover she was but a time-worn paralytic slave. Yet there was that about her which neither the callous indifference of the driver nor the bold audacity of the confidential clerk could look upon unmoved. This wretched relic of a life of labour and woe had been on the plantation longer than its owner or any of his numerous dependents could remember. Her age was indeed asserted by many among them to exceed greatly the length of days usually allotted to even the happiest and idlest of the human race, and yet it was recorded of her that she had borne more children and performed more extraordinary tasks than any other slave was ever before believed to have done. Either in consequence of this species of renown, or for some other reason connected with her former history, she was considered by her master and all his myrmidons as a sort of privileged personage, neither expected to perform any sort of labour, of which indeed she appeared perfectly incapable, nor to answer to any of the musters, nor to be challenged for any of her wanderings or wild freaks whatever. The feeling concerning her wavered according to the character and temperament of different individuals, between a reverence of a being in some sort supernatural, and the mixed pity and fear inspired by the presence of a maniac. The slaves, with the sole exception perhaps of poor Phoebe, firmly believed her to be immortal, and in close communion with some spirit of the air, who at her bidding would bring weal or woe upon the white man or the negro according as they pleased or offended her, and she was accordingly treated with invariable kindness and respect by them all. How much of this superstition was shared by the whites it might be difficult to say, but the unwonted license and indulgence according her seemed to indicate, considering at whose hands she received it, some sentiment by no means commonly shown by the white race to the black. "Rose, rose, coal-black rose, I wish I may be scotched if I don't love rose," were the first words the beldam articulated after she had ceased her shout of unnatural laughter. "Oh, Massa Clark," she added, "dat be your way of making love," and again the cabin seemed to ring with her discordant laughter. Whitlaw had quitted his grasp of Phoebe the instant she appeared, and now stood pale with rage, or fear, or both, and apparently undecided as to what he should do or say next. In order fully to comprehend the conduct of my hero on this and some future occasions, it will be necessary to remember that his education for the first 11 years of his life was of the very lowest kind, and precisely such as to substitute superstition for religion in his mind. Nor were the subsequent years, during which he acquired the knowledge of reading and writing at Natchez, at all less likely to inculcate error instead of truth respecting the immaterial world than were those which preceded them. Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw is no solitary instance of a sharp, active, bold sort of intellect, which at the very moment that it boasts its scepticism in religion, secretly owns and trembles before the influence of superstition. The moment previous to that at which the palsied and decrepit hag entered, Whitlaw stood fearless and undaunted before heaven, ready to commit the most hideous crimes in defiance of its laws. But now he stood doubting and unnerved before her, as if awaiting her fiat, either to prosecute or abandon his purpose. "I say, Massa Clerk," said the old negress, again suspending her mirth, I say, massa, you come with me under them black trees, and I teach you summat. But step softly, massa. Don't scare the green birds. They are Juno's spirits." As she spoke, she walked across the hut to the back door, which opened upon the forest. Her pace was a singular mixture of activity and decrepitude, every step being something between a jump and a hobble. When she reached the door, she turned to see if he whom she had summoned were following her, and on perceiving that he still stood beside the girl as if undecided, she twisted her uncouth features in a most portentous frown, and raising her bamboo, seemed to be drawing figures with it in the air. The young man hesitated no longer, but, as if under the influence of her wand, stepped hastily after her. She laid the bamboo lightly on his shoulder as he approached, and peering up into his face, fixed for a moment her restless eyes upon his. Then removing her staff and pointing it towards Johnson, she uttered in a sort of chant, but totally free from all Negro peculiarities of pronunciation, "Solemn words must secret be, no ear must hear, no eye must see. What shall pass twixt thee and me?" Whitlaw immediately made his attendants a sign to depart, which was promptly and silently obeyed. The old woman then proceeded towards the trees, and Whitlaw followed her, leaving Phoebe standing in the middle of the floor, trembling between hope and fear, but thanking heaven with tearful gratitude for this most unexpected reprieve. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of the Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. The Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw by Frances Trollope. Chapter 13. Half an hour before midnight on the following Friday, Edward and Lucy Bligh, who had passed the interval in anxious but vain expectation of seeing Phoebe, set out to reconnoitre her dwelling, and to discover, with as much caution as possible, the cause of her delay. The crescent moon, which on the night of Phoebe's visit to them had set at too early an hour to befriend her, now made the first part of their expedition delightful, and as they walked hand in hand through the primeval forest, any who had listened to their conversation, and marked their young faces in the fine, clear obscure of that faint light, might have fancied that they were the spirits of some purer and holier race, permitted to revisit the land their kindred had lost. Lucy was a good walker, but the distance which Phoebe had traversed in 50 minutes took her an hour and a quarter, and the moon had set and heavy darkness hung upon the landscape when at last they reached the solitary hut of Peggy. So cloudy and dark indeed was the night become, that it was more by the rippling sound of the little stream that trickled from the spring behind the washerwoman's dwelling than from any object their eyes could distinguish, that they perceived at length that they were at the termination of their walk. They now approached the door of the hut, and cautiously listened for a sound either within or near it, but all was profoundly still. Lucy, who fancied she should be exposed to less danger if discovered than her brother, prevailed on him to remain at some short distance from the door while she attempted to open it. The latch yielded to her touch, and she entered, but the darkness was such that she could discern nothing. "Phoebe," she said in a low, soft voice hardly above a whisper. "Phoebe? Who is it calls on Phoebe?" exclaimed the voice of Peggy. "Who is it calls for my poor, poor lost child?" "It is I. It is Lucy Bligh," was the reply. "Why do you call her lost? Tell me, Peggy, where is she gone, and who have you within the hut?" "Oh, mistress, mistress," sobbed out the wretched mother. "Then she is not a run away to you? Oh me, oh me! That was my only hope." "She was with me late on Tuesday night, Peggy," replied Lucy, gently approaching the bed, "but I have never seen her since. When did she quit the hut?" "Let me get up. Let me come out with you into the air. I feel choking, mistress," replied the poor negress, who was in truth at that moment totally unfit for any exclamation. "Do so, my poor Peggy," replied her former mistress kindly. "My brother is near at hand. I will go and bring him into the porch while you get your clothes on, and I trust that we may be able amongst us to find out where my poor Phoebe has gone." Lucy then groped her way out of the hut, and in a few minutes returned with her brother to the open porch which connected the two chambers of the hut, and having cautiously advanced through buckets and rinsing tubs, at last discovered a bench, on which they seated themselves in total darkness to await the coming of Peggy. "Are you there, mistress?" was pronounced almost close to the ear of Lucy before the sound of any footfall had given notice that the negress approached them. "We are both here, Peggy," replied Edward. "Can you not strike a light that we may see each other while we converse? We have never had a night so dark as this." "A light, Master Edward! You were raised on the old master's grounds, and you don't know yet what slavery means. If I was to kindle a light, we would have a dozen cowhides hanging over us, at least over me, Master Edward, in less than 10 minutes. "Well, then," said Lucy, "we will do without a light. But tell us about Phoebe. When did she leave you?" "Oh me! It was I left her," replied the poor slave, weeping bitterly. "It was I left her, Miss Lucy. Had I stopped by her, I must have knowed something, and now I know nothing, nothing." The inquiries of Edward elicited an account of the scene which took place between Whitlaw and Phoebe on the evening he had last quitted the hut, and when Peggy repeated the cruel threats with which it had concluded, Lucy exclaimed with a burst of uncontrollable emotion, "Did I not tell you, Edward, that she was true to us? Oh, my poor Phoebe! It was this that she would not tell. She knew how much we would have done to save her, and she feared the danger it might cost us. Dear, generous Phoebe! But I will find her if she be above ground. What have I to fear? I am not a slave. Edward, shall we not seek for Phoebe in spite of master, overseers, and all? We are not black blood. What is the worst we can fear?" "Murder," in a deep, distinct whisper, was the answer to this question, and so peculiar was the tone in which it was pronounced that brother and sister started, for neither of them recognized it in the voice of their old servant. Nevertheless, it was Peggy who uttered it, and in the next moment she added, but still in so low a tone as to show that even in that hour of universal rest she feared a listener, "Nothing less is now punishment enough for any white who dares openly befriend a slave." Bligh knew well that this doctrine was daily becoming more general among the planters. The principles of the lynch law, which have since been openly recognized, acknowledged, and acted upon with impunity in the face of day, and before the eyes of thousands of American citizens, were indeed at that time only beginning to show themselves in occasional acts of desperate ferocity, which though from the first they were permitted to pass unpunished by the legislatures of the states in which they were committed, had not then fully reached the sort of tacit legality at which they soon afterwards arrived. But Edward, when from time to time he heard of the outrages perpetrated at New Orleans, had felt, while he shuddered at their atrocity, a something at his heart which seemed like a foretaste of martyrdom. If there were any mixture therefore of human terror in this sensation, the young enthusiast was himself unconscious of it, and if his pulse had fluttered and his cheek grown paler than ordinary while listening to the frightful tales which reached him in his forest dwelling, it was only when some idea of Lucy's being exposed to danger suggested itself. Thus was it with him now, as he heard the prophetic denunciation of Peggy upon all who should seek to befriend her race. He trembled, and stretching out a cold damp hand to seek that of his sister, who sat beside him, he said sternly, "It is your first duty, Lucy, to obey implicitly the brother to whose care it has pleased the Almighty to consign you. Speak not then so presumptuously of what it is your purpose to do. I have made you, Lucy, my companion in a perilous enterprise, but I did so in the belief that no rash or self-willed measures on your part would ever thwart or trouble me." "Edward!" exclaimed the startled girl, eagerly grasping at his extended hand. "What reason can you have to doubt my willing obedience to everything you wish? What have I said, dear brother, to make you speak thus?" "Forgive me, love," replied Edward, recovering himself. "I was very wrong to doubt you, but in truth you terrified me when I heard you talk of seeking Phoebe. This would not be the way to assist her, Lucy. Whatever is done in this must be done most cautiously, for her sake as well as your own. But we have not yet heard all. What happened, Peggy, after your daughter returned from Fox's clearing? You have seen her since, have you not?" The bereaved mother then related the having perceived the approach of Whitlaw and Johnson on the following morning, and confessed, with the bitterest expressions of self-reproach, that rather than witness the outrage and cruelty which threatened her child, she had escaped with her 2 little ones into the forest, where she remained in a state of unspeakable misery for about an hour, and then returned sick and trembling to her hut, which she found totally deserted, and with no trace of the scene that had probably been acted there, but the cowhide that Johnson had thrown on the floor when Whitlaw had first commanded him to retire. For several minutes after Peggy had concluded her narrative, no sound was heard in the still darkness which surrounded them but the stifled sobs of the poor negress. Lucy was silent, lest the expression of her strong feelings might renew the displeasure of her brother, and Edward himself was too deeply occupied in pondering upon the mysterious disappearance of the girl to speak hastily on the subject. At length he said, Your grief is so violent, Peggy, that it is plain you fear something very terrible. Let us know all. What is the worst you fear? Do you think that wretch Whitlaw will kill her?" Edward might have been puzzled how to interpret, without commentary of words, the bitter smile which this question brought to the lips of the poor slave, but he saw it not, and in a moment she answered, "Kill her, master? No, they will not kill her, no more than they would the finest horse in the colonel's stable. My Phoebe is the flower of all his gang. There is none other like her." And again tears choked her utterance. "Then you can fear nothing for her," resumed Edward, "worse than what you fled to the forest to avoid seeing. Think not, poor soul, that I speak lightly of this," he continued, in a voice of the tenderest compassion. "God knows it cannot be more horrible in your eyes than mine. But if you think her life is safe—" "But where, Master Edward?" exclaimed the mother in agony of grief. "Where is she to live? That will be the punishment. My Phoebe loved her mother. There's not an overseer on the estate but knows that. For if my limbs ached, it was she was up in the morning to lighten my work. And when I was sick and afraid to say it, it was she was away to the overseer to tell it, and frighten them into thinking they might lose my labour, and then making all straight by offering to be double tasked. The devil clerk, Master Edward, knows all this, and he has taken her from me on purpose to torture her." "Likely enough, my poor Peggy," replied Edward. "But as you are aware that the profit of your owner is the first object, do you not see that it is probable they will not separate you long? They must know that you work better together than you could asunder." "But that's not all, that's not all," cried Peggy bitterly. "'Tis the price they'll get for her. Oh, Master Edward, I have always trembled for that. Black Phoebe is counted such a handsome girl, that at New Orleans, they say, she'll fetch double what her value would be if she was only kept for her work." The miserable truth these words contained admitted of no consolation, and the faintly expressed hope that this most cruel measure might not be resorted to was all her pitying friends could give. Lucy started as she perceived that the objects around her were becoming faintly visible. "We must go, Edward," said she, with nervous agitation. "It was our being here on Tuesday evening that brought on all this misery. Let us not be found here again, or poor Peggy may be made more wretched still." A few minutes longer were occupied in listening to Peggy's earnest prayers that they would use the privilege their blessed white skin gave them, such was her phrase, to inquire at Natchez, and all directions round about whether Black Phoebe had been sold. Edward very solemnly gave his promise that he would fearlessly use every means in his power to obtain intelligence respecting her, and then, leaving some pastoral instructions to be cautiously delivered to his flock during the time he might be employed in this perilous quest, he again led forth his sister into the forest, through which they now found their way without difficulty by help of the faint light, which gradually increased upon them as they advanced. But the spirits of both were heavily oppressed. Lucy trembled with the most affectionate anxiety for the safety of her humble friend, and Edward felt more keenly than he had ever before done how terrible was the responsibility he had taken upon himself in leading his young sister into dangers from which he might find he had no power to shield her. If the peril had threatened himself alone, he would have hailed it as a summons to glory. But when the frightful idea crossed him that Lucy might share it, his courage failed entirely, his heart sunk within him, and tears trembled in his eyes, while he pressed the pale girl to his bosom as he reached the threshold of their rude home. "Lie down, my poor Lucy, for an hour or two," he said, tenderly kissing her. "My head is working strangely upon what we have heard this night. I want to be alone, and will wander about for another hour or so, and then return to fix the corn cakes for our breakfast. When they are ready I will call you, and you shall see if I am not almost as skilful as yourself. Go to rest, dear love. Sleep, dear Lucy, sleep." End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of the Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kay Hand. The Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw by Frances Trollope. Chapter 14. Edward Bligh had indeed need to be alone. Never till now had his poor spirit been harassed by that worst of human anxieties, a conscientious doubt as to what it was his duty to do. Not only had he pledged himself secretly and solemnly before Heaven to devote himself body and soul to alleviate the miseries of American slaves, but he had this night given a promise to one amongst them who, from her well-known worth and faithful services, deserved his warmest zeal. To her he had promised to be an active agent in discovering her daughter, though he knew that daughter to be in the hands of one who had power and will to punish any interference with the most terrible severity. Could he perform this promise without involving his sister in the danger? Could he break it without violating the vow he had voluntarily pronounced before God? The agony of his mind was terrible. Could he have seen Lucy placed in safety, his own path would have been plain before him. Nay, it would have appeared to his exalted contemplation both easy and delightful. He firmly believed that it might, and probably would, lead him to death, but it would be the blessed death of a martyr, and he hugged the idea of it with a sort of rapture. But even at the moment that he seemed to see a crown of glory waiting for him, the image of Lucy came before his eyes, and his hope and his strength failed at once. At one moment he had convinced himself that it was his duty to leave Louisiana immediately, and pursue the business of teaching with his orphan sister either in the state of Ohio, or any other not infected with the mildew of slavery which they might be able to reach. But scarcely had he permitted himself to breathe freely as one whose doubts were over, when, not only Peggy and Phoebe, but all his woodland congregation resumed their place in his memory, and he held himself in abhorrence as a renegade and a coward. This mental strife lasted much beyond the hour he had allotted for his walk, but the corn cakes were forgotten, and the weary Edward threw himself at length upon the ground, utterly exhausted both in mind and body. In this situation, nature's kind restorer settled on his eyelids, and he slept long and soundly. When he awoke, all things appeared to wear a different aspect. Multitudes of birds were joyously singing around him, the bright sun shone furtively through the trees, checkering the ground with golden trellis work, and the sweet morning air seemed to bring new life and vigor to his spirit. Earnest and ardent was the prayer which followed his waking, and he rose from his knees cheered, strengthened, and full of hope. There is an ever alertness in the spirit at such an hour as this, which enables us both readily to suggest and promptly to decide on what we have to do. Before his homeward path was fully trod, Edward had completely settled in his own mind what his future line of conduct should be, and the cheerful air with which he apologized to Lucy, whom he found engaged in performing the task he had himself undertaken, for having lingered so long, made her bless the effect of the lengthened walk which she had wept to think of. Their breakfast of milk and cornbread was eaten hastily, for the children who attended their school were already seen approaching by more than one forest path. Edward started up, saying, "Lucy, will you undertake once more today to perform the work which rightfully belongs to me? Will you keep school without me?" "Most certainly I will, dearest Edward," she replied, "and if, as I guess, you have hit upon some promising expedient for the discovery of my poor Phoebe, the double duty will seem very light." Though these words implied no direct question, Edward felt that his sister expected to learn from him why he was about to absent himself, and his projects were as yet too vague to justify his stating them. After a moment's pause, however, he answered cheerfully, "I am going to Natchez, Lucy. There are, you know, $4 destined to be expended in the purchase of some needful comforts for our establishment here. Now, I flatter myself that by means of a little store gossip where I shall buy one thing, and a little more where I shall buy another, I may pick up all the news stirring about the sale of negroes, which is as interesting a theme there is as the barter of horses among jockeys. If Phoebe has been sold since Wednesday, I think I shall find it out. Should this be the case, notwithstanding poor Peggy's grief, I shall be thankful, as your unfortunate favourite cannot be in worse hands than those of Colonel Dart and his detestable parasite Whitlaw. If, on the contrary, she has not been sold—" Here Edward paused, for he knew there was no comfort to be found in the alternative. But after a moment's silence he added, "If she has not been sold, I must endeavour to discover among our poor scattered flock what has been her fate." The importance of the errand as thus stated appeared to Lucy amply sufficient to account for her brother's walk to Natchez, so begging God's blessing upon him, she waved him off, and immediately sat down surrounded by a dozen boys and girls, and for 6 long hours devoted herself to the drudgery of teaching. Edward had very faithfully explained a part of his business, but not the whole of it. It was indeed his purpose to discover, if possible, whether Phoebe had been sold, and he felt pretty certain that if this had happened he should hear of it. But there was another and a dearer object which took him from his daily task, the hope of his success in which gave elasticity to his step and a cheering warmth to his heart. He hoped at Natchez to hear of some occupation for Lucy which might shelter her from the danger he was deeply persuaded must soon fall upon himself. Could he succeed in this, all the painful vacillation he had recently suffered from would, he well knew, leave him for ever, and unchecked by fear or doubt of any kind, he should move steadily onward in the path he had traced for himself, and which, it was his earnest hope, would lead him at no very distant period to the point where he might pass from earth to heaven. The distance to Natchez was about 5 miles, and his sound nap in the forest, together with the hope that cheered him, caused him totally to forget his night of anxious watchfulness, and he found himself already looking down from the bright green slope on which stands this singular little town, equally blessed by nature and accursed by man, before he thought that he could have traversed half the distance. Edward Bligh was not perhaps likely to be particularly successful in any business in which that style of colloquy usually denominated gossip was of necessity to make a part. But on this particular occasion he seemed inspired, and in justice to the versatility of his powers, we must follow him in his talk as he rambled from store to store. He first entered the wide, multifarious magazine of Mr. Monroe Vandumper. Though it was still early in the forenoon, there were no less than 7 gentlemen of first rate standing at Natchez, indulging in the luxury of a cigar in and about the store. 3 of these were perched in attitudes of undoubted ease, but rather questionable elegance, on bales or boxes placed outside the door, and the other 4 were accommodated within it, in a manner evidently very satisfactory to themselves, but which would probably have been the last chosen by the inhabitants of any other country when engaged in a search after comfort. One sat astride the counter, a second had climbed to a 3rd tier of woolen cloths set edgeways, apparently with no other object than to place his heels upon a shelf immediately above the door of entrance, so that by a judicious position of his head he was enabled to peep between his knees at every person who entered. The 3rd sat deep sunk in an empty cask, while the 4th balanced himself on one leg out of 4 of a stool so placed as to permit his hitching his heels on the bar from which the shop scales for coffee, sugar, and the like were suspended over the counter. Edward Bligh entered this store, intending that the purchase of a pound of coffee should lead the way to conversation either with the master of it or his customers, and to facilitate this he began by examining some negro shoes, as they are called, which lay piled up halfway to the ceiling on one side of the magazine. "Famous good shoes these, sir," said he to the only man who had not a cigar in his mouth, and whom he rightly judged to be the master, though he was earnestly occupied in reading a newspaper. "Capital make." "Capital make. What may be the damage, sir, of half a dozen of them?" "That's according, I expect," replied Mr. Monroe Vandumper, without raising his eyes from the paper. "Any particular news, sir, to-day?" resumed Edward, still continuing his examination of the negro shoes. Responded Mr. Vandumper. "What part of the country may you be from?" "Backwoods away, I guess." "Just so, sir," replied Edward good-humouredly, "and it's quite a treat to come to Natchez and hear a little how the world goes. They're beginning to get feverish at New Orleans, I hear, but I hope you've nothing of the sort here as yet." "Do you want them shoes?" was the only answer vouchsafed to this inquiry by Mr. Monroe Vandumper, but Edward was too deeply interested in his object to be easily discouraged, and practising a little artifice which upon any less occasion he would have scorned, he took a handful of silver and copper money from his pocket, saying, "We backwoodsmen, you know, sir, sometimes want more than we have dollars to pay for, and so I must see all I can, and choose the best at last. 'Tis not exactly for myself I was inquiring about those, but a neighbour of mine owns slaves, and it is about them that I was asking. And now I think of it, he told me to inquire in the town here if there has been any sale lately of young plantation blacks. He wants a girl that can wash and iron, and he would not stand for price. You have not seen any advertisement that you think might suit, have you, sir?" "That's considerable more than I can pretend to say. I see over many to remember much of any of them. But if you're looking after that commodity, you best step over the way by the market yonder, and you'll see advertisements stuck up everlasting there." "Then that's just what I'll do, sir, but first I'll trouble you to sell me a pound of coffee." There was something in the sweet voice and gentle bearing of Edward that might have disarmed the churlishness of Cerberus, and its influence was felt not only by Mr. Monroe Vandumper himself, who actually laid aside his newspaper and set about weighing the coffee, but also by the elegant youth who was swinging his legs, one on each side the counter, and who, having just finished his cigar, thus bespoke him. "So you're after finding a smart smut, are you, my lad? Confound them all, I say. A fine rumpus they've been making at Ogilvy's, down at the factory by the river near Orleans. Why, if they haven't had the unbelievable impudence to be found with 3 tracts and a newspaper hid under one of the presses, I might never taste another cigar. And 2 of the black devils absconded." "Is that lately, sir?" said Edward. 5 days ago, by God," replied the young man, bringing his off leg over the counter and letting both hang down close to Edward's arm. "Only Monday last, and when the tracks were found and stuck up burning on the end of a cane, the whole gang set up such a howl that the foreman was right down scared. The head clerk is a brother of my own, and he come up in a steamer yesterday to look at a lot of infernal trash of the same sort that was picked up in some cotton grounds hereabout. They hope to trace the white rascals they come from, and it's determined on all sides that they shall be tarred and burnt to death in the nearest marketplace, let them be found where they may." "That will be sport at any rate," observed the gentleman who was ensconced in the tub.
I would not mind having to flog a nigger or two out of their work for a week, to have the glory of seeing a saint burnt for it." "I expect not, squire," said the balancing occupant of the stool. "It would pay any of us well for the loss of a dozen lazy black devils for a week, such a sight as that. And what's more, we must contrive to have it soon, or I calculate worse will follow. I'm positive certain that some of my black varmint are being learned to read, and if that spreads, we'll have an insurrection and be murdered in our beds before we're a year older, as sure as the sun's in heaven." "Massa want 3 pound of baccy," said a fine-looking negro lad, approaching the receipt of custom with money for the purchase on his extended palm. "You be damned!" cried the young man on the counter, raising one of his feet as he spoke, and giving a sharp kick to the boy's hand. The money, which consisted of some copper and 1 or 2 small silver coins, was scattered far and wide on the floor. Every white man in the store, save Edward, burst into a shout of laughter. The young negro was in an agony of terror, and threw himself on the ground to recover the money, but his persecutor sprang from the counter, and assiduously collecting with his feet all the dust and rubbish on the floor to cover the coins, and occasionally kicking aside the hands of the boys as he sought to recover them, produced such a continuation of noisy merriment from the lookers-on, that the loungers outside the store were induced to enter, in order to inquire its cause. No sooner was the jest made known, than the clamour, kickings, and buffetings became general, while the poor victim, suffering alike from present pain and the dread of future punishment, groaned aloud as his tormentors rolled him from one to another beneath their feet. Drops of agony stood on Edward's brow. Could he for one moment have possessed a giant's strength, he would willingly have consented to die the next, might he but have used it to crush the wretches whose wanton, cowardly barbarity he was thus forced to witness. He turned to the door for air, and a moment's reflection closed his idle rage, while it strengthened 1,000-fold the steadfast purpose of his heart. "You've got fine fun there, I expect, there's no denying that," said Mr. Van Dumper, recovering at length from his fit of immoderate laughter. "But I'll be burnt if I don't make you pay for the baccy yourselves, so quit and let the varmint get up and do his errand." The weather was warm, and the exercise they were engaged in violent, so that Mr. Van Dumpen's remonstrance was seconded by fatigue, and after one final kick from each, the sport ended, and the negro boy was suffered to search among the dust for the money he had lost. He recovered it all, save 1 small silver coin of the value of 6 cents. Having sought for this in vain for several minutes, he rose to his feet as if inspired by a sudden ray of hope, and with a look of innocent entreaty that might have moved a savage, said, "You give me the baccy, massa, for this?" holding out the recovered money as he spoke. Mr. Monroe Van Dumper received the money and counted it. "Now isn't he an impudent varmint?" he exclaimed, turning to the weary jesters, who were wiping their brows after the sport. "Isn't he a proper nigger? You black dirt, you! D'ye think I'll trust such a one as you a picayune?" Exhausted as they were, this sally produced another hearty laugh from the bystanders, while Edward, whose eyes were fixed upon the boy, saw him visibly tremble, and such an expression of terror took possession of his young features, that, thoughtless of the observations it might provoke, he supplied the piece of money that was wanting, saying, "Off with you, boy, with your baccy. Then I shall get my coffee, you see." A glance of mingled surprise and rapture shot from the large eyes of the boy as he fixed them for a moment on the face of his benefactor, but Edward had the prudence to take no farther notice of him. Mr. Van Dumper whistled a bar or two of Yankee Doodle without speaking, weighed the 3 pounds of tobacco, tied it up, again counted the money that had been laid upon the counter, and then pushing the parcel to the young slave, dismissed him, with saying, "Go and be flogged for wasting your master's time, you black imp." The boy gave one more speaking glance at Edward and departed. As he reached the door, the gentleman who was perched aloft close to it, and who had taken no further part in the scene that had just passed than cheering the actors in it by shouts of laughter, stooping forward his head as the boy passed under him, contrived accurately to spit upon him as he went out. Once more the chamber rang with laughter, and then Edward received his pound of coffee and left the shop. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of the Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. The Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw by Frances Trollope. Chapter 15. In pursuance of the advice he had received, Edward Bligh proceeded to the marketplace of Natchez, and there in truth he found, stuck conspicuously upon every point of vantage, unnumbered advertisements of the sale of negroes, singly, in couples, in families, and in gangs. But it appeared to him that there was not one which could include Phoebe. While earnestly occupied in this examination, he was addressed by a voice quite unknown to him. "You're looking for a bargain, are you? Yet somehow I calculate that you have no great notion neither about furnishing yourself with negroes. Maybe, mister, you are one of them that think slavery an abomination? Such folks are very plentiful, I hear, up the country nowadays." Edward turned to look at the person who spoke, and instantly recognized the hateful countenance of the man who from his lofty station in Van Dumper's store had offered the last parting insult to the poor negro boy. A feeling of antipathy induced Bligh to turn away without answering, but immediately recollecting the purpose for which he was at Natchez, he stepped back, after looking at an advertisement a few feet distant, and replied civilly, "It certainly is not on my own account, sir, that I am looking out. My father owned many slaves, but he died a bankrupt, and I am too poor to own one." The stranger eyed him with evident curiosity. "You are a stranger in Natchez, I think?" "Yes, sir." "In what state was your father's plantation?" "My father's farm was in Kentucky." "Kentucky? They don't know over much about managing niggers in Kentucky. You are a farmer's son, are you? And your father died a bankrupt, did he? That must be inconvenient enough, no doubt. And so you do a little in the agent way, like. Is that it?" "No, sir. The commission was quite accidental, because I was just coming to Natchez. My business now is keeping a day school." "A school? I thought you told us you come from the backwoods." "So I do, sir, though from no great distance, and there are many of the settlers round about who are glad to pay a few dollars to have their children kept out of mischief and taught to read." "Have you any negro schools in Kentucky, my lad?" "I believe not, sir." "But some of the niggers are uncommon knowing there, I am told. Did your father find it so with his?" "I think not, sir. They most of them appeared profoundly ignorant." "And first-rate beastly stupid, too, I take it. But maybe that's not your notion concerning them. Maybe you expect they might be made into human creatures contrary to nature, if they had but a young saint or two to help them." There was something in the man's manner from the first which led Edward to suspect that he had some sinister object in addressing him, and these last words not only confirmed this idea, but indicated plainly enough what the object was which the questioner had in view. This man had in truth, while seated aloft in the store, narrowly watched the speaking countenance of Bligh during the savage scene that passed there, and when at length he saw one whose dress was hardly above that of a labourer give money to extricate the negro boy from his embarrassment, very little doubt remained on his mind that the pale but strikingly handsome young man who called himself a backwoodsman was neither more nor less than one of those who dared to enter a land of slavery with the gospel in his hand. That many such had left behind them, as they quietly passed through that land, some traces of knowledge and of truth concerning both this world and that which is to come, was a fact which Louisianians, in common with the inhabitants of all other slaveholding states, had recently become very painfully aware. When first this danger threatened, the legislatures of most of these states contented themselves by framing laws, brief, peremptory, and severe, against all such as should be found in engaging teaching slaves the unlawful arts of reading and writing. But this slow, difficult, and under these laws dangerous process was not the only one resorted to by the bold men who ventured to grapple with the slaveholders for the souls of their victims, though they had no power to redeem their bodies. The sort of frenetic rage which the discovery of this plot, as it were called, excited among the slaveholders, is now pretty generally known to the world by the acts to which it has led, and might really lead one to believe that the religious creed of these persons taught them to expect that their rights over the negro race were not to be forfeited like other mortal tenures by death, but would hold good to all eternity in the life to come, provided that no emancipation was obtained there for their slaves by the interference of meddling Christians while on earth. Not very long before the period of which I write, some of the wealthiest planters in the neighborhood of New Orleans met together in secret conclave to consult on the means most likely to check the growing evil. Some among them are said to have gone the length of proposing the state laws should be enacted, making the being caught in the fact of giving religious instruction to a slave a capital offense, in all cases to be punishable by death. But it was suggested that the American citizens of the free states might possibly object to such power being given to any jurisdiction for offenses not recognized by the national law, or for white men born in the Union, under the protection of its stars and its stripes. What then was to be done? Were the landholders and merchants of the wealthiest part of the Union to have their dearest interests continually endangered by illegal efforts to make their slaves Christians? The canting, busy, mischief-making English, whose African association was forever at work to stir up a ruinous strife in a prosperous and rival country, might pretend to be better and more philanthropic than their transatlantic offspring, but let some newly invented process be set in action that should cause the horse, the ox, and the ass of Britain to turn and reason with his master for making him toil, what would the fierce islanders say then? Would they not rise and tear at atoms the agents in a plot? No, would they not rise and tear to atoms the agents in such a plot? Such were the reasonings, it is said, upon which many among the influential part of the slaveholding population of the United States acted, when it was tacitly resolved amongst them not to interfere whenever individual vengeance should be taken upon those suspected of holding religious intercourse with slaves, let that vengeance go what lengths it might. The knowledge and belief that such a resolution had been secretly entered into by many possessing great power and influence was gradually gaining ground, producing consequences such as might easily have been predicted, and such in fact as it was intended they should produce. The appetite for this species of chartered vengeance very naturally increased by what it fed on, and very many petty planters beside Mr. Gill's Hogstown, who had now fixed himself on Edward Bligh, felt as much gratification in getting scent of a missionary or tracking a Christian traveller as a bloodhound shows when he comes upon the trace of his prey. Though by no means fully aware of the extent to which this system of licensed outrage was carried, Edward knew enough of it to feel certain that this man's questions boded him no good. But as in this case no present danger threatened either Lucy or any of his sable flock, his spirit rose to meet and baffle it, and to Hogstown's allusion to saints he replied with a smile, and looking him full in the face, "But where are the young saints to come from, sir? I don't fancy we can expect any more saints on earth just at present." "You hail from Kentucky, my lad, don't you?" replied Hogstown, twisting the quid in his mouth, and at the same time squirting forth its juice with an expressive jerk. "Yes, sir," replied Edward, preserving his steady, unembarrassed air, "and a very fine country it is. Do you happen to know it, sir?" "I know enough of it to say that no whey-faced, canting vagabonds had ought to come therefrom. They most generally rise as very unaccountable fine fellows there, who are at most times up to a thing or two. But it is likely enough that, with all their gouging and fun, they may learn something new if they send out some strolling scouts Natchez way. We aren't to be beat nor scared nor bamboozled by any that stands between earth and heaven. Mind that, my lad." So saying, he turned down a street at the corner of which they were standing, leaving Edward considerably at a loss to comprehend the meaning of his parting address. He suspected, indeed, that he was threatened, but he knew not with what, and more determined than ever to separate himself from Lucy, he crossed to the market to a store that exhibited in its window ready-made caps, hats, and sundry garments for children. "Do you happen to want a very handy young woman for needlework?" he said as he entered, and almost before he had seen the face of the person he addressed. This was an extremely beautiful young woman who stood behind the counter, and whose delicate complexion had a slight shade of that peculiar tinge which marks the quadroon in Louisiana, but which would have gained her in Europe the reputation of being the most beautiful brunette in the world. "Yes, sir, we do," was the reply. "We want several." Edward's blood mounted to his temples as he looked at her. Beautiful, graceful, elegant, and gentle as she was, he dared not place his sister near her. Let her moral character be what it might, disgrace must of necessity be coupled with her name. Her remarkable beauty made it certain that she must be addressed with the most brutal and unchecked licentiousness by every dissolute fellow that approached her. From this no possible degree of purity and discretion could secure her, for she was of the race whom all men are permitted to insult. Lucy's present situation, perilous as it might soon become, was still infinitely better than any protection this unfortunate being could bestow. And Edward stood silent and embarrassed before her, at a loss how to leave the shop after such an opening without betraying the reason for it. But the poor quadroon understood him without entering into any explanation. "Is the young lady a relation of yours, sir?" said she. "She is my sister." "Then I think, sir, you had better inquire of Mrs. Shepherd's, 3 doors below. She has a great deal of work, and there would be no objection to your sister's being with her." A bright blush mounted to her eyes as she spoke, but she smiled as she returned his parting bow. It was that soft melancholy smile, however, which seemed peculiar to her race, and it brought tears into Edward's eyes. He followed her instructions, and entering the shop of Mrs. Shepherd, repeated his inquiry. "A handy young woman? Why, yes, maybe I do," was the satisfactory reply, but uttered by lips which nature had denied the power to smile, and in a voice that was harsh in discordance with the sweet tones of the quadroon. Edward felt all this strongly enough, poor fellow, but it was no time to dwell on smiles or silver sounds, and feeling this more strongly still, he civilly proceeded to state the merits and qualifications of his sister. "Is she a beauty, young man?" gruffly inquired the grim high priestess of the Temple of Fashion, fixing her rude eyes on Edward's handsome features. "If she favours you, I don't think she'll suit me. I don't approve of beauties." Again Edward's blood mounted to his forehead, but with a feeling widely different from that which last propelled it there. He conquered the rebellion, however, that was rising at his heart, and replied meekly, "My sister, madam, is a very quiet, modest-looking young woman, and would, I am sure, endeavour in all ways to give you satisfaction." "It's difficult to know. Gals are unaccountable plagues. What would she ask, too, over and above her board and lodging?" "She would be happy to come to you for a trial, madam, on very reasonable terms, just enough to enable her to dress with propriety." "Well, I expect I may try her. Where does she bide?" "She's been living with me in the country, and she is there still." "Living with you? Has she no parents? How am I to know she is not your miss?" This was too much, and Edward turned to leave the store. but probably there was something in the ad libitum nature of the arrangement proposed agreeable to the pecuniary taste of Mrs. Shepherd, for she prevented his departure by saying sharply, "You'd better stop, young man. You may go farther and fare worse. If you're a brother, and a good brother, you won't think the worse of this place because I am careful who I takes into it." There was truth in this, though the manner of it was detestable, so once more subduing his feelings, he turned back and said calmly, "I am indeed a brother, madam, and one that would die rather than expose my sister to danger of any kind. But I have not been used to hear her suspected, and—" "Well, well, no harm's done. I am willing to give your sister a trial. What's her name?" "Bligh. Miss Lucy Bligh." "And when is she to come? She isn't to stump it, I suppose. Have you any wagons your way?" "Oh yes, there will no difficulty about that. I can bring her to you next market day, if that will suit you." "Next market day? Why, that's 4 days, and we stifled with work here. However, the wagons will accommodate then, maybe, and she will have to wash and stitch a spell, I expect, to fix herself. So market day let it be, and that's all said." Edward took the hint and disappeared. He was comforted, certainly he was greatly comforted at having thus succeeded in the object next his heart, but it was with a pang he could scarcely conquer that he thought of his meek, gentle Lucy, who through all her troubles had never yet received a harsh word from any human being, given up to the power and the temper of the woman he had left. The sight of Mr. Gill's Hogstown, whom at this moment he saw on the opposite side of the market-place evidently watching him, went farther perhaps to reconcile him to the deed he had done than anything else he could have encountered. Once more he felt certain he was right, and immediately turned all his thoughts to the details necessary to prepare Lucy for the exchange in her position. Mrs. Shepherd's hint about stitching and fixing was not lost on the thoughtful brother, and he immediately determined to dedicate the money he had brought with him to the purchase of a gown, etc., for his Lucy. He remembered of old that in the days of his Lexington splendour the finest shops were ever accounted the dearest, therefore he prudently determined to quit the gayer part of the town to penetrate into the humbler quarter, where he might hope to find bargains that should suit his purse. A low-browed door admitted him to a well-filled little store, from among the treasures of which he easily selected what he flattered himself would answer the purpose required. While making his purchases, he observed that the magazine he had selected for them was sufficiently humble to receive negro customers, for more than one entered for a cent's worth of snuff or tobacco while he was there. Perceiving that the woman of the shop condescended also to gossip with them as she took their money, he ventured to join the conversation by asking if they could tell him whether a handsome young negro girl called Phoebe had been sold at Natchez within the last few days. The question was one which immediately commanded the attention of his auditors. "Phoebe?" said one. "No, massa, no Phoebe sold this week at market. I hab the cat, cause I bid to see them all sole. No Phoebe mongst them, massa." "Handsome!" cried another. "Der hab not been a handsome nigger gal sold in Natchez market since my Sylvia. No, massa, no handsome gal this week." This latter testimony might have had but little weight without the former, but both together, joined with the absence of everything resembling an advertisement of her on the walls of the market-house, convinced him that the poor girl had not been sold. Edward now turned his thoughts homeward, but despite his nearly exhausted purse, he entered a baker's store to purchase a roll before he set off towards the forest. Though pressed by hunger at the moment he did so, he would not eat the morsel then, for he remembered a clear brook that he should pass in his way, beside which he could rest himself, quench his ardent thirst, and in short, double the luxury of his banquet. As he quitted the baker's store, he was somewhat startled to meet again the deep-set eye of Hogstown glaring at him from the door of a whiskey store opposite. He remembered, however, that a few days would see his sister in safety, and solaced by this conviction, he walked out of the town little mindful whether Mr. Giles Hogston watched him or not. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of the Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw by Frances Trollope. Chapter 16. "Poor Lucy! How will she bear it?" was the exclamation that escaped Edward Bligh's lips almost as soon as he had fairly quitted the busy suburbs of Natchez and found himself alone in the wide forest that surrounds it. It was a question which had never occurred to him as long as the separation was doubtful, but now that it was all fixed and settled, now that he had spent almost their last dollar in obtaining a dress in which to send her from him, the fear that he should have to witness very bitter sorrow on her part weighed heavily on his spirits, and his pace slackened and his step moved languidly as he thought of it. He had quite forgotten his little loaf, and the repose he had promised himself to take while he ate it, when he at length reached the pretty spot he had fixed upon for the purpose. The sight of it reminded him both of his need of refreshment and of the means of taking it, which were within his reach, and though no longer feeling as light-hearted as when he projected the repast, he sat down on a bright white stone beside the little brook as he intended, and having first refreshed himself by a copious draught of its fresh and delicious water, he prepared to eat his loaf, when he was startled by the apparition of a negro head looking earnestly at him from a thick bush of canebrake on the other side of the stream. At first the glance that regarded him seemed a furtive one, and some caution was taken to conceal the person from whom it came. But in the next moment a tall young negro burst from the covert, and springing by a strong effort across the brook, fell trembling and exhausted at Edward's feet. He was dreadfully emaciated, and appeared so reduced in strength that when Edward stretched out his hand and attempted to raise him, the poor fellow, though he evidently endeavoured to second the effort, was utterly unable to do so, and remained prostrate and panting on the earth. Edward dipped his hand in the running water, and sprinkled him freely with it. The negro opened his eyes, which had closed heavily as he fell, and looking up in the face that was gazing on him with an expression of tender pity, but with no symptom of recognition, he exclaimed, "Oh, Master Edward, do you not know me?" Famine and fatigue had changed the voice less than the features, for he was known in an instant. "Caesar, my poor Caesar!" cried Edward, wringing his attenuated hand. "What can have happened to bring you to this miserable condition?" "I am a runaway slave, Master Edward," replied the young man, shuddering as he spoke the fearful words, "and I have eaten nothing but wild berries for the last 5 days." The first impulse was naturally to give him the bread that lay on the moss at his side. This was done most cautiously and tenderly by Edward, who fed him with little morsels dipped in the stream as carefully as a mother would have ministered to her babe. But this first and most imperious call answered, the next movement was that of terror at the risk of discovery that both were exposed to. The sun was not yet set, and within a quarter of a mile of the spot where they stood was the dwelling of a hunter well known to Edward, whose fortune would be made at a single stroke could he only see and give notice at Natchez of the vicinity of the poor exhausted Caesar. For the present nothing better could be devised by either of them than for the negro to creep on his belly beneath the almost impervious covert of the bushes at 100 yards distance from the path. His renovated strength sufficed for this, and there Edward left him, assuring him that he might go to sleep in safety, as the spot was too near a human habitation to leave any fear of wolves, and promising to return at midnight with the best nourishment he could procure, that his activity might be sufficiently restored to enable him to search a hiding-place of greater safety. Edward Bligh pursued his way home in a state of the most painful anxiety. During the few moments' conversation they held together, he had learned from Caesar that he was one of the slaves escaped from Ogilvy's factory, and the suspicion which had glanced across his mind when he heard of the tracts, that the delinquent might possibly be his own valued and faithful Caesar, was thus unhappily confirmed. Among many pressing causes of uneasiness, the difficulty of concealing this unfortunate young man, and saving him from the fate that inevitably awaited him if discovered, now became the most urgent. But weary and wayworn, he reached his home before his invention had suggested anything that promised even probable success. He found Lucy anxiously awaiting him, and a supper of such comfortable aspect provided, that his first idea was that he would return immediately to convey it to his starving protégé. A young farmer who passed whistling before the door at this moment reminded him, however, that the hour of darkness and silence was not yet come. So setting apart, to the great surprise of the wondering Lucy, considerably more than half the tempting steaks she had provided, he he sat down beside her to partake the remainder. How much, how very much he had to tell her, and where should he begin? The condition of poor Caesar was the thing most freshly impressed upon his memory, and examining cautiously on all sides that none was near enough to overhear him, he related it to her exactly as it had become known to him. She was greatly agitated. Caesar had been valued by the whole family for his many excellent qualities, but Lucy loved him for Phoebe's sake still more than for his own, and when she remembered the tender and innocent affection which had existed between them from early childhood, and the agony the poor girl would feel when she learned his situation, she wept bitterly. It was immediately agreed between the brother and sister that he should every night be supplied with the means of sustenance by them. This part of the arrangement was easy enough, but where should they conceal him? How should they hope to find means of eluding the search which would most assuredly be made for him, and in which every white inhabitant of the country, except themselves, would join heart and hand? Some moments of silent meditation followed the fair statement of these very difficult questions by Edward, and then Lucy broke the silence by saying, "Edward, a thought has come into my head that may be worth nothing, yet the case seems so desperate that I had better tell you what it is, in case by possibility you may turn it to account. You set off this morning, dear brother, in the hope of doing some important business by means of the town gossip, while I, staying at home, had a huge packet of country gossip brought me, quite unsought on my part, I assure you, but from which I think it is just possible we may extract something profitable to our poor Caesar." "Indeed, that is the last thing I should expect, Lucy, from any gossip within reach of Fox's clearing. Fox's wife's brother owns a slave, and the instant the abomination comes within the limits of a man's kindred, if it be only to a cousin's cousin, you are sure to hear them all join the hoop and cry after every runaway negro mentioned in their presence, as if the property of the whole family were at stake. But tell me what you have heard." "Nothing certainly to disprove the truth of your observation. I should be sorry to trust the safety of Caesar to the tender mercies of Mrs. Fox, who seldom misses an opportunity of offering her testimony to the unaccountable ignorance of them stupid niggers, what gentle people is forced to have wait upon them. But my gossip did not come from her. It was that decent body, Mrs. Martin, little Rosa's mother, who gave me the information that I wished to turn to Caesar's profit. She brought the child to school this morning, that she might explain something about the work she was about, and of course I made her sit down and so forth. She asked me, by way of making conversation I suppose, if I knew the German family called Steinmark, who own the large farm known by the name of Reichland. I told her I had heard them named as very rich people, but knew nothing more about them. "My!" she exclaimed, "I wonder you never heard tell of their beautiful daughter. Why, she's the talk of the country, but so proud that she won't deign to speak a word to anybody. The brothers, at least the miller, is a very clever, free-spoken man, and rich, too, they do say, unaccountable. And now they are all mad with joy because the eldest son is comed back from Philadelphia richer than all the rest. But the thing I was going to speak of was the unaccountable wonder that, with all the dollars that's talked of among them, there is not one of the whole kit that owns a slave." This, Edward, as nearly as I can recollect it, was Mrs. Martin's harangue, and it created a feeling of satisfaction at knowing there was at least one household near us composed of right-thinking Christians. "Do you think it possible that you could introduce yourself to this family, lead them to talk of the besetting sin of the beautiful country in which they have fixed themselves, and, if encouraged by their sentiments and manner of speaking, trust them at once with poor Caesar's secret, and implore their help to conceal him? Do you think it would be possible to do this?" "Lucy, I do," was Edward's prompt reply, and after meditating a moment he added, "It appears to me almost certain that a wealthy family in Louisiana, carrying on extensive concerns without slaves, must do so upon principle. and if this be the case, they will help us. Do not doubt it, love. Let us thank heaven for the most timely accident." Lucy did thank heaven, and so delighted did she feel at the idea of Caesar's probable escape, and the succeeding happiness she should convey to Phoebe by telling her that he was safe and well, that she almost forgot how completely the fate of the unfortunate girl was still enveloped in mystery. Her first words on seeing Edward had been to ask if Phoebe was sold, and his almost positive negative suggested the idea that she must be still near them. "My poor dear Phoebe!" exclaimed the tender-hearted Lucy, who, though still fancy-free herself, appeared quite able to understand the effect of love on others. "She did so dearly love him. I must see him, Edward, if only to tell Phoebe that I have done so. It is quite dark now. May we not go to him?" There was one piece of intelligence which Edward had to communicate that he had not yet touched upon, and it was of a nature which, though pregnant with satisfaction to himself, he almost feared to mention. But Lucy must hear it, and that directly, or how would the stitching and fixing be accomplished? He thought that he should be less of a coward if Lucy's sweet face were concealed by darkness as she listened to him, and he therefore readily acceded to her offer of accompanying him to the spot where he had left Caesar. He persuaded her, however, to wait for another hour or two, that no belated loiterer might be likely to cross their path, and then, furnished with a small basket containing every comfort their scanty means could furnish, they set forth. The moon was now very nearly at the full, and gave them perhaps a clearer light than they desired, but this trifling addition to a danger, which at this hour they thought could not be great, occasioned them but little uneasiness. An exclamation from Lucy as they quitted their dark room, upon the glorious brightness that greeted them, was answered by her thoughtful brother with an observation that the deepest darkness would perhaps suit them better. But after this they alluded to the danger no more, and perhaps almost unconsciously blessed the useful light, which rendered this walk so unlike many which they had taken during the last fortnight to Peggy's hut. One must have seen the effect of moonlight in a half-cleared forest path in this southern climate to conceive any idea of its beauty. The striking illustration of ebon and ivory that has been so beautifully applied to this species of light is hardly strong enough to convey an idea of its strength and power there. The flood of silver that bathes every object where trees are not, and the solemn darkness that dwells unconquerable where they are, surpasses anything that more temperate latitudes can show. Lucy seemed inclined to bask in the moonshine, and chose the centre of the open glade by which their walk commenced, as if to enjoy its brilliance more fully. But this suited not the tone of poor Edward's feelings, and drawing her arm within his, he led her gently into the shade. "Dearest Lucy," he said, "do you remember that I was once stern enough to say that it was your duty to obey me? And do you remember, too, how sweetly you answered that you knew it, and would never cease to remember it?" "Well, Edward, and suppose I do? Have you any very terrible proof of my sincerity to propose to me?" "I fear I have, my love. But you must not blame me, Lucy, and do not, for God's sake, dearest, do not increase the difficulties which surround us, by showing disinclination to adopt the measure I have decided on for you." The heart of the poor girl at once divined that he was about to propose they should separate. "Edward, Edward," she exclaimed, "think well before you decide upon leaving me. Think well whether I shall have strength to support the life I now lead without you." "What I have arranged for you is nothing like that, dearest Lucy. But, to speak to you at once with the frankness you so well deserve, I must say that our remaining together at this very critical moment would be fatal to the great object to which I have solemnly consecrated my existence. I cannot do what I ought to do while you are with me. But think not that I am therefore less exposed to danger. On the contrary, I am persuaded that did I feel myself perfectly a free agent, and had the power of moving from one quarter to another, I might live among these unhappy people for years, of which no week, no day, should pass unmarked by the approach of some of them towards their God, while I might remain unchallenged and unknown, even in the centre of New Orleans." "New Orleans? Are you going to New Orleans, Edward? And at this season?" "Oh no, Lucy, I have no such idea, I assure you. On the contrary, my intention is to remain at our present quarters and to pursue the same occupation, while you, at the distance of a few miles only, shall be safely pursuing an employment less fatiguing, I hope, but certainly more profitable, and which will afford you the power of meeting me every Sabbath morning at sunrise on the road from Natchez, when I will lead you home to breakfast, and we will pass the holy day in prayer and peace." "Ah, my poor Edward," replied Lucy, weeping, "you have thought more of me than of yourself in this. How will your evenings pass without me?" "Delightfully, peacefully, fearlessly, Lucy, for I shall have done my duty. But you do not ask to what labour I have pledged my little girl. Are you not anxious to know whether you are to be governess in the family of some magnificent Creole, with the task of imparting activity to all her offspring, or to superintend the agreeable establishment of a Natchez boarding-house?" "I do not much think," replied Lucy, almost recovering her smiles, "that you have pledged me to either one or the other. But tell me, cruel Edward, what is it I shall have to occupy me, when I can plan and plot for your comfort no longer?" Edward then gave her a detailed account of the engagement he had entered into, confessed that the aspect of Mrs. Shepherd was not very inviting, but endeavoured to console himself and her by talking of the future, and dwelling upon a hope he had often before mentioned, that he might some day find means to take her with him to the coast of Liberia. Lucy answered only by a heavy sigh, but she made no farther attempt at remonstrance, and listened with gratitude to the account he gave of his thoughtful purchases for her. By this time his theme was fully discussed. They had reached the spot where Edward had left the weary and exhausted negro. He had taken the bearings of the thicket, which concealed him too accurately to feel any doubt about the place, but the signals he gave of their approach remained unanswered, nor could they penetrate sufficiently into the matted covert to enable them to decide whether the object of their search were concealed there or not. Caesar had made his entry into it, much as a snake might have done, a mode of conveying the person which neither of his friends had yet acquired, so that having walked around and into the thicket as nearly as possible, and used their voices fully as loud as it was safe to do, they began to fear either that he had been surprised and taken away, or that for some reason or other he had sought another place of concealment. For a moment after this fear was expressed by Edward, they both stood perfectly still, as if meditating what course to pursue, and then, in the perfect silence, Lucy fancied that she distinguished a sound like heavy breathing of one asleep. Her brother listened at her bidding, and soon became convinced that she was right. But how to penetrate to the asylum the sleeper had chosen, or even to guess exactly where it was, he knew not. At length it was decided between them to cut a long stout branch from a tree, and by the aid of this to set to work on poor Caesar, as it is usual to do when endeavouring to dislodge a rat from a hole. The experiment happily succeeded, and a gleam of moonlight that shot through a lucky aperture in the trees was caught and reflected so vividly by Caesar's eyes as he slowly emerged from his lair, that a European might have been strangely startled at the effect produced. The next moment was one of rapture to poor Caesar. The sight of Lucy was an unexpected joy, and he testified his devotion to her rather like an Eastern than a Western slave, for he literally kissed the hem of her garment again and again, and, spite of the weakness of his famished state, wearied not of repeating, "Miss Lucy, oh blessed Miss Lucy, beautiful, blessed Miss Lucy." Tears flowed plentifully from the eyes of both, but Edward interfered to stop this excess of enervating feeling, for he knew that the poor fellow would have need of courage and energy to escape the perils that surrounded him. The restorative contents of the basket were produced, and the gay enjoyment with which the poor negro dispatched them was a painful contrast to the anxiety of his more thoughtful friends. Timidly and tenderly he inquired for Phebe, and so needful did Edward think it to sustain and not depress his spirits, that he only told him in return that she was the property of a neighbouring planter, and that they often saw her, without hinting at her recent disappearance, or at any of the peculiar miseries of her situation. After an hour passed in thus comforting the poor runaway, Edward and Lucy prepared to depart, and as the thicket had proved a safe hiding-place, and contained, as Caesar assured them, a very soft bed of leaves to sleep on, they strongly recommended his patiently remaining within it, promising that the following night should replenish the little store they left with him, and that the intervals should be passed in endeavouring to learn what would be the safest course for him to pursue. Having seen him ensconced, they took their departure, and their homeward walk was beguiled by the discussion of various plans for becoming acquainted with the rich German family who employed no slaves. End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of the Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Suman Barua. The Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw by Frances Trollope. Chapter 17. Notwithstanding the many ingenious devices suggested and canvassed that night, when the following morning came, Edward Bligh told his sister that he had determined upon using none of them, but intended simply to present himself to their wealthy neighbour, and unless he saw something in his manner that was discouraging, to state the case of Caesar at once, and ask his assistance in concealing him till the first heat of pursuit should be over. Edward set forth accordingly, and the day being Sunday, Lucy consented to accompany him for a part of the way. The distance did not exceed 3 miles, and rather than lose the pleasure of his company on the return, a pleasure, as she said, that would soon become very rare, she placed herself under a tree at no great distance, though perfectly concealed from the house, and there awaited his return. Edward boldly entered the premises, and requesting to see the master, was ushered into the common sitting-room of the Steinmark family, which has been before described. Frederick Steinmark was, as usual, occupied at the upper end of the apartment with a book, and as usual too on this day of rest, his still beautiful wife was surrounded by her sons, the circle being now augmented by Fritz, and a young friend and countryman who had accompanied him from Philadelphia. It was impossible to mistake the figure of the master. The high forehead, now nearly deserted by the light curls that formerly covered it, the slight contraction of the brow, which denoted at once age and thought, distinguished him sufficiently from the bright young faces which occupied the other end of the apartment. Edward approached him and said, "Mr. Steinmark, I believe?" It must, I suppose, be allowed as a defect, or a weakness, or at any rate as a peculiarity in Frederick Steinmark, that his first impulse since his arrival in America upon the approach of any stranger was to look toward such members of his family as were present with him, as a hint that they should come forward to relieve him from what indeed he never was heard to complain of, but which they all knew was the greatest annoyance that could beset him. Upon this occasion, as usual, the same summons that caused him to raise his eyes from his book directed them towards his sons. But this glance of warning given, he next turned his eyes upon his guest, and immediately laid aside the volume on a table near him. Hermann, with his usual promptitude, had already obeyed the look, and was by his side. But Edward, who had perceived the joyous party from which he came, took courage for the sake of Caesar's secret, and almost unconscious of Hermann's civil salutation, continued to address his father. "May I take the liberty, Mr. Steinmark, of begging to speak to you alone?" Such a request would in general have fallen more heavily on the ear of Frederick Steinmark than the announcement of the visit of a wolf or hurricane, but somewhat to Hermann's surprise he now rose with alacrity from his chair and led the way to a small room on the opposite side of the entrance, followed by Edward. Could their historian do justice to the character of Frederick Steinmark, or to the countenance of Edward Bligh, this deviation from the usual habits of the former would create no surprise, for never did features more speakingly proclaim gentleness, intelligence, and refinement than those of Edward. When the door of the little room was closed upon them, and they were both seated, the young American once more raised his eyes to the face of his host, and if any doubt remained on his mind as to the security with which he might tell him all, that glance removed it. "When you know my business, sir," said Edward, "I think you will forgive the freedom I have taken and am about to take." "I'm quite sure of it, sir, let that freedom be what it may," replied the German. "You have a large estate here," resumed Edward, "and I'm told that you own no slave. May I not believe that this is a proof of your condemning slavery?" "I would have it a proof to all men that I abhor it from my soul," replied Frederick Steinmark with energy. "Thank God," replied poor Edward fervently. "It is long since I have heard such words." "But why should they affect you so strongly, my young friend?" demanded Steinmark. "I will tell you, sir. If you abhor slavery, you must be touched with compassion for those who are its victims. One of these, a young man of my own age, and whom I have known familiarly from my birth, one of the most guiltless, faithful, and affectionate of human beings, is at this moment exposed to all the fearful danger that threatens a slave who has run from his master. The reasons of his doing so I could explain much to his honor did I not fear to intrude on your kind patience. But I have no means whatever of concealing him. He is at present lying hid in the forest at a few miles' distance, and unless I can discover some shelter for him soon, I cannot hope that he will escape the pursuit which will, before it ceases, leave no thicket unexplored." Steinmark listened with the most earnest attention. The tale had for the present effectually cured his absence of mind. "If my premises can afford protection to the poor fellow, be very sure he shall have it. But may I, without your believing impertinent curiosity to my motive, ask you, sir, how it happens that you, an American, an inhabitant of Louisiana, and if I mistook you not, formerly the owner of this young negro, should feel thus keenly the misery and the sin produced by this dreadful system? I've been 15 years in the country, and you are the first man from whom I have heard such sentiments." Edward hesitated a moment, not from any averseness to disclose his situation, and the circumstances which led to it, to the man before him, but rather from a fear of being beguiled by the interest expressed in the gentle eye that rested on him into becoming too tediously his own biographer. "Let me not distress you," said Steinmark hastily, remarking this hesitation and believing from it that there were circumstances it might be painful to disclose. "I feel that my question was unauthorized. Let us rather revert." "Mr. Steinmark," interrupted Edward with vivacity, "it is long, very long, since I have had the gratification of speaking to any one except my young sister, to whom I could venture to express my feelings. If I now hesitate to answer you, it is because I fear that I may be led to speak of myself too much. Without this fear, it would indeed be a comfort and consolation to tell you what I am, and why I am no better." "We seem, my young friend," returned Steinmark, with his own peculiar smile of irresistible sweetness, "to have more than one peculiarity in common. It is long, very long too, since I have encountered a human being out of my own family to whom I could speak with freedom, and now we have met, I should be sorry to think the acquaintance was likely to end." Edward held out his hand without speaking. At that moment his voice could not have served to express his feelings so well as his action. He was fully understood, however, and these two very shy men of different ages and of different nations felt mutually that they were far advanced towards intimacy and friendship. "May I then come to you again?" said Edward cheerfully. "I cannot indulge myself now. I have left my sister waiting for me in the forest, and she will be most painfully anxious to hear the result of my petition for shelter in behalf of poor Caesar. Shall I tell her that you have promised to conceal him?" "You may indeed. But shall we not see your sister? Why not request her to join us?" From this, however, Edward excused himself. He had as yet made no acquaintance with the kind Mary and a lovely daughter, and the group of gay-looking young men he had caught sight of would, he thought, positively frighten Lucy. It was therefore settled that Edward should now take his leave and return about midnight with Caesar, leaving to the morrow the renewal of the conversation which had so much interested both. "And your name, my friend?" said Frederick Steinmark, holding out his hand. "Edward Bligh." "Farewell then, till tonight. I will myself and myself alone await you at the gate through which you passed in coming to the house. When you know us all, perhaps you may increase the number of your confidants." Edward took his leave and carried with him such a degree of love, admiration, and reverence for the man he left as only the young, unworn, and pure of heart can feel upon an acquaintance of half an hour's standing. Nevertheless, not all the ripened wisdom of a Nestor could have enabled him to form a truer judgment. Such beings as Frederick Steinmark are not given lavishly to the world, yet many may exist perhaps who do not bear so legible an index on their brow of the treasure within. Happy are those who, if destined to encounter one such in their passage through the world, meet it in the first glow of youthful feeling, when no misdoubtings of the delightful impulse which renders up the heart checks and chills the offering. This happiness was Edward's, and he enjoyed it too with the keenness of one to whom happiness is rare. Yet there was a moisture in his eye as he turned from the threshold which might have been mistaken for the symbol of sorrow. The first half of the distance which divided him from Lucy was traversed in a sort of trance. New hopes, new affections were awakened in his bosom, and all the heavy care that pressed upon him were for those few delicious moments totally forgotten. Then came the idea of his sister and the pleasure of relating his success. But with this came also the remembrance of their approaching separation, and the melancholy thought that poor Lucy, toiling with a needle in Mrs. Shepherd's store at Natchez, would be as forlorn and miserable as if no such being as Frederick Steinmark existed in the world. His pace slackened as he thought of this, and his last steps were taken so languidly, and the expression of his countenance as he approached her was so sad, that as she rose to meet him she exclaimed, "Alas, Edward, I see that you have failed. God help him, poor fellow! His fate in this world is sealed." This was uttered with such rapid vehemence that the "No, no, no" of Edward was unheeded, and the poor girl burst into tears. "Why, what a killjoy face must mine be, Lucy, that the sight of me, even when I bring you the most happy tidings, should throw you into such complete despair! I have not failed, Lucy. On the contrary, I have found a safe asylum for Caesar, if any can be safe, and for myself a friend such as I never hoped to meet on earth. This Frederick Steinmark, Lucy, is a man that one might fancy was created to make a link between earth and heaven." "Edward!" ejaculated his sister, with a feeling almost like dismay at a burst of such unwonted vehemence from one so calm, at least on all themes but one. "How strongly wild that sounds, when speaking of a man whom you have known perhaps for 40 minutes. But if he will save Caesar, I too will love and honor him, though scarcely with such high-flown ecstasy as yours." Edward answered her reproof with a bright and happy smile. "You know not what you talk of, my dear child. You can have no idea of the being that lives yonder enshrined in the forest, and hid, as it should seem, from all the world, his eye, his smile, his voice, his words." As he thus vividly brought the image of his new acquaintance before his mind's eye, his memory suddenly recalled to him the looks, words, and actions he had witnessed the day before in Mr. Monroe Vandampur's store. "God of the universe!" he exclaimed with awe, Inscrutable are thy ways. All have immortal souls, all in thine own image. Oh, how defaced, deformed! Can they be recognized? Can we believe them of the same race? What is the tincture of the skin compared to this deep-dyed deformity, deep to the centre, to the inmost soul? Lucy walked beside him, her arm locked in his, but she felt that these words were not addressed to her. It was not the first time that she had heard her brother break forth thus in soliloquy, as if his mind started aside from the theme on which they were conversing, and whenever this happened a vague terror, lest sorrow might at last shake his noble understanding, shot through her heart. But the fear was as transitory as the cause of it, and left no trace of which she was conscious on her mind, except perhaps a sort of quiet firmness that she cherished there as a fund of strength in time of need, that might make stand against the rash enthusiasm that he often manifested. Having thus given vent, perhaps unconsciously, to the thoughts that were at work with him, Edward walked on in silence. Lucy had no courage to interrupt his meditation, but she sighed deeply. "Forgive me, dearest love," he exclaimed, "for suffering my thoughts to wander from Steinmark and from you to Natchez and some of the vilest beings that inhabit it. Shall I tell you, Lucy, why it was that when I approached you laden with good news, I looked as if I were the bearer of all that was dismal? I wish you would. I cannot understand it. It was because I have found a blessing that you cannot share with me if you keep the engagement I have made for you at Natchez." "God bless you, dearest Edward. But do not always let your thoughts and cares be fixed on me. I shall do very well, and should I find it otherwise, you know we have already settled that I should return to you. Meanwhile, I trust that this good German who has so enchanted you will prove a useful friend to you as well as to Caesar." "Ay, Lucy, that's the point. Not for myself, however. I want no man's aid, but you, Lucy. Might I not hope to gain his friendship and protection for you?" "In what way, Edward?" "Nay, I hardly know. He seems to have many sons, and if they all live at home, it would be unseemly to ask an abode for you with them." "Ask an abode for me, and with total strangers, Edward? Indeed, I shall prefer your former plan. Your sour Mrs. Shepherd has no terrors for me. I soar with great rapidity, and that will win me favour in her sight. All this I can agree to readily, but I pray you, Edward, do not consign me to the charity of strangers." "Strangers? Steinmark is no stranger to me, Lucy." "But my dear Edward," she replied anxiously, "remember how much you have already asked of him. Though his ample premises and the respect always shown to wealth may enable him for a while to conceal Caesar, it is not the less certain that he runs great risk in doing so. Remember the outrages that have been committed at New Orleans against a native Creole, as wealthy probably as your new German friend, and for a less offensive act than concealing a runaway slave. Mr. Steinmark braves all this at your request. Pray do not tax this new-made friendship any farther. I feel that you are right, at least for the present, Lucy. But I wish that you had seen him. Your accent, if not your words, would, I am sure, be different." Lucy would not dispute this point with him, and their conversation during the rest of the day turned chiefly upon the manner of life she would be likely to lead at Natchez. The visit to Reichland had produced effects exactly opposite on the minds of the brother and sister respecting the new scheme. Her dread of being dependent upon strangers reconciled her perfectly to that which a few hours before she had shrunk from with distaste and fear, while the bare possibility that the protection of Steinmark might be obtained for her made Edward deeply regret the measure in the success of which he had so recently rejoiced. End of chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of the Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kay Hand. The Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw by Frances Trollope. Chapter 18. As soon as the night closed in, Edward set off, accompanied by his sister, for a certain point in the thickest part of the forest between Fox's clearing and the plantation of Colonel Dart. It was here that for some weeks past, at the same dark hour of every Sabbath night, he had met such of the negroes as had courage to creep from their beds and assemble around him to pray, to listen to a portion of the Scriptures, and to such an exhortation from them as their peculiar circumstances called for. The eloquence of Edward Bligh was of no mean order. His copious reading had enriched his style, and his strong feelings and enthusiastic piety lent a fervour and a force to all he uttered that could not fail of producing great effect. The poor negroes who listened to him failed not to feel this effect, though unconscious of the cause that produced it. Their souls were roused from apathy, and in many cases elevated to hopes as pure, as well-founded, and as sublime as those which inspired the young preacher who addressed them. The first time they met to keep the holy Sabbath night, the only mode of obeying the commandment within their reach, Peggy, Phoebe, one man, and 3 other women formed the congregation. But the number had gradually increased, and on the preceding Sunday amounted to near 50. Each individual approached the spot as nearly as might be alone, and no sound was heard, no human voice presumed to pierce the solemn stillness, till the low clear tones of Edward were heard to pronounce, "Come unto me, all ye that labour and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest." As it was considered essential to the safety of the meeting that the persons who composed it should arrive singly, Edward and Lucy did not join them till it was supposed they had all assembled, and it is difficult to conceive anything more wild and impressive than the scene which had hitherto greeted them when they reached the ground. Seated in dusky groups, sometimes but dimly visible, still as the solid earth on which they reposed, and silent as the stars that gleamed above them, the humble people waited to hear the word of God. A less exalted spirit than that of Edward Bligh might have been warmed into enthusiasm by this spectacle, and he never took his place amongst them without silently renewing the vow that he had made to Heaven that no earthly consideration should ever induce him to abandon the attempt of leading these suffering spirits to seek for consolation before the throne of God. On the night which followed Edward's visit to Reichland, he and his sister reached the ground a little earlier than usual, that no time should be lost in waiting for them. They knew how impatiently Caesar must be expecting them, and were anxious that the delay necessarily occasioned by the meeting should be as short as possible. They were not, therefore, greatly surprised, on entering the small and closely sheltered space selected for the meeting, to find it untenanted. They sat down in silence on the moss-covered root of an old plane tree, and remained for about a quarter of an hour patiently waiting the arrival of their sable friends. Edward looked at the portion of the sky which the opening gave to his view, and perceived by the position of the stars that the usual hour of meeting was past. "Something must have happened at the plantation, Lucy, to prevent the people from coming tonight," said Edward in a whisper. "Poor Phoebe! This then accounts for her absence," replied Lucy in the same still tone. "But we must wait no longer, Edward, or you may be too late for your appointment with Mr. Steinmark." Edward rose without answering, and taking the arm of his sister was about to traverse the opening in the direction of Caesar's retreat, when the moonlight made distinctly visible the diminutive and decrepit figure of old Juno, who at that moment issued from behind a palmetto that grew beside their path. "The favour of the Most High shield and protect you, blessed children," she said as they approached. "Marvel not that your poor people are not here to receive the balm you bring them. It is at Juno's bidding that they are absent, and you will not believe that it was for nothing she forbade those who hunger and thirst to come where only they could find the nourishment they lack." "Wherefore then, Juno, have you prevented their coming?" said Edward. "Shall I tell you now?" said the old woman. "See," she continued, pointing with her bamboo toward the heavens, "it is late, and my tale may wax long. Must I indeed tell you all now?" "No, no," said Lucy eagerly. "Juno, be here tomorrow night." "Not so, sweet one," replied the old woman mournfully. "The night after, then?" "Not so," she repeated in the same accents. "On Wednesday, then?" Juno shook her head, saying, "When you may see Juno safely, you shall see her, chosen of Heaven, but you must be patient. It grows late," she continued, looking again towards the sky. "Do not force me to remain longer with you now." "No, no," said Edward hastily, and drawing his sister onward. "We will not stay to hear you now, Juno. Another time. Good night." "The blessings of the suffering wrap you round like incense and hide you from every wicked eye," said the aged woman, stepping out of their way and dropping on her knees beside the path. She then raised her clasped hands to heaven, and her lips moved in prayer. "One word, one single word, dearest Edward," said Lucy eagerly,
and withdrawing her arm from his, she stepped back to the old woman, and laying her hand upon her shoulder, uttered the name of Phoebe, but without adding a word to it. "Safe," was the equally laconic reply, and Lucy darted after her brother, repeating the word in an accent of the most heartfelt joy. "Alas, my love," said Edward gravely, "do you really place any confidence in the words of that poor maniac?" "And you still will have it, Edward, that Juno is not in her right senses? How strange that seems to me!" "My doubts of her sanity cannot seem more strange to you, Lucy, than your belief in it does to me. And what are the grounds, Edward, upon which you found the idea that she has lost her reason? Surely not because she is old and speaks in language that shows more instruction than can be met with in those around her. And yet if it be not on these grounds, I see not any other for the suspicion." "Is it possible, Lucy, that you do not perceive her wild enthusiasm?" "I perceive her enthusiasm," replied Lucy gravely, then added with a sigh, "But why shall we call it wild, Edward?" "Because it evidently betrays her into excess, not of faith, that is impossible, but into unreasonable excess of fervour in the expression of it." A painful feeling oppressed the heart of Lucy as she listened to him. She had conversed much and often with old Juno, but in her estimation enthusiasm often took a shade of greater wildness than in her. She drove the idea from her with an effort, and replied, "You have no faith, then, in that delightful word pronounced so confidently? You do not believe that Phoebe is in safety?" "I confess, Lucy, that Juno's saying it goes not for much with me. It may be true, or it may not. It may be true in some mystical sense of her own, in explaining which she may keep the word of promise to the ear and break it to the sense. I am greatly grieved that this poor crazy soul should have such influence among our people as to prevent their meeting us." Lucy feared to push the discussion farther. There was a vexed tone in her brother's voice, very unusual with him, and she began talking of Caesar and of the probable security of the asylum promised him. Earnestly and cheerfully he entered on this theme, assuring her that he conceived the situation more secure than any other could possibly be, as from the circumstance of Mr. Steinmark's having no negroes in his employ, there could be no pretence to search among his labourers, a process which was often the means of betraying an unfortunate wretch into the savage hands from which he had escaped. On arriving at Caesar's lair, they found the poor fellow eagerly looking out for them. His body indeed was completely concealed, but his black head was protruded beyond the bush and was most distinctly visible in the moonlight. Lucy chid him for this imprudence, but Caesar seemed too happy to listen to her, and crawling briskly from his hiding place, he actually began to gambol around them in the very ecstasy of joy at their return. There was, however, no time to be lost, not even sufficient to explain the success of their exertions to the gay object of them. "Follow me, Caesar," said Edward hastily. "We must be quick, or the friend that waits for us may give us up and be off his post." This hint was abundantly sufficient. There was no farther need to urge Caesar onward, and he set off with all the recovered power of his active limbs. "Do we walk too fast for you, Lucy?" said Edward, pausing for a moment. "You can take a shorter cut," she replied, "than that which leads by our door. Fear not for me, dear Edward. Even without this glorious moon I should not fear to find my way alone. Adieu, good Caesar. We shall meet again, and now go on with all the speed you can." So saying, she dropped quietly behind them, and in a few minutes they were out of sight. Another moonlit mile, traversed without encountering a single living object, unless the ceaseless note of the wakeful bull-frog which accompanied her the whole way be considered as giving evidence of an exception, brought Lucy in safety to her dwelling. But she was too anxious to hear that Caesar was in safety also to permit her going to bed until Edward returned. She had not long, however, to wait for him. Frederick Steinmark, faithful to his word, was found at the appointed spot. A cordial shake of the hand being exchanged between him and Edward, and a promise asked and given that he would speedily return to Reichland, they parted. Steinmark led Caesar to a luxurious bed of straw and a substantial supper in a loft used only for the stowage of spare planks, and Edward returned to his sister, bidding her sleep as doubtless and secure as he was quite sure the object of her anxiety was about to do. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of the Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kay Hand. The Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw by Frances Trollope. Chapter 19. The lean and withered Juno, on leaving the hut of Peggy with young Whitlaw, continued her strange hobbling pace till she reached the running stream at the back of it. There she stopped and awaited him,
for although he could have easily passed with one step the space which she painfully conquered by 3, he lagged behind her. The effects this old woman and her grimaces produced on him were, in truth, complicated and contradictory in the extreme. He loathed her age and ugliness, he scorned her helpless, slavish poverty, he hated her assumption of license and even power above her fellows, but stronger than all was nevertheless the sentiment which made him shrink from her mockings and mysteries, and yet bend and servilely crawl before them. Juno pretty well knew that such and so great was her power, and a many good time and oft had the wily old woman indulged her abhorrence and revenge towards him in his occupation, by playing upon the terrors which ever lie crouching in the mind of a bad man, ready to torment him whenever some influence from without can be made to rouse and set the imps in action. A metaphysician might have understood all this wonderfully well, and yet have been puzzled to work the machinery of such a mind as skilfully as Juno did. In truth, she knew to a nicety how far she might carry her tricks with every individual with whom she had to deal, and if all who undertook to rule their fellows studied the ins and outs of human feelings as patiently as old Juno, power as gigantic as Napoleon's might perhaps be seen to sweep over the earth oftener than once in half a dozen centuries. The history of this whimsical being, half saint, half sorceress as she was, may be given in a few words. She was born in the family of a French Creole, the mistress of which chose her out of a number of newborn blackies submitted to her inspection, much as a young lady might select a kitten from among a litter for her own particular amusement. The hateful position which gave Madame Briot the power of doing this was not of her own seeking, nor its consequences her own choice, but the steady, gentle kindness which with the helpless being she had thus drawn near her was fostered as long as she lived was indeed all her own. It was, however, with more amiability of feeling than correctness of judgment that the little negress was permitted not only to be in attendance during all the lessons received by Madame Briot's children, but to read the books they read, and to emulate their progress in every branch of education through which the white teachers could be prevailed upon to lead her. The dancing and music masters luckily both declared that they could by no means consent to such unwonted degradation, and thus Juno escaped the danger of becoming elegantly accomplished. But even so, the hours devoted to the fine arts by her young mistresses were not passed without danger by her, for she spent them wholly in reading, and that reading was of the miscellaneous kind furnished by a New Orleans circulating library. The yellow fever carried off her kind-hearted but thoughtless patroness just as Juno reached the age of 16. M. Briot, having European connections, immediately decided upon placing his young family under their care. His New Orleans establishment was accordingly broken up and his slaves sold. Juno next became the property of an English settler, and thence the misery of her long and suffering life began. This man, struck by her unusual acquirements, amused himself by making her his companion and his mistress. He conversed with her as with a being of intellectual faculties equal to his own, furnished her with all the most stirring poetry of his country, for the gratification of seeing how it would work on her wild imagination, and having thus given her a glimpse of happiness not easily conceived by beings under ordinary circumstances, he too departed for Europe, taking with him a little yellow girl of 18 months old, on whom he determined to bestow an education which should atone by its expense for the cruelty he considered himself obliged to practice by abandoning her mother. In a paroxysm of sentimental generosity, he determined, however, not to sell, but to give Juno to a friend he left behind him. The unfortunate was not less a slave for the manner of transfer, and when she recovered from the frenzy that fell upon seeing her child borne away in the arms of its father, she found herself again installed as the mistress of a white man. To him she bore many children, but her apathetic indifference to them and their father, though only manifested by an external tranquillity of demeanor alike undisturbed by love or hate, was in strange contrast to the wild fervor of her first affections. After 10 years of cohabitation, this man died, leaving her and her 8 children still slaves. His executors sold them all to the highest bidders, and it was said that Juno never inquired to whose hands fate had consigned her offspring. For the 3rd time she herself became the favorite of her owner, and again bore children, but she performed this task, as she did all others assigned her, much more like a well-regulated machine than a human being, never giving any outward indication whatever of either will, wish, or affections. On the marriage of this man she was again sold, and having the good fortune to be now purchased by a widow lady, who, though a slave owner, was nevertheless a very charitable and well-disposed Christian, the unhappy woman seemed in some degree to awake from the unnatural state of torpidity into which the detested degradation of the last 15 years of her existence had plunged her. With this mistress she remained above 20 years, during which time her manner of life was irreproachable,
and she so evidently possessed the good lady's esteem that everybody who knew the parties considered it as certain that when the old lady died she would leave Juno the legacy of her freedom. Poor Juno thought so too, and in the deep silence of her unopened heart she had resolved to what use that freedom should be turned. During the years which succeeded the departure of her first child for England, this miserable but favored slave contrived to learn from time to time, from some who still maintained a correspondence with the one only object of her idolatry, that her child was still alive, and still fondly cherished by its father; then that she had married an Englishman of good fortune, and then that she had died, leaving one little girl. The tumult of hidden emotion into which these different findings threw the forgotten mother need not be traced here. With care and pains that defeated every difficulty, she contrived to hear of the welfare of this grandchild, on whom her heart continued to fix all its burning fondness. She heard that the girl was beautiful, beyond even the far-famed beauty of the fair race among whom she dwelt, and the fancy of the poor negress sketched her image, and then clung to it as an idol. The liberality of those with whom Juno had lived had made her a mistress of some scores of dollars, which she had never expended a cent from the day on which her first child was taken from her. This sum, though not amounting to half that which pay the passage of her freedom would require, was quite sufficient to pay a passage to England, and to England she determined to go, there to behold her glorious grandchild, and there to die, as soon as her old mistress should have winged her way to heaven, and left her in possession of her freedom. Her old mistress died at length. Bureaus, caskets, writing desks, and chests were all searched to find her will, but searched in vain. And Juno, at the age of 50, was still a slave. She was now again sold and transferred to the estate known by the name of Paradise Plantation, near Natchez. This last frightful disappointment of the patient, steadfast hope of many weary years for a time unsettled the wits of the unfortunate woman, but she had herself a strange consciousness that her mind was shaken, and took refuge in almost total silence from the observations she dreaded to excite. She had now fallen into the hands of a planter who had bought her cheap, with many others of equally advanced age, merely for the drudgery of hoeing and weeding, an employment which, by keeping her entirely in the open air, certainly contributed to her recovery. And in about 18 months after the death of her old mistress, Juno was so nearly well as to believe herself completely restored to mental health, and that without the overseers having ever suspected that it was a lunatic who performed her allotted tasks with so much more rapidity than any other in the gang. As soon as these daily tasks were over, it was her habit to steal forth into the forest that skirted the estate, where she found the greatest delight in recalling verses which she had committed to memory during the days of her happiness, and reciting them aloud. Even after her reason was in a great degree restored, this exercise continued to be her chief solace, and though she usually chose her time and place so well that her spirits, as she chose to call the small green parrots that abounded in the region, were for the most part her only auditors, yet it sometimes happened that she was overheard uttering these very unaccountable sounds, and the idea which had now become universal in the neighborhood, that old Juno held intercourse with supernatural beings, had its origin in this. 3 times had she been sold with the other livestock without being removed from the estate, when Edward and Lucy Bligh established themselves in the forest near it. She was then rather more than 70 years old, but it was easy to persuade all such as were much younger, especially as most of those employed on Colonel Dart's property came there as strangers, that she was greatly more. She had quite ceased to think of freedom, or of England, and all that remained of her early affections was the idea, yearly becoming more vague, that she was the ancestress of a very beautiful and glorious race, to whom she should be reunited after death, provided that the days she had still to pass on earth were spent in doing all the good she could to the virtuous, and thwarting and tormenting the wicked to the utmost of her power. The consciousness that this power was very considerable was certainly a source of no trifling pride and pleasure to old Juno, but if she sometimes used it rather wantonly in vexing and confounding the spirits she deemed sinful, she never relaxed in her efforts to aid and sustain those she believed to be good. Phoebe had not been on the estate a week before old Juno discovered the difference between her and her fellow laborers, and a farther knowledge of her and her mother had revived a greater feeling of affection in the heart of the poor old woman than she had felt since her sufferings began. She had become also one of the earliest and most devoted of Edward's flock. Lucy's delicate beauty recalled the visionary form she had so long cherished as that of her descendants, and her love and reverence to her, as well as to the cause in which she was engaged, was certainly sometimes expressed with a degree of vehemence that justified Edward's doubts as to her sanity. Of Colonel Dart she had early conceived the very worst opinion, and that amongst others for 3 special reasons. First, he liked to watch the flogging of his slaves, and notice was regularly given him by the various overseers when anything of the kind worth looking at was going on. Secondly, he was the most suspicious man alive, often dreaming of plots, and then acting much as if they had been discovered and proved. Thirdly, he never went to church. However wandering and wild the cause on which the wits of old Juno might occasionally have rambled, their acuteness was in no degree blunted by the exercise, for when she called them home again to the scenes passing around her, they not only penetrated to the motives and feelings of those among whom she lived, but enabled her to influence them in a manner that certainly made her one of the most important persons at Paradise Plantation. For Whitlaw she conceived an aversion, if possible, more vehement than that inspired by his patron, and it is certain that many, many years had passed over her head since Juno had experienced a degree of satisfaction so lively as that produced by the discovery that he too, while treating with ribald scorn the prophecies and revelations on which hang the hopes of the world, trembled before the mumbled incantations of an old woman. She had hitherto used her power over him with little other object than his torment and her own amusement. But while idly lying about, as was her wont, now under the shelter of a ditch, and now of a farrow, she had heard more than one hint that Phoebe was likely to become the favourite of the confidential clerk. Her first interference in the affair was to ascertain whether the poor girl herself was likely to be a willing party to the arrangement, but when she had discovered the truth on that point, her determination was at once taken that Whitlaw should never obtain possession of her, and she set to work in her own peculiar manner to prevent it, with the most perfect confidence of success. It would be tedious to recount the glidings and the slidings, the creepings and the crawlings, the unseen exits and the unsuspected entrances, by which Juno learned all she wanted to know, and by aid of which she appeared wherever she wanted to be found. The effect of her agency may be easily traced without following all the intricacies of the machinery she employed. Having given this sketch of the origin of Juno and her diablerie, we may henceforward venture to describe her acts, without being suspected of any intention to mystify the reader. On reaching the little brook behind Peggy's hut, the old woman stopped short, drawing figures in the air between her and it with her bamboo, which served her alternately as a crutch to sustain her failing strength on earth, and a wand with which to exercise power over the spirits of the air. As Whitlaw, with uncertain and reluctant steps, approached her, his eyes were fixed on this instrument, and something like a smile of contempt curled his lip. The old woman saw it, and as was usual with her upon all occasions when she wished to be particularly cabalistic and impressive, she addressed him in doggerel rhyme. Of human weakness and of strength divine, a symbol see in this charmed rod of mine. With this I stay my feeble steps on earth, with this I give airy spirits birth. Beware, lest in its twofold use you see aught that should make you scorn my power or me. These words were accompanied with some of Juno's most effective grimaces. She opened wider her large prominent eyes and glared upon him till the bold skeptic trembled, then fixing them on the earth with her brows knit and her left hand supporting her chin, she stood as if meditating what she should do to punish him for the irreverent smile she had detected. "What would you say to me, good Juno?" said Whitlaw, in an accent of respect and kindness, which nothing but terror could have drawn from him, when addressing one of her race. Nobody could know this better than the old woman herself, and feeling that she had hold of his dastard spirit, she determined to give it a gripe before he escaped. Therefore, again raising her very terrible-looking eyes to his face and extending her bamboo towards him, she said, "What would Juno say to you? Unsmile that smile, or you shall rue. A negro and a slave am I, but if it pleases the powers on high, those fearful powers that fill the air, holding mysterious counsel there, on me their wondrous gifts to send, all mortals must before me bend. Kneel lowly then upon the mossy sod, and kiss repentant my avenging rod. Obey, and love and joy are thine. Rebel, and vengeance deep is mine." Upon this awful summons, the nominal freeman knelt down before the nominal slave, and did in sober earnest most literally kiss the cane she extended to him, while the old woman chuckled inwardly. Nay, an observant and tranquil-minded spectator might have perceived that outwardly too she evinced somewhat of the malicious triumph which so agreeably tickled her spirit. Her queer mouth twisted and contracted itself in a very remarkable manner, and there was a comical movement in her head that would have infinitely amused any lover of fun who had seen and understood it. Whitlaw, however, neither saw nor understood anything, but that he was in the power of a hateful sorceress, leagued with the devil, and in some sort his vice-regent here on earth, whose power and activity in the particular spot he inhabited was the necessary consequence of the wealth of niggers on Paradise Plantation, an evil which he inwardly swore should be atoned for by the sufferings of this accursed race. Meanwhile, self-preservation and self-gratification were of course his principal objects, and urged by the feeling which these dictated, he framed his features into a look of very meek obedience as he rose from his humble position and repeated his question. "Now, good Juno, what would you say to me?" One of the old woman's favorite tricks to produce effect was to change her dialect, from the English she had learned but too well during her days of happiness, to the Negro gibberish usually spoken by her race, declaring that, when using the former, she was under a power and could not help it. She now replied to Whitlaw without the aid of inspiration. "I's right down glad, massa, dentical clerk, you dutiful to the spirits. I spect Juno can help you a spell, Massa Whitlaw, with the Black Beauty. Please speak civil 'cause of the spirits. 1, 2, 3. Oh, there they are, skimming and dipping over your head. Speak civil, Massa Whitlaw, 'cause else they'll be gone on me 'gin, and that works Juno." "Civil," muttered Whitlaw between his teeth. Oh, cried Juno, shuddering and raising her bamboo towards the heavens. "Oh, they are coming, they are coming." "Well, then," said Whitlaw, turning pale, "there's money for ye, and hark ye." Here he bent down to the level of old Juno's ear, and, as if fearing that the spirit she talked of should overhear him, whispered the commission he wished to entrust her. Aye, replied the Sibyl, holding her head mysteriously 3 times, and then bursting out in a tone of triumph. "Done shall it be, and fear not that she shall dare wrestle with me, or much longer continue rebellious to thee." She then made a sign that he should again lower his head to a level with hers, and having in her turn whispered something to him, she started back towards the hut, then paused, and seeing that he still remained where she left them, her wand was raised into the air, and the word "away," uttered in a loud, shrill, shrieking accent that seemed preternaturally prolonged till it had reached the craven heart of Whitlaw, when he too started off and departed from the spot as fast as his long legs could carry him. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of the Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kay Hand. The Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw by Frances Trollope. Chapter 20. Whatever might have been the whispered compact between Whitlaw and his inspired agent, the immediate consequence of it was the disappearance of Phoebe from her mother's hut. Several days passed, and Peggy heard no tidings of her, but in the interval Edward Bligh paid her another midnight visit, to inform her of the reasons he had for believing that her daughter had not been sold at Natchez. "Thank God for that, Master Edward," she exclaimed. "Anything is better than to have her sold away off the place. But do you think, sir," she continued, "that the clerk has put her into prison?" Tears of deep but patient suffering rolled, almost unconsciously to herself, down Peggy's cheeks as she spoke. Edward's heart was wrung as he looked at her sunken, melancholy features, and though he certainly had no great faith in the circumstance himself, he related the manner in which Juno had replied to the inquiry of Lucy, by pronouncing the word "safe." She did!" cried Peggy in ecstasy. "Then safe she is, Master Edward, as surely as I now hear your voice." "Is it possible, Peggy," replied the young man almost reproachfully, "that you, who are a Christian, can place such confidence in a word uttered by that poor, crazed cripple?" "Crazed, Master Edward? Oh, Juno is not crazed, unless crazed folks know more than uncrazed ones." "How should she know more, Peggy? What means of knowledge can she possibly have beyond the rest of ye? I hope she is crazy, poor soul, for if not, she is unquestionably an impostor." "I may not say no when you say yes, Master Edward," replied Peggy respectfully, "but the master himself knows, and all the overseers as well, that there is no use in not believing Juno. All she speaks comes true." Edward wisely avoided any discussion on the subject, and proceeded to inquire the reason of the people's having absented themselves from worship on the night of the Sabbath, to which Peggy replied that she would willingly tell him all she had heard. "But then again, Master Edward," she said, "you will find that Juno knew more than any other body." She then proceeded to relate that on the Saturday night Juno entered her hut long after she and the children were in bed, and having awakened her, very gently whispered in her ear, "Pray to the great God of the white man and the Negro, kneeling on your own floor, tomorrow night, if you would save from destruction those who have mercifully spoken to you in the name of the Lord." A similar visit, Peggy said, accompanied by the same admonition, had been made in the course of that night to every hut on the estate inhabited by any of the congregation. And wonderful to tell, she added, in 2 instances in which poor unconverted souls were lodged in the same chamber with the faithful, old Juno contrived to do her errand without their knowing that she had entered among them at all.
The old woman's manner of effecting her object upon this occasion was certainly extraordinary, and her step must have been as rapid as it was silent, for it appeared that between the setting and the rising of the sun she had traversed the grounds in all directions. "At any rate, Peggy," observed Edward as he prepared to take his leave, "she has not improved my opinion of her by preventing my faithful flock from meeting me in the forest. Should she repeat this, I shall deeply regret that our meetings were ever made known to her." So saying, he departed, leaving a degree of peace and hope with Peggy, respecting the fate of her child, which he was himself very far from sharing. Edward had refused to let his sister accompany him on this midnight expedition, in consideration of the early hour at which the wagon would pass on the morrow which was to convey her to Natchez, and it was in truth not long after his return that the indescribable rumble of a huge American market wagon over corduroy roads was heard approaching Fox's clearing. The first vibration of the sound gave Lucy warning to descend from her little low-roofed chamber, which now seemed to wear an aspect 1,000 times more endearing than it had ever done before. But she had time to linger, and even to mount the ladder-like stair again to bid it another farewell, before the far resounding machine appeared in sight. Edward would willingly have disbursed double the number of cents charged for Lucy's fare to Natchez, for the comfort of escorting her to her strange home, but he felt strongly persuaded that nothing would so much contribute to her safety, in case danger fell upon him, as their never having been seen together there. The only person who knew him by name in the town was Mrs. Shepherd, and from her he thought there could be little to fear, even though she should hear from him as the woodland apostle of the negroes, provided he avoided as effectually as it was possible the identifying himself as the brother of her workwoman. Without fully entering with Lucy into all his reasons for this, for not for worlds would he have told her how darkly the shadows of events that were to come rested upon the path he had to tread, Edward made her understand that in his opinion it would be better for them to meet only every Sunday in the forest, and pass that day together in the quiet, peaceful manner they were wont to do, than for him to be ever seen with her at Natchez. Neither the employment he had chosen for her, nor the wild and precarious existence he had marked out for himself, appeared to Lucy at all likely to contribute to the happiness of either. 1,000 times would she have preferred continuing the drudgery of their teaching together as they had hitherto done, to the certain separation and very doubtful advantages of this new scheme. But Edward had made her feel that it was her duty to obey him, and she determined to do so, unless, as a terrible idea which often came across her made her think possible, unless a more obvious duty should still oblige her to substitute her own judgment for his. It was therefore with a feeling of depression almost equal to what it might have cost her in better days to have quitted a far different home, that Lucy mounted the wagon that was to convey her from Fox's clearing to the gay and beautiful-looking town of Natchez. There are few congregations of houses in any land that offer a fairer aspect to the eye than this of Natchez. The sudden and isolated elevation of its position, commanding as it does an unbroken expanse of forest and enormous extent, through which the gigantic Mississippi rolls its majestic stream, brightly visible at intervals for many miles both up and down its course, is of itself, in that region of level sameness, a very exhilarating feature. The town, though it has no architectural graces to embellish it, is nevertheless gay-looking and pretty in no common degree. Nothing seems to suggest ideas of greater enjoyment in the external appearance of dwelling-houses than those contrivances for obtaining air and shade which are found in all warm countries. Whether the same effect be produced by this on the imaginations of those who are to the manor born, I know not, but I believe no native of a somewhat northern climate ever looks upon these preparations for shade in the midst of sunshine without feeling that they promise a very enviable sort of enjoyment. Natchez abounds in verandas, balconies, and awnings, in addition to which abundance of fine orange trees fill the air with their perfume. The vegetation is universally bright and abundant, and the whole scene animated by the variety of its living groups, among which Creoles, quadroons, and Negroes are found in nearly equal proportions, while not unfrequently a party of Indians, more picturesque than any of them, may be seen sadly and silently gazing upon the wide expanse that was once their own, but which they now traverse with the timid step of an intruder. On the whole, therefore, the spectacle that meets the eye on emerging from the forest behind Natchez is sufficiently beautiful to enliven any spirit less profoundly sad than that of poor Lucy, but in truth she saw it not. Seated in a corner of the wagon, her close bonnet pulled low over her face and her eyes shut, in the hope of stopping the national catechism to which she was exposed from the driver, as to whence she came, where she was going to stop, etc., by feigning to be asleep, the melancholy girl saw nothing till the vehicle drove up to the brick pavement before Mrs. Shepherd's door, and perhaps she would have willingly closed her eyes again when they showed her the grim, sharp, sour features of the stiff mistress of the establishment to which she was about to belong. "So, here you be, then," was the first salutation that greeted her.
Well, I didn't need have been in a pucker about your beauty, nohow. Why, you're as pale as new whitewash. I calculate you can't stand much steady work, miss?" "I am not in bad health, madam, but I rose very early this morning, which perhaps has made me paler than usual." "Humph! I expect that you calculate early rising to be bad for the health, then, but that's not a notion that will be approbated here. So it's not over and above lucky." "I am never late in bed," replied Lucy gently. It required an effort to pronounce even these few words without tears. The observation of Mrs. Shepherd unluckily touched a chord that suddenly took her memory back to the time, little more than 1 short year ago, when Phoebe used to enter her pretty, nicely curtained apartment on tiptoe, and before she let in a sunbeam upon her young mistress, watched curiously to see if her fine eyes were open to receive it. Poor Lucy felt much more angry at her own weakness for suffering such a thought to affect her, than at the harshness of the words which gave rise to it. But some of her mental reproaches ought to have fallen upon her uncalculating thoughtlessness and leaving her breakfast untasted. The wagon road to Natchez, from the necessity of going round a very wide, unfordable creek, was somewhat more than 12 miles, and deliberate as that motion must have been which carried her over it at a rate of 2 miles an hour, it is nevertheless certain that the continuance of it for 6 hours, when fasting, did make Lucy feel very painfully exhausted, a weakness which may be more the readily excused when the depressed state of her spirits at parting for the first time in her life from her brother is taken into consideration. Her slight and delicate frame, however, was animated by a mind that would not have disgraced one promising greater strength, and her tearful propensities were chased by a genuine smile when Mrs. Shepherd continued the conversation by saying, "I expect you'll be beginning for your boarding at once, Miss Bligh?" "I should indeed be very glad of some breakfast," replied Lucy. "I guess so, and I'll be setting the work you are to start with while you eat it. That's tit for tat, you know." "Dido!" screamed the mistress of the house without moving from her place behind the counter. A little negress of about 10 years old answered the call. "Take a cup of coffee and a roll for the new lady into the keeping room, and tell Miss Clorinda Butterworth to come to me." Miss Clorinda Butterworth appeared accordingly. "Here's the new miss for the plain work, Miss Clary. Show her in, and then step back to me for the frock shirts she's to begin with. She'll be eating after her breakfast while I fix 'em." The young person thus addressed was far from ill-looking, but there was a little air of pretension and hauteur about her, particularly observable as she ran her eyes over the attire of the humble personage committed to her charge, which might have been very disagreeable to one who had in any degree aspired to competition with the elegance of a young Natchez sempstress of unmixed white blood. Luckily, this was a presumption that Lucy dreamed not of, and consequently the little toss of the head, and the lazy, reluctant sort of step with which Miss Clary preceded her to the keeping-room, were as harmless as the chirpings of a gay-plumaged bird. The keeping-room was a good-sized parlor behind the shop, and Lucy found assembled there 4 young women, who, with herself and her conductor, formed the whole company of Mrs. Shepherd's very thriving needlework establishment. "How do you do, Miss Lucy Bligh?" exclaimed a bright-faced, black-eyed girl as she entered, whose countenance expressed, in pretty equal proportions, boldness and good humour. "We have been looking for you this half-hour." "You behave yourself, Miss Arabella Tompkins," said a damsel at least a dozen years her senior, who, from her situation at the head of a long work-table, a careful frown upon her brow, and an air of precision over her whole person, was evidently the deputy commander-in-chief. "That's no way to receive a newcomer." Lucy paused for a moment after she entered, to see if she should be invited to any particular place in the apartment, but this not being the case, she placed herself at a little table near one of the windows, which being open, tempted her, both from the fresh air and the fine prospect which it offered. "Beg your pardon, but that's my place, if you please," said the haughty Miss Clorinda, placing her hand upon the back of the chair thus unintentionally usurped. Lucy quitted it instantly, when her conductor, putting the middle finger of her right hand in her mouth, and then ensconcing it in her thimble, sat herself down to work without uttering a single syllable more, either of introduction or welcome. "Will you please to sit here?" said a girl, the sweetness of whose voice and accent caused Lucy involuntarily to hasten her step as she approached to accept the offered chair. This welcome overture came from the youngest and the prettiest girl in the room, but her large eyes, as she raised them to give the stranger a glance of welcome, had an expression of shyness that made Lucy feel the more grateful to her for the effort she had made to relieve her from her awkward position. "Thank you very much," said Lucy, "but I am afraid I shall be in your way. Don't let me derange all this beautiful lace." "Oh no," replied the little beauty. "Here is quite room, and to spare for you and me too." "Mind your work, Miss Talbot," was uttered from the top of the table. A girl on the other side of Lucy laughed aloud, and then said, in a tone that hardly affected to be a whisper, "Cross old maids are a plague everywhere, ain't they, Miss Bligh?" "You think you may say anything to-day, 'cause of the pineapple, Miss Olivia, but Mrs. Shepherd must look for another forewoman if your tongue's to run that rate." Miss Olivia hummed a tune. At this moment the little Dido entered, with a tray bearing a large cup of coffee and a very delicate-looking white roll. Wherever there are slaves, all white persons who are hired to work at any employment are sure to be delicately fed, as the difference made between the two races is always as marked as possible in this particular, as well as in all others. "I suppose you are half starved, Miss Lucy Bligh?" said the laughing-eyed Arabella in a tone that seemed to hover between quizzing and kindness. Lucy wisely chose to answer the latter only, and replied with a very sweet smile, "It is very true indeed. I have eaten nothing to-day, and have been travelling ever since 4 o'clock." "My!" responded Arabella, the good-humoured division of her piebald character coming forward. "What's 1 cup of coffee after that? I say, black devil, you, Dido, you, bring another cup of coffee here, hot, 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 and another roll this instant, or I'll roll you in no time." "You are very kind," said Lucy, really enjoying her repast, and cheered to think that neither Mrs. Shepherd, her prim deputy, nor even the sublime Clorinda were to be her only companions. "But I am afraid that Mrs. Shepherd will think me absolutely voracious." "Never mind her if she does," said Arabella. "She's bound to board, as you know, and we're not to be treated like niggers." Miss Clorinda Butterworth left the room while this was passing, and presently returned with an armful of little white dresses, which, with a fitting accompaniment of threads and needles, she delivered over to Lucy, to begin, who, hastily concluding her breakfast, set herself with a most willing spirit to her task. 3 on one side the table and 1 on the other, ladies, is the way to have room fit, for nothing but just to run your needles into each other's eyes, so you'll please walk over, Miss Lucy Bligh, and seat yourself by Miss Arabella Tomkins." Lucy obeyed, but it was not without reluctance that she quitted the side of the pretty creature who had been addressed by the forewoman as Miss Talbot. It is true that she again had not addressed her, but her first friendly words, and sundry little kind attentions during her breakfast, made her feel as if she were leaving a friend. Before Lucy again seated herself, she proposed to lay aside her shawl and bonnet, which Miss Talbot had taken from her and laid upon the table. "These things will be in the way here, ma'am," said she, addressing the superior. "Shall I take them to my room?" "You're to sleep with me, Miss Bligh," exclaimed the pretty little Talbot eagerly, "so I will show you the way." The 2 girls left the room together, but not without a word of admonition from their chief, intimating that they were not to stay too long. In the short interview which they allowed themselves after mounting to the little attic allotted for their use, Lucy was pleased to observe that her companion uttered no phrase against any of the party they had left, or even the sour Mrs. Shepherd herself, but pointed out with pretty eagerness all the little preparations she had made for her comfort, and then said, "Now let us make haste downstairs. It is much better to please Miss Frampton if we can." Lucy's judgment, as well as her temper, led her to agree very heartily in this opinion, and she followed her new friend downstairs with more lightness of heart than she had felt since Edward first announced her new vocation. "It's 11 o'clock, ladies," was uttered by Miss Frampton as they entered. The 2 girls separated, each taking their allotted place. "And we must now leave Lucy, sedulously engaged in propitiating the favour of her employer by the rapid and skilful movement of her delicate fingers." End of chapter 20.
Chapter 21 of The Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw by Frances Trollope. Chapter 21. For some hours after Lucy's departure, her brother again fell into that wavering state of mind which had already nearly shaken his reason. He had sent from him the only earthly object to which his heart clung. He had consigned to another the precious charge which his dying father bequeathed to his care. He had left himself alone, surrounded by ignorance and sin, while the one bright spirit that God had given to cheer and sustain him in his thorny path was by his own act banished from the place that nature assigned her by his side, to buffet alone with the rude encounters inevitable in the position in which he had placed her. "Lucy, my pretty Lucy," he exclaimed, while tears of anguish rolled down his pale cheeks, "how wilt thou bear the spurns that patient merit of the unworthy takes? when thou hast no fond brother close at hand to love and comfort thee. And then his imagination, active to an excess that too surely indicated disease, placed his gentle sister before him in 100 different situations in which she was exposed to vulgar insolence, or still more offensive admiration. He started up, determined at all risks to follow and reclaim her, but ere he had walked a quarter of a mile from his door, another set of images seized upon his fancy with equal distinctness. He heard the mingled accents of penitence and hope rising amidst the midnight silence of the forest from the race oppressed in body and in soul, whom God had called upon him to succor. He saw them clinging to him and the faith he taught, in defiance of stripes and bonds. Should he forsake them? No, not even if by so doing he could place his beloved sister on the throne of the world. No, he would share their bonds, he would partake their stripes, he would follow and exhort them to lift their tearful eyes to God, till the bloody death that threatened him should close his lips forever. And Lucy, must her spotless life be offered up with this? Edward's soul shrunk from the needless sacrifice, and after pausing on his way for many minutes with clasped hands and downcast eyes in earnest meditation, he turned back, once more relieved by the conviction that it was his duty to send his sister from him. Never was there a human soul on which virtue had a stronger hold than that of Edward Bligh. Once more persuaded that he was doing right, his serenity returned, his mind recovered its wonted power, and he again believed himself capable of great and glorious actions. He now determined upon once more seeking Frederick Steinmark. He had already made a second visit to Reichland, where the father of the family was in his fields and he would not enter. With a spirit invigorated by renewed confidence in himself, Edward proceeded to the happy dwelling of his new friend. He was again ushered into the common sitting-room, and again stood before the noble German forester. But not as before was Frederick Steinmark the only object upon which his eye now rested. Standing beside him as he sat in his accustomed chair, with one hand resting on his high back, and the other lovingly caressing the scanty curls of her father, stood Lottie, certainly much fairer than the daughters of men if taken at their usual standard, and with a look at once so innocent and so brightly beaming with intelligence and joy, that it is impossible to conceive anything more likely to seize upon such an imagination as that of Edward, than was her figure as thus presented to him. He gazed for one short moment only, but her image thenceforward became the idol of his fancy, till every throbbing pulse was hushed for ever. Lottie was engaged, when young Bligh approached, in pleading earnestly for some favour about which her smiling father seemed to hesitate. She stopped short, however, in her eager speech as soon as she saw him, and somewhat abashed by the ardent but involuntary gaze of the young man, curtsied slightly and prepared to depart. Lottie knew perfectly well, however, who he was, for her father, though he carefully kept Caesar's secret, had given so animated and faithful a description of the forest schoolmaster that she could not mistake him, and had he looked at her with less evident wonder and admiration, she would have greatly wished to become acquainted with the person who had so deeply interested her father. As it was, perhaps she was not sorry when Frederick Steinmark, while he held out one hand to welcome Edward, retained her with the other. "You must not run away, Lottchen," said he. "Mr. Bligh, this is my only daughter, and there," pointing to the open portico before the windows, "are 4 idle sons of mine, as much bent upon a thriftless frolic as if they were in fatherland, where gentles eat the corn they do not reap. Your coming is a godsend for them. I really believe I shall now grant their petition, which is for us to go, one and all, to eat our dinner and pick strawberries in a meadow behind Carl's mill, that I may have the pleasure of introducing you to my whole family with as little delay as possible." Edward answered with as much grace as any man could be expected to do, who was in the very act of falling desperately in love for the first time in his life. "That is well, then," said Steinmark, in reply to Edward's timid acceptance of the invitation. "And you may now go, Lottie, and announce to your mother and the noisy party she's got round her, that it is my patriarchal will and pleasure this wild goose scheme should take place, whereby we shall lose the decent comforts of my farmhouse board in order to gain the extraordinary gratification of eating a meal like so many houseless bohemians. Away with ye!" Lottie bounded across the long room and through the window, whereupon the arrival of her and her news at the portico was announced by a discharge of hurrahs that seemed to make the welkin ring. And the instant after, the whole party dispersed and were out of sight, some in one direction, some in another, in order to collect the multitudinous articles of which the luxuries of a dinner on the grass must be composed. Lottie darted off to the garden to seek lettuces, tomatoes, cucumbers, and all the other solid delicacies with which that metropolis of the vegetable kingdom abounds. Even in the transient glance which Edward caught of her figure as she glided past the other windows, he perceived that she went not alone. He perceived, too, to his sudden and unspeakable torment, that the stately figure which accompanied her seemed bending to converse with her with a sort of courtly assiduity, that, highly as he rated brother's love among earthly affections, could not proceed from one who stood in that relation. "Now, my friend, we are alone," said Steinmark. "My wild flock are on the wing, and I may venture to tell you that our poor runaway is perfectly restored to health and strength after his weary travel and long fast. But I think it would be as well for you not to attempt seeing him at present." Such were the words of Frederick Steinmark, addressed to the man who, a few days before, had spoken on this subject with a degree of feeling and agitation that it was almost painful to witness. And how did he listen to it now? His eyes fixed upon the spot at which he had seen Lottie disappear, his ears insensible of the sounds that reached them, and his whole person having the air of a man sleeping rather than waking, he stood before Steinmark, heart-struck, silent, and immovable. The kind-tempered German smiled as he watched a fit of absence more completely absorbing to the faculties than any, as he believed, that he had ever himself indulged in. But sympathizing with the malady, and feeling that it deserved all indulgence, he treated Edward exactly as he would have wished to be treated himself on all similar occasions. That is to say, he left him unmolested to recover his wits, while he pursued the lecture which the petition of Lottie had interrupted. The pang which had transfixed Edward, though it left a ringing anguish at his heart, which his after-life was not long enough to cure, kept not his senses enchained beyond 1 or 2 dreamy moments, and he then started with a mixture of astonishment and offended pride at seeing Steinmark reading composedly in his easy chair, while he stood unnoticed before him. Edward turned to go, but before he had taken a second step, the recollection of the party about to set off for the meadow, the invitation he had received to join it, and the gratitude he owed for the important kindness already bestowed, made him turn again, and, in a voice which many conflicting feelings caused to tremble, he said, "I fear, sir, that I have intruded on you very inconveniently." Steinmark raised his eyes, and instantly perceived an expression of wounded feeling in the countenance of his interesting guest. "Intruded, Mr. Bligh? No, no. But do you know, I suspect that, over and above the points of resemblance which we mutually discovered in each other when last we met, I may now shake hands with you on the discovery of another. My saucy children tell me that I am the most absent man alive, but I think you beat me. Now tell me, did you hear one word of all I said to you about Caesar?" "Caesar, sir?" repeated Edward, while a tingling consciousness of the cause of his strange inattention crimsoned his cheeks. "I beg your pardon. Certainly I did not hear you name Caesar. How is he, sir?" "You could not have indulged in a fit of absence before anyone more bound to forgive it than myself," replied Steinmark, laughing, "and therefore I will repeat my assurances that your protégé is as well as if he had never missed a meal or feared a flogging. But what are we to do with him next, my good friend?" Once more awakened to thoughts of earth, Edward entered eagerly and with most anxious feeling into the subject. He stated the reasons he had for believing that the slave-holders throughout the country were more on the alert than ever to discover and punish all delinquencies among their slaves, and hinted his serious apprehensions that Mr. Steinmark himself might suffer for the pity and kindness he had extended to the poor runaway. "I do not think that, even were the thing discovered, they could punish me for the misdemeanor in any way that would materially annoy me," replied the German composedly. "But tell me, Mr. Bligh, has anything occurred to you since we met last to suggest the idea that these bloodhounds are more vindictive than formerly? Edward hesitated. Before my answer to this question can be intelligible, my dear sir, he said, I think I must become for a short space my own biographer. You could not please me better, replied his host, with a look and accent that might have given courage and confidence to the most modest spirit that ever shrunk from such a task. And indeed, he added, you stand partly bound to this by promise. The preparations for our rural feasting will occupy the projectors of it for a full hour, I doubt not, and I will lead you to a spot where they will be sure to seek me, but less liable to interruption than this, where I can meanwhile enjoy the gratification I so greatly wish for, of knowing something more about a man so singularly unlike those amongst whom fate has thrown him. He led the way to the open window as he spoke, and having left the room, proceeded across the lawn to a bank of turf, raised under the shelter of a noble tulip tree. A semicircle of fine orange trees nearly enclosed it in the front, but leaving an opening to a small flower garden, so evidently of feminine arrangement that Edward, as he took his seat upon the bank, felt almost as if he was again in the presence of the wondrous creature who had flashed across his sight more, as he thought, like a vision of light than a reality. It was indeed a lovely nook, sheltered, cool, fragrant, and sequestered, well suited both for confidence and repose, and here Edward Bligh recounted the sad incidents of his life, and the singular position in which they had left him and his young sister, with a simple pathos that went to the very heart of the good German, and created a feeling of admiration and attachment to both the orphans, which he was far from attempting or intending to express in words. But why, in the name of kind feeling and good fellowship, Edward, is not your dear Lucy with us here? If our situations had been reversed, if you had had the home and I the sister, she would not have been now in Mrs. Shepherd's store at Natchez. So there is not such perfect sympathy between us, Bligh, after all. But there was moisture in the eye of Steinmark as he spoke, and as he uttered this reproach, he held out his hand to the object of it. Edward grasped that friendly hand with deep emotion, and replied with perfect frankness, "Nor do I think I could have had the heart to place her there after seeing you, had it not been for Caesar, and for the weight of obligation I had already taken on myself for his sake. To have thrown another upon your bounty, even though that other was my sister, merely because I read your generous heart in your eyes, would have been like extortion. I could not do it." "Surely you blundered egregiously, my young friend, in placing two such acts as hiding a runaway negro in a country where murder has been repeatedly committed to punish those who would befriend the race, and receiving your glorious sister Lucy as a friend and inmate upon the same footing. In the first case, I freely confess that I do think I showed myself to be a very good-natured fellow, and that you ought to make me your best beau for receiving so dangerous a guest as Caesar. But for the second, I most truly believe that the obligation would be much more on our side than yours. You may partly guess, Edward, how profound must be the retirement in which we live, and would it be a slight good, think you, for my Lottie to have, for the first time in her life, such a companion as your gentle, patient, and accomplished Lucy?" There was something most deliciously soothing to the feelings of Edward in the idea that it was possible his sister might become the favoured and favoured friend of Lottie Steinmark. He murmured some few words expressive of grateful feelings, and his countenance spoke more eloquently than his tongue. But Frederick Steinmark was far from guessing what a rush of unspeakable gratitude his words had produced, for, in most simple truth, he meant exactly what he said, in declaring that the society of such a girl as the Lucy of Edward's narrative would be an inestimable blessing to his daughter. "This day," resumed Steinmark, "will make you in some degree acquainted with my family, but there is also a young stranger with us, a countryman, who has wandered thus far from the fatherland solely for the gratification of a wandering fancy. My eldest son made acquaintance with him in Philadelphia, and has brought him to his forest home, and this Sigismund von Hochland really seems to deserve all the fine things our Fritz says of him. Nevertheless, I cannot allude to your touching story, Edward, before him, till you shall yourself know him sufficiently to admit him to your friendship. But my wife must hear it, and her invitation will then be joined to mine for the speedy arrival of your dear sister among us. And yet, continued Steinmark thoughtfully after a moment's silence, eager as I am for this, I do believe it will be more prudent to get Caesar off the premises before she arrives. Should he unhappily be discovered here, I fear that both you and your Lucy might suffer much inconvenience were your share in the transaction to be traced. I suspect that, even now, you are in some degree a marked man among these abominable slave-drivers, Edward. The absence of your woodland congregation on Sunday night most decidedly indicates alarm amongst them, and I think, therefore, that I must counsel you, contrary as it is to my wishes, to let your sweet sister remain where she is for a few days. You are quite right not to be seen with her at Natchez, but perhaps on the Sabbath, if she meets you in the forest, as you talk of, we might arrange our idle Sunday ramble so as to effect an introduction without bringing her to Reichland. It may be some consolation for her to know that she has friends so near her. This conversation respecting Lucy, her situation, and her feelings, did more towards restoring Edward entirely to himself than anything else could have possibly done. He most entirely agreed with Steinmark that there was the greatest necessity, for all their sakes, that the utmost caution should at this moment be used in everything with which they were mutually concerned, and this being admitted, they set to scheming and planning, proposing and rejecting a number of devices for the disposal of Caesar. But their consultations were soon interrupted, their privacy invaded, and all thoughts for the future put to flight by the appearance of the party which approached them from the house. End of chapter 21.
Chapter 22 of the Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele Eaton. The Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw by Frances Trollope. Chapter 22. Far in advance of the rest was Herman. It was he who as usual undertook to find his father, more difficult far to rouse him from whatever occupation or reverie might have thrown its chains over him, and to bring him to join the joyous set who were starting off for Karl's Erdbeerfeld, as the not far distant place of their destination was constantly called by all the family, though the young miller very gravely declared that if it produced no crop more valuable than the Erdbeeren, from which they chose to name it, he would plough it up in spite of them all. Notwithstanding this assumption of prudence in the lord of the land to which they were going, there was not one of the set who appeared to enter into the strawberry frolic with more zeal than himself. With his mother on one arm and a huge basket on the other, Karl came next in order, the very emblem of youth, health, and cheerfulness. His large straw hat seemed rather to be suspended upon some sturdy bunch of his thick sunny curls than to be fixed in the ordinary mode upon his head, while his laughing blue eyes looked out from under it as if to challenge the anticipated exclamations its extraordinary position might elicit. Mary, who looked, as her husband often told her, a great deal too pretty and too young to be the mother of so stalwart a youth, walked beside him, looking up into his bright young face with an eye almost as mirthful as his own, though in sage and sober accents she repeated once and again, Karl, Karl, what will your countryman, a baron too, think of your wild ways? Be sober, Karl, or upon my word I must fall back upon the squadron behind. What a very queer boy you are. Whenever you are more than commonly disposed to be whimsical, it seems to me that you always select me for your companion. I am afraid I have very little dignity, Karl. Not the very least bit in the world, mother. Now, if you were only in the slightest degree like my ever reverend, honoured and honourable Aunt Caroline, born a Baroness von Oberkumpfer, how differently would all your children treat you. But don't take on, mother. It can't be helped now. So you may as well bring down your spirit to your condition and submit to be loved and adored by your republican children, just as if there were no such thing as dignity in the world. Behind the mother and son followed the unrustic figure of Fritz, very carefully and cautiously driving a wheelbarrow containing all the weightier matters necessary to the feast, and the procession closed by a trio consisting of Lottie, Sigismund von Hochland and Heinrich. When they first started, Heinrich was as usual at Lottie's side, but ere they reached the orange trees, the description von Hochland was giving her of the scenery near his own residence in Westphalia won him from it, and the stranger was now walking between them. The gay and animated young man spoke in his native tongue, which, though native also to his companions, was no longer their ordinary language, and it had for both of them a charm which certainly increased the pleasure with which they listened to him. Lottie, though her gayer spirits prevented her pining for the land of her birth, with the intense longing after it which embittered the existence of her brother, had nevertheless drunk in its poetry and revelled in the descriptions of its scenery, till she too was as devotedly a child of Germany in her heart as himself, and loved its voice, and its music, its storied castles, and its sunny hills, as if she remembered the early days she had passed among them. The arrival of Sigismund was certainly the most animating event that had ever broken the monotony of their peaceful lives, and perhaps it was some consciousness of the pleasure he gave which inspired the animated expression his handsome countenance wore as he rapidly poured forth his recollections and his feelings to the willing ears of the brother and sister. But though earnestly engaged in conversation, they were nevertheless as actively assisting as the rest of the party in the business of the day. Henrik bore in each hand a basket of something, he knew not what, which Karl had committed to his charge. Sigismund had swung over his shoulder, with very reverend care, a delicate frail filled with salad, entrusted to him by Lottie, while the fair maiden herself very daintily balanced between her two hands, at first setting out, a little basket without a handle, packed by herself, wherein, womanlike, she had mixed utility with elegance, for it contained cream from her own pretty dairy, enough, according to Hermann's instructions, to drown all Karl's strawberries, together with abundance of sweet-scented flowers to strew around the spot they should select for the scene of their repast. But, as Sigismund grew more animated, this double-handed caution became more embarrassing, for she could not look towards him without endangering the balance. So at length she stopped, saying, "Henrik, do you not think we could contrive to envelop my cream and flowers into a napkin, and then swing it over a stick, as Herr Sigismund has done his frail?" It was exactly as the trio stopped to make this proposed alteration in the arrangement of the baggage that Steinmark and Edward, obeying the call of Hermann, came forth from the shelter of the orange trees and joined the party. Steinmark felt that he had perhaps enlisted his new friend in a party too gaily light-hearted to be agreeable to one who had so many heavy cares upon his mind, but it was done, and could not be recalled. So the next thought that crossed his benevolent mind was how to make the day pass pleasantly with him. He perceived at a glance that the gay young baron was enlisted into the playful service of the hour, and perceiving some unfinished arrangement about the packages which surrounded Lottie, he put his arm through Edward's, and leading him up to her, said, "Here, Lottchen, I bring you a very valuable recruit, able and willing to help you in all the vagaries you may choose to perform. Herr Hochland, give me leave to introduce to you my valued friend, Mr. Edward Bligh." If Frederick Steinmark's object was to put Edward at his ease, he failed completely. It was not ease he felt. Every faculty was on the stretch, every sense was strained. But, if thoughtless of his ease, his purpose was to make him happy. He succeeded perfectly. Happiness unfelt, unknown, unimagined till that moment, throbbed in his breast and bounded through his veins. He was close to Lottie. Lottie was speaking to him. She smiled too, smiled on him as she placed the light burthen she allotted him on his arm, and with the exception of some ecstatic intervals when a rapt enthusiasm had seemed to raise him altogether above the joys or sorrows of this moral state, this moment was decidedly the happiest of his life. Joyously then did the troop march onward towards the mill, but though the distance was short, the way, on this occasion at least, was long. Fritz overturned the wheelbarrow at one spot, and Sigismund's frail slipped off his stick at another. Lottchen stumbled as the Herr Hochland was talking to her of fatherland, but Edward was close behind, and his hand prevented her basket, if not herself, from falling. Steinmark and Hermann amused themselves with finding out cross nooks in the short bit of forest they had to pass, and then trying who could best recover them, an exercise at which the senior beat the junior hollow. Mary and Carl continued together, and pursued their way with as much steadiness as the gambols of the young miller would permit, and Henrik still hung on the skirts of his countryman, enjoying from time to time such renewal of their former conversation as the desultory nature of their progress would permit. But it was astonishing to observe the multitude of unforeseen accidents which detained them. Sometimes it was a very harmless snake which darted from bush to brake before them, but which Carl, in the superfluity of his activity, declared must be chased and put out of harm's way, which meant, as he explained it, to be placed beyond the power of giving or receiving injury for evermore. Then Lottie's eyes were accidentally raised to a marvellous cluster of wild grapes that hung above their heads, and the baskets must be placed on the ground, and the grapes must be won, before another step forward could be taken. At another time a whole bevy of butterflies seemed to spring up, as it were, from the ground, and showed themselves so brightly beautiful to the unaccustomed eyes of the gay Sigismund that he must perforce catch some of them. Then followed laughter at his want of skill, accompanied by consolatory assurances that what he mistook for marvels were in truth the most ordinary insects that Louisiana produced. In short, so much time was expended in this ramble over a plain path of 1.5 miles long, that by the time they reached the Erdbeer Feld, Carl, who proclaimed himself master of the revels as one of his manorial rights, declared that if they did not all and every of them set about gathering the strawberries forthwith, and that steadily and perseveringly, without gossip, sport, or idleness of any kind, they might as well set off again to return as they came, for the purpose of this expedition would be defeated, inasmuch as it would be found impossible to complete the work in reasonable time for dinner. This solemn remonstrance produced the desired effect. In a moment the whole party were to be seen scattered singly over the field, and though, before the commanded quantity was fully furnished, some alteration in this disposition of the gleaners took place, and Sigismund had approached Lottie on one side and Edward on the other, the business was on the whole well and punctually accomplished, and then the riot and the din of unpacking the wheelbarrow and disposing with all imaginable inconvenience and enjoyment its contents upon the grass followed, and that sort of happy, noisy confusion took place, which those only can conceive who have shared in the very delightful but very unaccountable enjoyment of preparing a dinner upon the grass. A few short hours before, anyone who well knew Edward Bligh would have declared that no scene could have less charm for him than the one in which he was now engaged. Mirth, in his best and happiest days, had but little attraction for him, and though he loved to wander for hours amid the beautiful scenery of his native state, the contemplative temper of his mind communicated a pensive, quiet composure to his step, as unlike as possible to the noisy bounding progress which at one moment sent his present companions forward at the rate of 5 miles an hour, while at another they all stopped short as if spellbound, to find subject for mirth in they knew not what, and an excuse for tarrying they knew not why. Still less, perhaps, was the scene which followed, such as he would have heretofore joined in with pleasure, but now his eyes shot forth glances of young joy as he found himself seated on the grass beside Lottie Steinmark. Could he have looked into her heart, he might perhaps have lost a portion of the intoxicating pleasure he now for the first time tasted. He might have seen that the ready ear, the gentle smile, the courteous reply she lent him, were rather the result of what she believed to be her father's wishes than of her own. He might have discovered that even while her beautiful eyes were turned on him, she was unconsciously listening to every word pronounced, whether to her or to another, on the other side, where sat Sigismund. But he saw he knew nothing but that he was sealed in dear, familiar, friendly intercourse beside the only woman who had ever charmed his senses, and taught him to know what poets mean by love. In truth, it was a pleasant banquet to all. The jocund laugh went round, and so did the bright light goblet of their native wine, a luxury furnished by the good Baron Steinmark in greater abundance than his rustic brethren wished or approved. But on occasions like the present, the Forest family drank to their distant kinsman's health with cordial gratitude. Then followed some of their still fondly cherished native airs. Lottie sang with the wild untutored sweetness of a bird. Her ear was excellent, and Henrik taught her by his flageolet all the most popular tunes of Germany, a large collection of which had been sent him by his uncle. The words too which she sang were generally of Henrik's composition, and for the most part expressed his clinging love for the soil that gave him birth. It was perhaps in compliment to Sigismund that Lottie on this occasion selected a ballad in which Henrik had poured forth, on a well-known German air and in his native tongue, all the glowing patriotic feelings which more than warmed, which in truth burned in his breast, and the touching style in which she sang it gave sufficient evidence that every word found its echo into her own heart. Frederick and Mary exchanged a glance and sighed. They well knew Henrik's ardent love of the country that was no longer his, but till now they had neither of them been fully aware how deeply Lottie sympathised in this feeling. The effect of the ballad and Lottie's manner of singing it was sufficiently powerful on all present. Edward, who understood quite enough of the language to catch the feeling it inspired, would have joyfully given half the existence remaining to him on earth could he thereby have become a native German. The eyes of Henrik overflowed, and even his gay brothers, now so firmly rooted in the soil to which they had been transplanted, looked sad and thoughtful. Young Sigismund alone enjoyed the whole thing, melody, words, and the deep feeling which accompanied them, with unmixed delight. "Charming, charming, charming!" he exclaimed, with clasped hands and glistening eyes. "How little did I expect to hear such sounds in a Louisiane forest!" "And now, Sigismund," said Fritz, "it is your turn." Lottie's words I never heard before, but she sang them to the same air, if I mistake not, on which you composed your own patriotic rhapsody. The tune is good enough to hear twice. We have had, as I guess, the Steinmark version. Now let us have the Hochland. A vivid blush dyed the cheeks of the young Baron at this address, but it passed in an instant, and with equal frankness and good humour he drew a flute from his pocket, and having skilfully played the beautiful national air which Lottie had just sung, he laid the instrument aside and sang to the same notes, and in his own musical language, some verses which he had written a few weeks before at Philadelphia, and performed for the benefit of his friend Fritz. The thoughts, when put into English, might be rendered as follows: "Hark to the strain, let me hear it again. 'Tis a spell that can waft me o'er land and sea. Oh, hark to the strain, is it pleasure or pain that sends my heart's fatherland throbbing to thee? It is glorious when fancy has taken the helm, to mount the gay bark that shall bear us along, and to bound at her touch to some newly found realm, there to wander with her its strange children among. And what is the strain we would gladly hear then? 'Tis the cheering yo-yo and the favouring gale that should sing through our rigging and tighten our sail. And 'tis more glorious still when with light-hearted glee we in truth start to wander o'er land and o'er sea, when the eye of the body roams hoping to find things as fair as they seem to the eye of the mind, and all may seem fair and the eye may explore with gladness what ne'er met its glances before. But the heart aches to feel that the farther we roam, the more sadly will echo repeat the word home. Then hark to this strain, let us hear it again. 'Tis a spell that can waft us o'er land and o'er sea. Oh, hark to the strain, be it pleasure or pain, that sends our heart's fatherland throbbing to thee." As a translation never fails to mar the original, it is but fair to believe that the young Sigismund verses deserved, in part at least, the applause he received, but when they were ended, and that, resuming his flute, he again drew from it the sweet familiar notes so well known to every individual present except poor Edward, no word of praise followed them, but a tear stood trembling in every eye. Carl dashed the foolish telltale from his cheek, exclaiming, as he filled his glass with Rhenish wine, "Here's a health to our fatherland, and a health to thee too, thou dangerous minstrel of home. But remember that at the next feast I give upon this bit, this only bit that I can ever hope to call mine, I will not invite you to share it unless you promise and make oath, before you take your place at the banquet, that you will sing no strain that shall send our hearts aching back to the land which our eyes can never see more." Henrik had buried his face in his hands as they rested on his knees. Lottie's eyes seemed rooted in the earth, but her fair face bore no doubtful meaning. Steinmark's head sank upon his bosom, but it was an attitude not unusual with him when indulging the thick coming fancies drawn from all things known and unknown in heaven and on earth. Hermann, however, as usual, sat very near him, and was aware that noble and gentle bosom heaved with some painful emotion. Fritz caught the expression of his brother's eye, and understood in a moment that the impression made by his friend's song was becoming painful to nearly the whole party. Moved probably more by the wish to put a stop to this than from any sensation of vehement gaiety, he exclaimed, "We have sung our songs, now let us dance our dance, and Mr. Bligh may fancy himself in fatherland at once. Mother, you shall waltz with me, Lottie shall take Henrik for her partner, and Carl must make the best he can of Hermann. Sigismund shall play to us, and my father and Mr. Bligh sit in judgment on the performances of the whole party." Fritz suited the action to the word, and springing on his feet, he bounded in a genuine waltzing step to the place where his mother sat, but she shook her head, saying, "No, no, Fritz, we can none of us waltz now. But come, boys, let us gather up the fragments of the feast and move homeward. Come, Lottie, love, the sun is getting low, and Americans though we be, we may get a chill if we sit here much longer." The whole party was immediately put in action, and the bustle which ensued did much towards chasing the gloom that appeared to threaten them. But the young Baron was by no means insensible to the effect his song had produced, and as they strolled slowly homeward, he could not resist the inclination he felt to ask Lottie if he were right in thinking that she had betrayed a more tender recollection of her native country than was likely to make her quite happy in her adopted one. "I hope you are quite wrong," she replied with a smile, which was, however, followed by a sigh, as she added, "It is Henrik who has infected me with this vain longing for a home that can never again be mine. But this is folly, if it be not worse. I fear even that my father remarks the unreasonable feeling your song produced. Indeed, Herr Hochland, you must sing no more such songs to us." "Yet I would sing forever," thought the young man, "could I so lure this matchless creature back to my native land." But he did not speak the thought, and the return of the party was much more silent and much less gay than their setting out. Frederick especially seemed to have lost his gentle placid cheerfulness, and though he continued to converse with Edward with the same warmth of kindness as before, the spirit of his conversation was fled. The delicate-minded and sensitive Edward, though his knowledge of German was very imperfect, had caught and understood the feeling which had touched the hearts of the exiles while listening to the minstrelsy of their countrymen, but he was far from conceiving how deeply the witnessing this feeling in his children had affected the heart of Frederick. Steinmark had brought his family from Germany to America because he believed it to be the best thing he could do for them, and though some natural yearnings towards his native land had occasionally thrown a shade of melancholy over his solitary musings, he had never conceived the idea that such meditations were shared by his light-hearted children. Still less did he imagine that these recollections, which he had never permitted himself to allude to, should, notwithstanding his caution, be the subject of deep and enduring regret to them all. Though Frederick Steinmark was more capable than most men of combating his own feelings, he had no such power when encountering those of his children, and the discovery he had just made oppressed him heavily, and he longed to be alone. Nevertheless, he remembered that it was some days since Edward had ventured to visit the poor prisoner, and he therefore detained him till, having seen the whole family safely established in the common sitting-room, he could take him safely to the loft in which he was concealed. With cautious steps they threaded their way behind the outbuildings of the farm, and having entered an empty barn and secured the door behind them, they mounted the ladder that led to the little chamber above. But when they entered and looked round it, its sable tenant was no longer visible. Every hole and corner was examined, but in vain. However strange the fact appeared, it could not be doubted. Caesar was gone. "This is very strange, Bligh," said Steinmark. "So devotedly attached this poor fellow appeared to you. Is it possible that he should thus leave the asylum in which you had placed him without letting you know his intention?" "It is not possible," replied Edward, in a voice of great emotion. "The poor fellow has been traced and seized. Unhappy boy, his fate will be dreadful. But surely, if this were the case, some of the people about the farm must have known it. Edward, remember that though it is just possible he might have been traced to the premises, it is not so that his pursuers should so exactly know where to find him as to render all search needless." "But did they not choose their time well? Your whole family absent, your servants occupied at their midday meal, perhaps?" "Alas, Mr. Steinmark, I have not a shadow of hope or doubt but that he is in the hands of his ferocious and remorseless enemies. My poor Caesar!" Steinmark answered not, but carefully examined the rough chamber in which they stood. "It was here," he said at length, "that I always found him seated when I made my nightly visit to him. It was here I left him last night, a little after 10 o'clock. He was in the habit, remember, of constantly employing the hours of his captivity either in reading the books I left with him, or in making the little wicker baskets, for which he cut and prepared the materials with his knife. Had he been so employed when taken, should we not find some symptoms of the sudden interruption? But observe, here are the 4 volumes that I lent him, put carefully together upon this rafter, and there is neither knife, basket, chip, nor stick of any kind, to indicate that he was broken in upon during the hours of light and occupation. Observe too that there is no remnant of the food I brought him, and there was more than he could have eaten till the 24 hours were past. In short, improbable as it may appear, I am persuaded that Caesar took his voluntary departure in the course of last night, and that unless he encounters some mischance, we shall probably find him here again as unexpectedly as we have lost him." "He is mostly madly rash, then," replied Edward, who, while almost convinced by the reasonings of Steinmark, found but little to console him in admitting the result. "They tell me that dogs are used to hunt down the unhappy runaways, and if so, the poor fellow's power of gliding on his belly like a snake among the bushes will not long avail him. But it is useless to meditate upon the dangers into which he may have thrown himself. I cannot thank you, sir, I cannot thank you, as I ought to do, for all your generous kindness to him and to me. Let me not longer detain you from your family. Farewell." "Stay, Edward," exclaimed Steinmark, retaining the hand extended to him. "Why should you leave us? Caesar is gone, and therefore my roof is no longer a dangerous one to you. Return with me to the house, and after supper we will give you a gayer song than that which the young traveller regaled us to-day." Nothing could so soon have restored the usually even spirits of Frederick Steinmark to their tone, as perceiving that Edward had need of cheering kindness to support him under the anxiety he felt for Caesar. But though poor Bligh felt to his heart's core the sincerity and benevolence of the invitation, and though there was something more at his heart, perhaps stronger still, which prompted him to accept it, he was conscious that such heavy sadness rested upon him as must render him more a burden than an acquisition to his new friends. There was not one of them, not excepting the young Baron, who had not repeatedly during the day demonstrated the most cordial desire to make it pleasant to him, and not an accent, not a movement which testified this goodwill, but had been felt and appreciated by its object. But poor Edward's very soul had been shaken by the emotions of this eventful day. He knew not what to make of the strange battling of contradictory impulses within him. Never till this day had he been addressed in a voice of kindness to which his own voice had not responded cheerfully. But when young Sigismund had courteously attempted to draw him into conversation, something within him seemed to make him shrink from the frank and graceful young man almost with loathing. When Lottie spoke to him, and with her gentle kindly smile sought to draw him into the family circle, the effect was stranger still. When she spoke to another, his life seemed to hang upon her accents. When she looked at another, the light appeared to have passed from his eyes, and a deep shadow to overcast the spot on which he stood. But no sooner was he himself the object either of her words or her glances than his presence of mind utterly failed him, and he no longer clearly knew what he did nor what he said. It had been a day of torment and of pleasure, such as he had never known, but he had no strength to renew those overwhelming emotions, and after the hesitation of a moment, he answered, "God bless you, Mr. Steinmark, for all your goodness, but not now, not tonight, another time. If you do not grow weary of me and my troubles, I will venture to come amongst you, though I fear I can be but a killjoy at any time." "You do not do us justice, Edward," returned Steinmark warmly. "If you esteemed me and mine as perfectly as we esteem you, it would be impossible for you to think that your sorrows were a burden that we would not one and all gladly aid you to bear and to cure. Nor do I doubt it, my dear and honoured friend, but there is a weakness of spirit, almost too tender to bear the touch of kindness. Forgive my wayward folly, and think me not ungrateful. Do not fear it, Edward. You are hardly fit for this working day world, my friend, but could I shape your destiny, trust me, it should be such as to soothe and not wound your nature. Good night, and remember, the sooner we see you again, the more welcome you will be." Frederick Steinmark then returned into the house, and Edward Bligh took the winding path through the forest that led towards his home. End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of the Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw by Frances Trollope. Chapter 23. The day after old Juno had succeeded in rescuing Phoebe from the immediate vengeance of Whitlaw, it happened, while he and his patron Colonel Dart were comfortably seated at breakfast, amicably discoursing upon the number of stripes that a female slave might safely receive without permanent injury to herself or her future progeny, they were startled by the sudden appearance of the old woman and her bamboo standing under the flowery portico within a foot of the window at which they sat. "What the devil brings her here?" muttered the colonel to his confidential clerk. But at the same instant he rose from his chair, and presenting her with a fresh buttered roll, delicately spread with fine honey, a morsel just prepared for his own eating, he addressed her coaxingly with, "Well now, good Juno, you know that you are always welcome, come when you will. What news stirring, Juno? What news?" This queer mixture of fraud, fun, and feeling never enjoyed herself more than when she saw the savage, bloodthirsty Colonel Dart fawning upon her as gently as a lamb when bleating to its mother for food. She knew, for her comfort, that she had been his torment and his torture for the 15 years that he had possessed the estate, making him dream by night and meditate by day on plots, poisonings, and assassinations without end. "May the pretty spirits that are chirping round old Juno keep the master of all from harm," she replied, accepting the dainty morsel, and seating herself deliberately on the wooden pediment of the iron column which supported the roof of the portico, she began to eat it without appearing to pay the least attention to the still-standing colonel or his confidential clerk, who had also arisen from his chair with considerable anxiety to hear what she had to say. The more mysteriously impertinent old Juno was, the more submissive and tractable did the colonel invariably become. And when, having about half eaten her roll, she raised her eyes and her bamboo, and said, as if addressing some object above her head, "Coffee, coffee, coffee," the zealous believer seized hastily on the silver biggin, exclaiming as he began to pour out the fragrant contents, "Sugar and cream, Whitlaw! Dear your eyes, can't you give me the sugar and cream?" "Voice of truth, the heart of Ruth deserves to hear distinct and clear," said Juno solemnly and complacently, as she received her cup of coffee, and having drunk it without any symptom of haste, and finished eating her roll with the same steady equanimity, she rose from her seat, and standing in her ordinary attitude, with her 2 hands crossed, and resting on the top of her bamboo, she said, "Now, master of many slaves, and faithful servant of the powers of air, listen to Juno. Deep and terrible are the thoughts that are rolling at this moment through the souls of Louisianan slaves, dark as their skin, and frightful as their chains. Juno knows all, and had you met with a surly oath, as once in days of yore, when she came to show you that the bright fountain which rose and sparkled as if proud to meet your wants, when she came in the darkness of night to tell you that the fountain was poisoned, had you met her now as you did then, a dozen negro fists should be playing on your windpipe ere Juno would have told you one word of the matter." Colonel Dart turned very pale, and Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw found out a glass of rum and swallowed it. "Ay, ay, young master," said Juno, with a smile that came direct from her heart, where her spirit was laughing merrily. "That rum is cheering, but the cane that gave it is waters, if the poet say true, with negro tears. What then?" she continued, pointing her wand towards the sky, and appearing to aim it first at one and then at another of the airy beings she always appeared to see about her. "What then? Power is power, and strength is strength, and the low must fall lower, and the high must mount higher, before all is done. You are high, Colonel Dart, you are very high, powerful, mighty, and greatly to be considered by slaves and free men both. And you," she continued wildly, fixing her eyes with a look of frenzy on Whitlaw, and then bursting forth into croaking song, "you too are high, high, but methinks I can spy that yet ere you die you will mount still and fly twixt the earth and the sky, till the welkin shall ring merrily, merrily." "What does she mean, Whitlaw?" said the colonel, in an accent that detected both a puzzled state of mind and an anxious spirit. "It's hard to say justly, Colonel," answered his confidential clerk. "She's so unaccountable queer, but I guess," he continued, as the bumper of rum strengthened and cheered the pulsations of his heart, "I guess that she means I shall come to riches and power before I die." "I don't know," said the colonel doubtingly. "I expect there's two—" "Phew, phew!" whistled the old woman shrilly through a hole that was pierced in her bamboo. "Hist, hist, hist! Here they come, here they come! Could you see them and hear how very far, how very near? They have tidings to tell, newly whispered in hell. Aye, I hear what you say, but I am but weak clay, and must pause ere I dare these dire horrors declare." Her voice sank as she pronounced the last words, and she appeared completely exhausted. "Give her rum, Whitlaw," cried the colonel, trembling too violently to do it himself. "Why the devil, sir, can't you give her a glass of rum?" Whitlaw obeyed, and the old woman eagerly swallowed the cordial. "It is well," she cried, apparently reviving. "That was a lucky thought, or Juno might have perished ere her noble master got his warning." "What warning, Juno?" said the colonel in very gentle accents, and evidently relieved at hearing his tormentor speak in tones of less immediate inspiration. "Come in and sit down comfortably, Juno, and in God's name tell me what you have got to say." "In God's name, massa? Oh, no, 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 not in God's name. Please, massa, not in God's name. In the name of Juno's spirits, in the name of the green birds that be visible, and the birds of golden light that be not, save only to old Juno. In the name of these, say, master, in the name of these, and Juno will tell you all. In the name of what you will, woman, in the name of the devil, if it must be so, only tell me all you know. The devil? Said Juno, shaking her head, while a strangely malicious smile twinkled unobserved in her eyes. The devil is the prince of darkness, but, dark or light, he is a prince, and so it's fitting to speak of him with respect, because I was told in my youth that not even the great Washington could release us from his parliament. And so, massa, she added, resuming her whining negro tone, please to say, in the name of Juno's spirits. Whitlaw stamped aside with his feet, but the colonel deliberately uttered, in the name of your spirits, Juno, tell me what you have heard respecting the Louisianan slaves. As if propitiated by this obedience, the old woman began, without farther grimace, to explain in good, intelligible English the object of her visit. It matters little, master, and that you know by this time where Juno gets her knowledge. How many a time have you gone to the right at my bidding, when if you had gone to the left your life would have paid for your disobedience? And how often at dead of night have I brought you tidings of the death of a slave, who, if you had lived 24 hours longer, would have laid low the head of him who is master of all? Is not this true, Colonel Dart? Is not this true, as the spirits of the air are true? I should be ungrateful to deny it, good Juno, replied the docile coward. And you won't deny, will you, that I have always been grateful for your watching over me? I do believe, Juno, that you have found the way of sending many a rogue out of this world, who, if he had remained in it, would have done my business for me, one way or another. Ay, ay, it were best you did not doubt that, Colonel, though you are master of all, replied the old woman with another comical twinkle of her eyes. But listen, time presses, and the present moment lost, the future will never restore it. There is at this hour in Orleans a dark and dreadful conspiracy, which, if not smothered before it sees the light, will leave no white man alive within the state. I am no traitress, mark me. I would not have even you think that, though I know, continued the artful old woman, that your generosity might find an excuse for it if I were. But I am no traitress. No one has trusted me, at least no earthly one has trusted me, and therefore I betray none. You, my master, must remain with your own, and taint has not yet reached there, and at the present moment you are safe. But this young man here, whom you have made to understand your wants and wishes, this young Master Whitlaw, whose zeal is equal to your own, and who looks forward, as all noble spirits should do, to obtain an exalted situation before he dies, let him go to New Orleans. Spare not your purse, Colonel Dart, or your blood may flow instead of your dollars. Let this young man set off tomorrow for New Orleans. When arrived there, I will take care that it shall be given him to know what he is to do. Will you do this, master, on the strength of Juno's word? What say you, Whitlaw? Said the colonel, turning to him. It is certainly no joke to hear of such goings-on so near, and yet to know so devilish little about it. Are you up to this, my boy? Say yes, and by G, I'll roll out as many dollars as you can spend. The heart of Whitlaw beat high. The idea of a trip to New Orleans with plenty of money to spend seemed to his imagination like a glimpse at paradise, but, with his wonted discretion, he took care that no symptom of his feelings should appear on his countenance. "I expect, Colonel," he replied sedately, "that I shall be after doing whatever you wish in this matter, but it's no joke neither, I guess, to run one's head into such a wasp's nest as New Orleans must be at this present, if all she says is true." Juno watched his countenance keenly as he spoke, and her eye, long accustomed to read that index of men's thoughts ever to be found in their faces by those who know how to look for it, detected his extreme satisfaction under the mask of indifference he tried to put on. "Does your heart fail you, Master Whitlaw? If it does, say so, but do not pretend to doubt the word of Juno. There is no need for you to go to New Orleans, Master Whitlaw. I will find another to do the work." "No, no, good Juno," said the young man promptly. "It is my duty to do whatever the colonel wants done, and if New Orleans was on fire from end to end, I'm the man that would walk through it at his bidding. So I'm ready to start, Colonel, tomorrow, or today either, if you like it better. You're the man for these times, Whitlaw, and none but you. That's a fact. I calculate that tomorrow will do, Juno. The Tecumseh goes down tomorrow, I know, and that's the steamer I support. The captain keeps me in cigars. But you're sure he'll know what to do when he gets there, Juno? Did Juno ever promise to give you a warning and fail? Tell me that, master. Never, my good friend, never. Another glass of rum, Juno, and then be off. I've lots of letters to write. Juno took the offered glass in silence, and then retreating by the window at which she had entered, and giving a sort of farewell wave with her wand, she disappeared. For some minutes after her departure, the Colonel and his confidential clerk sat opposite to each other in silence, both desirous to escape making the first observation upon the extraordinary visit they had received. But the perseverance of Whitlaw beat the Colonel's patience, and he broke out with sundry contradictory exclamations. Curse witch! Where the devil could she learn all this? But I never caught her out in tricking me yet. I say, Whitlaw, we should be stumped considerable if we found out after all 'twas but a flam, eh? Whitlaw trembled for his visit to that land of promise, New Orleans, and all the glorious joys that the Colonel's dollars would procure him there. In answer, therefore, to this appeal, he shook his head, and said with much solemnity, Colonel Dart, that woman is of no common breed. I have witnessed her power and her foreknowledge before to-day. This expedition that she advises is not without peril, but peril must be stood to in time of need. You've behaved nobly by me, and let me be flogged like a nigger if I show a white feather in the matter. Let us take the witch at her word, Colonel, and do her bidding now if we never do it again. God help me, but it makes one's blood run cold to hear her. How soon did she say we should all be murdered in our beds if we neglected the warning? Whitlaw here touched the right string. Hold your tongue, in the devil's name, cried the Colonel pettishly, while a cold shiver ran through his limbs. What's the use, Whitlaw, of sitting here croaking over her deed news, when you've got to get your plunder together, and I've got so many letters to write to them as I shall want to question, besides counting the dollars out. The queer hag told me not to spare, and she's right there too. What's a bag of dollars compared to one's life?